Chapter 545. Gazing at her perky breasts. They're lying flat on the ground but they're perky and firm. Maybe it's due to the intense stimulation. They're glowing with a beautiful red hue. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes gradually turned heated as he stared at her. Shokuho Misaki's resistance was completely destroyed by this sudden stimulation. She didn't even have the chance to think twice before she died. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha ha. Ugh. Ugh. Shokuho Misaki gasped for air. She didn't know where she got her strength from, but she tightened her body. Her waist was 5 centimeters off the ground. It was as if she was giving Wu Yan her most precious treasure. The person on top of her kept caressing her most sensitive parts. The intense pleasure was transmitted directly to her heart. This wasn't the first time Shokuho Misaki experienced this sensation, but every time she experienced it, she couldn't help but fall into it. She longed for what was about to happen next. This thought caused her to be in a dilemma every time she did it. Ugh, no. Her body started to disobey her. Her heart was pounding nonstop. Shokuho Misaki tried her best. She tried her best not to cry out. But the effect was unbearable. Unknowingly, Shokuho Misaki fell into the control of pleasure. Wu Yan pressed his body down a little. He continued to perform Taiji fist on Shokuho Misaki's perky breasts. Wu Yan's body started to heat up. Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer. He buried his head between her breasts. The pleasure from her chest spread through her entire body. Shokuho Misaki screamed louder than before. After she screamed, Shokuho Misaki was scared out of her wits. She endured the numbness in her chest and raised her head to look at the tent. When she confirmed that the patrolling guards didn't notice her, she sighed in relief. Shokuho Misaki was so excited that she almost cried. This feeling of constantly worrying about her house being destroyed was really uncomfortable, but it was also sweet and strong. Shokuho Misaki felt that her hands and feet were slightly trembling. Ugh, you bad guy. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan burying his head between her breasts. Shokuho Misaki scolded him, but the atmosphere was getting more and more intimate. She knew that if this goes on, she will fall into his arms. Wu Yan isn't going to stop, so she accepted her fate. She took a deep breath and she closed her eyes. She stored up all her remaining energy, so she could use it to suppress her moans later. Wu Yan didn't say anything, he just smiled and hugged Shokuho Misaki. While rubbing her breasts, he covered her lips with his own. Ugh. Shokuho Misaki slowly lost her consciousness. She was doing things to please Wu Yan. She accepted his invasion. After a long time, her lips finally parted. Her eyes were watery. Wu Yan's heart heated up when he saw Shokuho Misaki's seductive look. He shook his body and took off his clothes. His movements were so smooth that it was amazing. When Shokuho Misaki finally reacted, a strong electric current flowed through her body. Shokuho Misaki raised her head and moaned. She wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. Everything was settled. A pair of slender legs wrapped around Wu Yan's waist. Her body contained everything that Wu Yan had. Shokuho Misaki's body was filled with indescribable pleasure. It didn't matter if she was willing or not. She had to accept this boundless pleasure. It was a pleasure that made her lose herself. It was a pleasure that made her soul go into a trance. Her soft and supple body pressed against Wu Yan's. Wu Yan cupped Shokuho Misaki's buttocks with both hands, and he started thrusting her body in and out of his arms. Woo woo woo. The electric current hit Shokuho Misaki's body. It went straight to the deepest part of her body. Shokuho Misaki felt like her whole body was burning. She started to feel dizzy. A strong feeling forced her to open her mouth. Shokuho Misaki couldn't resist it. She could only raise her hands and cover her mouth, trying to keep the noise that might attract people's attention in her mouth. At this moment, Shokuho Misaki was surprisingly weak. It should be said that every girl is as soft as water at this moment. Shokuho Misaki didn't know how tempting it was for Wu Yan to see her trying to suppress her moans. He started to move her up and down faster. Shokuho Misaki started to feel more comfortable. Wu Yan started to take advantage of her. The strong stimulation made Shokuho Misaki tear up. She watched as Wu Yan enjoyed her body. Her heart was filled with hatred. She tried her best to hold back her moans, but Wu Yan still moved her even more. Is he really not worried about being discovered? Or does he want his wife's body to be seen by other people? Shokuho Misaki was lying on top of Wu Yan. She passively accepted Wu Yan's thrusts. Her delicate face was flushed red. Her slender legs touched Wu Yan's waist from time to time, giving him a different kind of stimulation. He started to move her even faster. Oomph! Her sensitive body gave Shokuho Misaki the greatest stimulation. Shokuho Misaki panicked. She covered her mouth with her hands and moaned. Her moans reverberated in the tent. The cold tent felt like it was burning under the influence of the ambiguous atmosphere. The temperature rose as if it was on fire. Finally, under the stimulation of the intense pleasure and the shame of being discovered, Shokuho Misaki reached her peak. The pleasure rushed into her mind, and in that moment, the most beautiful moment of her life bloomed. Her snow-white skin was dyed with a cute shade of pink. The air was filled with heat. Shokuho Misaki's eyes rolled back slightly. Fine beads of sweat dripped down her body, telling others about her current state. Needless to say, at this moment, Shokuho Misaki actually managed to hold back her moans. Shokuho Misaki panted heavily. Her full breasts bounced up and down as she panted. Her stamina has always been her weak point, so for her to be able to last this long, it must be said that it's quite impressive. Finally, it's over. Shokuho Misaki collapsed in Wu Yan's arms. She breathed a sigh of relief. During that period of lovemaking, Shokuho Misaki's most basic perseverance was challenged. There were many times when she almost screamed. She was scared out of her wits. She was constantly worried that she would be discovered. She had to endure the punishment throughout the entire process. Only Shokuho Misaki knows how sad it was. But at the same time, it was also a very stimulating scene. That's why Shokuho Misaki surrendered quickly. Shokuho Misaki felt lucky, but also frustrated. After all, Arju-sama always thought that she was the one on top. Unfortunately, just as Shokuho Misaki was feeling conflicted, Wu Yan made his move again. He placed Shokuho Misaki on the blanket and made her lie down with her back facing him. Shokuho Misaki realized something and panicked. Before she could beg for mercy, her body was penetrated again. Her begging turned into panting. She started moaning like a bitch. Shokuho Misaki's last thought was that she was too sweet. Chapter 546. The next day, the sunlight shone into the small hill and onto the tents. The people who had rested here for the night came out of their tents one after another. They packed up their things and extinguished the bonfire. They were ready to continue on their journey. Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi came out of their tents early in the morning. They gathered together to discuss their next course of action. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandre-chan, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are having fun with each other to pass the time. They are probably the only ones who can have fun in this kind of environment. The elite expedition team members are constantly worrying about when they will die in the jaws of demonic beasts. Fei-Fei and the others are also thinking about whether they can complete the mission, and whether there will be any danger ahead. They are not like Chuju and the others who are here for a field trip. It is fortunate that Chuju and the others aren't members of the elite expedition team. They were asked to tag along. Otherwise, Fei-Fei and the others would have a headache. Even the elite expedition team members would be dissatisfied. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that they are strong enough, these people would definitely protest and not allow anyone to drag them down. While everyone else is busy with their own tasks, Chuju and the others are bored to death. They don't know why, but they are usually having fun fooling around with each other. Whenever they know someone is nearby and hasn't shown up, they would feel annoyed no matter how much fun they are having. Why hasn't Oniai-chan come out yet? Flandre-chan laid on top of Hinajika's body listlessly. She called out weakly, completely different from her usual lively self. He's probably still sleeping in, that's how he is. Chuju ruffled Flandre-chan's hair. Even though she said that, her eyes kept drifting towards the tents. Astria couldn't help but groan as she laid on the ground. Master, please come out, I'm hungry. Don't you think it's super dirty? Kinuhata Sai was speechless when she saw Astria sprawled on the ground. She was obviously talking to a cow. Astria didn't care about her image at all. She continued sprawling on the ground. Perhaps, in Astria's worldview, Food is always the most important thing. In the end, you better get up quickly, this is too much. Frenda said. Her gaze landed on Astria's oval breasts that were exposed from lying on the ground. Her eyes flashed with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Unlike the other girls who were chatting, Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku didn't take the initiative to speak. They only answered a question or two when Chuju and they spent the rest of their time staring at the tents, hoping to see a familiar figure walk out. As time passed, the most impatient Mikoto finally couldn't wait any longer and stood up. I'll go wake up that lazy bastard. Can't you just super ignore him? Kinuhata Sai waved her hand nonchalantly. It's not like he'll be super tired if he doesn't super wake up naturally. Might as well super sleep him to death. Frenda shook her head when she heard Kinuhata Sai's malicious words. She glanced at Wu Yan's tent and turned to look at the other tent. She scratched her beret in confusion. It's fine if that guy isn't awake, but why isn't Shokuhu awake yet? She should be drinking tea by now. Frenda's words caused all the girls present to react, and a thought flashed through their minds. It's fine if Yen isn't awake, but Shokuho Misaki isn't awake either. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. Something's not right, it's not like that woman. Even Mikoto, who hated Shokuho Misaki the most, felt the same way, let alone Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who spent a lot of time with Shokuho Misaki at the Spalier World Academy. Frenda touched her face, tilted her head, and suddenly said something shocking. Say, Shokuho didn't get up. Could it be because of that guy? Or could it be that the two of them were in the same tent? The girl's expression froze. Other than Flandre-chan, 7 pairs of eyes looked at the 2 tents. Those are Wu Yen and Shokuho Misaki's tents. Takitsubu Riku hesitated for a moment. She looked like she was struggling with something. It didn't take long before she weakly defended Wu Yen. I don't think so. This is the wilderness and we have important things to do. Even if it's him, he wouldn't choose to do it at this time. Takitsubu Riku's face blushed. Combined with the fact that she might say choose to do it at this time. It's hard to imagine, however. Mikoto's lips curled into a cold smile when she heard Takitsubu Riku's words. Do you really think he wouldn't choose to do it at this time? With his personality. Takitsubu Riku opened her mouth as if she wanted to defend Wu Yen, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. It seems like even Takitsubu Riku, who is always on Wu Yan's side, doesn't dare to vouch for Wu Yan's personality. Or rather, she vouches for Wu Yan's moral integrity. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. They looked at the 2 tents in the distance, and thought about the possibility of Frenda's words. The more they thought about it, the more likely it is. Their beautiful faces darkened. Just as they were about to barge into the tents, Wu Yan's figure finally appeared. His appearance made Chuju and Mikoto's gloomy faces even darker. That's because the tent Wu Yen came out of is Shokuho Misaki's tent. Wu Yen, who looked like he just drank 2 caddies of ergotu, murderous aura. As soon as he said that, 2 figures appeared in front of him, giving him a big fright. When he got a good look at the 2 figures, he let out a sigh of relief. But then he raised his guard again. That. Wu Yen smiled awkwardly and raised his hand. My 2 heroines, can you not look at me like that? I'm scared. Hinajuku and Mikoto smiled at him, but there's not a hint of a smile in their smiles. Hey Yen, can you tell me? Mikoto's bangs fluttered. That's a sign that she's about to fire. Do you know why you came out of that woman's tent? Oh, so that's what it is. Wu Yen relaxed and rolled his eyes at Chuju and Mikoto. And here I thought it was something serious. That scared me to death. Chuju's mouth twitched. How can you answer our questions in such a nonchalant tone? Ha. Wu Yen looked at Hinajuku strangely. There's nothing to be concerned about. Is there a problem with sleeping with my wife? Hinajuku and Mikoto glared at the nonchalant Wu Yen. The table of their hearts was flipped 100 times in a row. What's the problem? It's a big problem. Mikoto gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yen. Do you know what time, place, and situation you're in? You're doing such a shameless thing here, and you're still so nonchalant. Mikoto's words made him speechless. It's because of this time, place, and situation that I have to do this. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well at night. You. Chuju and Mikoto were stunned. Wu Yan glanced at Hinajiku and then looked at Mikoto before he punched his fist into his palm. Are you guys jealous? Jealous. Chuju and Mikoto's faces turned red. Wu Yan teased. How about I sleep at your place tonight? No need. Chapter 547. Since they already had a day's worth of travel experience, the exploration mission in the Behemoth Forest went much smoother today compared to yesterday. Disregarding everything else, the group of more than 100 people walked for 3 to 4 hours without encountering a single demonic beast. This was not only because of luck. The most important thing was that this time, everyone was fully alert. Their sense of crisis had been raised completely. Their efficiency had increased a lot. Everything had become much more advantageous because of their self-enthusiasm. During the journey, Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi walked at the front while the others walked behind them in an arc formation. Wu Yan's group of 10 and Sylph walked in the center of the formation. Fei Fei and the other 3 had a discussion in the morning. They all agreed that Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group would be the most important to carry out the mission. Without them, they would have a hard time moving forward when encountering demonic beasts in the depths of the Behemoth Forest. That's why Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group must be in perfect condition before encountering any demonic beasts. Therefore, the group of 11 people, including Sylph, entered the protection zone of the expedition team. They are conserving their energy for the upcoming battle. After an unknown amount of time and avoiding countless demonic beasts, Fei Fei and the other 2 who were walking at the front suddenly stopped. The rest of the group also stopped and looked ahead. The forest in front of them is still the same as the surroundings. However, the people present aren't just there to make up the numbers. They can feel that even though the forest in front of them doesn't look any different from the surroundings, they can feel a very oppressive aura coming from within. There's also a dense and powerful mana fluctuation coming from within. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi's expression turned serious. They turned around and looked at the rest of the group. We are about to enter the depths of the Behemoth Forest. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Fei Fei and the others' expressions turned serious. Wu Yan's group, on the other hand, had a sudden realization. No wonder the oppressive aura is so intense. It turns out that the depths of the Behemoth Forest are right in front of them. After countless years of exploration by the people of the Spalier world, the Behemoth Forest is divided into 3 regions based on the rank of demonic beasts. The outermost region is generally inhabited by demonic beasts that are rank 5 and below. Demonic beasts that are rank 5 and above rarely appear in the outermost region. Therefore, the region where rank 5 demonic beasts reside is the outermost region of the Behemoth Forest. Next is the inner region. The inner region is mainly inhabited by rank 6 and rank 7 demonic beasts. Rank 8 demonic beasts rarely appear in the inner region. Demonic beasts that are rank 5 and below are reduced to food. Therefore, the inner region of the Behemoth Forest is where Wu Yan and the others encountered the blue thorn cats and the small hill. The remaining core region is the deepest region of the Behemoth Forest. The deepest region of the Behemoth Forest is much smaller than the inner region. It's even smaller than the outer region. Even the demonic beasts that live here are the least. However, the demonic beasts that can live here are all extremely powerful soul beasts. Demonic beasts that are rank 7 and below are almost extinct. Peak rank 7 demonic beasts are the bottom line here. Only rank 8 demonic beasts can occupy this region. Demonic beasts that can occupy this region are rank 9 demonic beasts. Here, I would like to remind everyone. Bingling looked at everyone and continued Fei Fei's words. We can encounter anything in the deepest region of the Behemoth Forest. It's no longer a game like before. There are almost no rank 7 demonic beasts in there, because they don't have the qualifications to stay there. In the depths of the giant beast forest, the weakest magical beasts we encounter are at least at the peak of the 7th rank. 8th rank magical beasts might not be everywhere, but there are definitely more of them than here. If we aren't careful. Bingling went silent and didn't say anything else. However, everyone's heart felt heavy. There's no need to think about what rank demonic beasts are stronger than rank 8 demonic beasts. Even Wu Yan and Co., as well as Sylph, didn't look as nonchalant as they were before. Bishi took a few steps forward and said to everyone, "We have to be extra careful from now on. This is the only thing we can do. Wait a moment. The three of us will continue to lead the way. Everyone gather behind us and monitor the surroundings. Wu Yan and Sylph, you two will be in the center. Be ready to support us at any time. Yes. The members of the expedition team replied in unison. Wu Yan and Sylph also nodded in agreement. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi turned around and walked into the forest. They looked like they were ready to throw caution to the wind. The others followed closely behind them. After entering the deepest region of the behemoth forest, everyone slowed down their pace and increased their vigilance. This place is completely different from before. Rank 8 demonic beasts might appear at any time. Everyone has to be on high alert. That's why they would rather slow down than get into trouble for no reason and end up in hell. The surrounding trees were constantly moving backwards as the group moved forward. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was frightening. There wasn't even the slightest cry of a magical beast. This caused most of the people present to have goosebumps. Chills flowed through their hearts, and they couldn't help but move closer to each other. The girls are no exception. Or rather, they aren't from this world, so they are more sensitive to this atmosphere compared to the others. Hinajiku and Mikoto are already holding each other's hands tightly. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku couldn't help but get closer to each other. Even Shokoho Misaki, who held a grudge against Wu Yan, grabbed Wu Yan's arm. It's not hard to imagine how deadly this environment is to a girl. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandre-chan were the only ones who didn't seem to have any changes in their behavior. Of course, they are nothing compared to the three of them. One of them is a natural-born vampire, one of them is an idiot, and one of them is a vampire. They are like fish in water in a quiet environment. They are completely unaffected by the environment. As they walked, traces of fog suddenly appeared around them, causing their expressions to change. Everyone be careful. Fei Fei whispered. The further they walked, the thicker the mist got. It didn't take long for the mist to thicken. They couldn't even see the trees around them. The white mist filled everyone's vision, causing them to feel nervous. The fog in front of them was still spreading. It was like a silk thread spreading out. After it floated out, it spread very far. Soon, it completely covered the area in front of them. They could no longer see the road clearly. Without a doubt, this was a very bad situation. With the cover of the fog, no matter how vigilant they were, there would be times when they would be taken advantage of. The scope of their search was also reduced by a lot. Most importantly, they couldn't see the path clearly. It was very likely that they would get lost and end up going around in circles in the giant beast forest. This is going to be troublesome. Fei Fei muttered. She looked at the mist in front of her and stopped. Everyone else stopped as well. At this time, the most taboo thing was to wander around aimlessly. Getting lost was one of the problems. What they were afraid of was that as they walked, the people around them would scatter. When that happened, it would be the most troublesome time. The behemoth forest itself is irregular. It covers an area that spans 3 empires. It's bigger than any of the empires. It's obvious how vast it is. It's only a matter of time before they get separated from each other. Chapter 548. The fog in the forest did not stop spreading even though everyone had stopped moving. Everyone stood at the same spot, and only exchanged 1 or 2 sentences. During these 1 or 2 sentences, the fog became a little thicker. Now, even some people felt a little lost when they looked at their companions who were a little further away from them. What should we do? Should we wait for the fog to disperse? Or? Fei Fei turned to look at Bingling and Baishi, asking for their opinion. Bingling and Baishi smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They didn't say anything. It seems like even they couldn't make up their minds. None of the people present had anticipated the arrival of this fog, so they all chose to bide their time. In this kind of unknown situation, recklessly making a decision was a foolish thing to do. Fei Fei and the others had already decided to gather together and discuss it. Wu Yan clicked his tongue in boredom when he saw Fei Fei, Sylph, and the other 2 gathered together. He clicked his tongue in a bored manner. He wanted to borrow the power of the system item to get through this foggy weather. His hand stopped halfway through his action. In the quiet environment, a series of rustling sounds could be heard clearly in everyone's ears. At first, Everyone thought that it was the sound of wind blowing through the surrounding trees. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Compared to the sound of wind blowing, this strange sound was more like the sound of something rubbing against a tree trunk. Something's up. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi returned to their original formation and readied their armaments. The members of the expedition party finally showed their elite qualities. They surrounded everyone in a circle and looked around vigilantly. Everyone could clearly hear that in the dense fog, there was a strange sound that was not very loud, but very clear. That sound was like a snake crawling on the sand. It was the sound of something rubbing against something. Everyone focused their attention on their surroundings in an attempt to discover something. Time slowly passed. Other than the rustling sound, there was no other movement. Wu Yan frowned. Is it really the sound of the wind? No. Mikoto shook her head. The sound of the wind wouldn't be this rhythmic. It wouldn't be constant either. This is definitely not the sound of the wind. Master. Ikaros's pupils shrunk. Blood-red dots could be seen in her eyes. I've detected the presence of a life form within a certain range. That's right. It's a life form. Shokuha Misaki nodded. I can also feel a psyche wave around us. You can feel it? Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki. Can you control it? No. Shokuha Misaki shook her head without hesitation. This psyche wave is beyond my control. It might be. Pink cherry blossom petals curled around Chuju's palm, and a crystal sword appeared in Chuju's hand. The sword's blade shone with a bright luster. A Tier 8 demonic beast. The words Class 8 magical beast entered the ears of everyone present, causing their hearts to tighten. Before they could react, the sha-sha sound that reverberated in the surroundings abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, bringing with it a gust of wind as it charged towards the crowd. It's here! Someone shouted. Then, everyone saw a series of black shadows rapidly expanding in the mist, bringing with them the faint sound of wind. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a series of water orbs. A gigantic water ball with a diameter of 0.5 meter, and a body that flickered with a metallic luster attacked the crowd from all directions. Although it was a water ball, the water ball was filled with an enormous amount of magic power. Listening to the sonic booms caused by the water orbs, no one doubted that if they're hit by these seemingly harmless water orbs, they'll be severely injured at the very least. Bing Ling, who was standing at the front, coldly snorted. A majestic do-chi suddenly rose from his body. The do-chi suddenly spread outwards. Then, the do-chi that spread outwards directly enveloped the water balls that were attacking. In the next moment, the water balls violently trembled. The water vapor was rapidly consumed. Under everyone's gaze, they slowly condensed into ice balls and fell to the ground. Bing Ling's actions caused the group to move as well. At this moment, no one showed any signs of panic. Everyone released their do-chi and magical energy to block the water orbs. One after another, the armaments danced in the air, leaving afterimages in the air as they struck the water balls. The water balls that were struck by the armaments were either detonated or flung away. The performance of the members of the expedition team was on a completely different level compared to the previous day. However, there were too many water orbs. Even though Bing Ling managed to neutralize some of them, the elite expedition team still couldn't defend against them. They could only dodge and let the water orbs fly behind them. Behind them was Wu Yan's group and Sylph. Sylph raised her head and looked at the incoming water orbs. Her icy blue eyes flashed with a cold light. The temperature around her suddenly dropped a lot. At the same time, her body began to burn with icy blue magical energy. With a wave of her hand, countless snowflakes suddenly appeared around her and were scattered. The fog that permeated the air condensed into ice particles, and the temperature rapidly dropped. Snowflakes danced in the air, and all the water balls that passed by were weakened in an instant. Their volume was greatly reduced. These snowflakes seemed to have grown eyes as they drifted towards the surrounding water balls. Any water ball that was touched by the snowflakes would be significantly slowed down, reducing the pressure on everyone by a lot. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi stood guard at the front. They observed the battle situation of their companions. They watched as they released battle techniques, magic, armaments, and even neutralized the water orbs from time to time. Fei and the other two nodded. Then they noticed Sylph's attack and their expression turned slightly helpless. They didn't expect that the moment they entered the depths of the behemoth forest, Sylph's time to attack has already arrived. At this moment, a loud whistling sound was heard. A fiery red silhouette suddenly flashed through the mist. At the same time, a large number of water orbs exploded from all directions like meteors crashing down on everyone. The water orbs are twice the size of the previous ones. The members of the expedition party were shocked. They quickly raised their armaments to defend themselves. However, a series of water orbs with a diameter of more than a meter still managed to push them back. In the blink of an eye, a gap was formed in the mist. A water javelin shot out at an incredible speed. It pierced through the mist and through the gaps in the fog. With a cold gleam, it headed straight for the group of people in the center. Its target was none other than Kinuhatasai. Kinuhatasai's eyes turned cold. She raised her right hand, and a thick cloud of mist wrapped around her small fist, turning into a faint mist circle. Kinuhatasai then threw her fist straight at the water javelin. But right at this moment, a water javelin that was much smaller than the previous one, but twice as fast, struck like a bolt of lightning. Before the water javelin could collide with the mist, the water javelin collided with the mist, causing the mist to disperse and scatter. Being caught off guard, even Kinuhatasai couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly activated her ability to control the nitrogen gas, and the white clouds around her body to form a cocoon-like object, wrapping Kinuhatasai in it for defense. Bang! The water javelin collided with the mist ring. The mist and water javelin dispersed and Kinuhatasai's figure was revealed. Kinuhatasai heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to say something when Chuju, Mikoto, and the others exclaimed. Kinuhatasai's body tensed up. Watch out! Before she could finish her sentence, a black tentacle covered in mucus shot out from the mist and reached Kinuhatasai in an instant. Chapter 549. Everything happened too quickly. No one expected something like this to be hidden behind the water ball and water javelin. When the black tentacle reached Kinuhatasai, everyone in the expedition team, including Fei and the other two, couldn't react in time. Frenda was the closest to Kinuhatasai, but Frenda's strength was weaker than Kinuhatasai's. If Kinuhatasai couldn't handle the tentacle, there's no need to mention her. Wu Yan's group reacted quickly, but it was too late for them to come to Kinuhatasai's rescue. Seeing that Kinuhatasai was about to be attacked, even Kinuhatasai herself tried her best to thicken her nitrogen armor in order to minimize the damage from the tentacle. She gave up on resisting. At this moment, an icy blue light appeared in front of Kinuhatasai without any warning. In an instant, an ice cube with a diameter of 1 meter appeared between Kinuhatasai and the black tentacle. The icy blue light expanded outwards and the ice cube spun in a circle at an extremely fast speed. Then, the black tentacle crashed into the spinning ice cube and was repelled by a huge force. Due to the huge force, the black tentacle retracted in midair and continued its attack on Kinuhatasai. The ice cube that appeared out of nowhere only blocked the black tentacle's attack for a second, but that 1 second was enough to change the tide of the battle. From the appearance of the black tentacle to the removal of the ice cube, and the attack of the black tentacle, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Because of the black tentacle, Wu Yan's group finally reacted. Realizing that their stupor almost caused Kinuhatasai to be injured, other than Ikaros and Flanderchan, Wu Yan's group was enraged. In the next moment, 2 flashes of blue and white lightning flashed from Wu Yan and Mikoto's body. The 2 flashes of lightning danced around each other, and with an unstoppable force, they struck the black tentacle. The dense blue and white electric light illuminated the entire area. Caught off guard, everyone was secretly shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, the black tentacle was wrapped up by the electric light. In the blink of an eye, the electric light flowed out of the black tentacle, crawled into the fog along the tentacle, and hit the tentacle's owner. Hiss! A strange cry of pain rang out from the fog that had been struck by the electric current. The voice was not loud, but a powerful aura swept out along with the sound, causing a huge gust of wind to blow in the middle of the field. The elite expedition team was blown all over the place, their faces filled with shock. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi were shocked. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice, their eyes solemn. This aura, it's not something a peak tier 7 beast can release. Bingling's face sank. Even Wu Yan, who can challenge those of a higher tier, cannot release this aura. Bishi said bitterly. It seems like a tier 8 magical beast has really appeared. Fei Fei sighed as she looked at the mist in front of her. They had just entered the depths of the behemoth forest. No matter what Fei Fei and the other two were thinking, Wu Yan wouldn't know. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't say anything because he's in a bad mood right now. 2 crimson spatial ripples appeared, and a pair of black iron sand swords shot out from the ripples. They pierced through the black tentacle that was paralyzed by the lightning for a dozen times. The black tentacle was cut into a dozen pieces and fell to the ground. Hiss, a painful hiss was heard as the black tentacle disintegrated. However, the pain was much more intense than before. Even so, it didn't affect Wu Yan at all. He waved his hand and put away the iron sand swords and Gate of Babylon. His wine-red eyes were terrifyingly cold. Strands of golden light flashed through his eyes, revealing his inner emotions. Wu Yan took a deep breath to calm his anger. He walked up to Kinuhatasai, who was still in a daze. Koei, are you alright? Kinuhatasai patted her chest and waved her hand. Her breathing was a little hurried. I'm super fine. Fortunately, I had that block of ice to block it for me. Otherwise, I would have been injured a little. Chuju Mikoto and the others quickly surrounded Kinuhatasai. They pulled her up and down as if they were checking if she was injured. Kinuhatasai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan looked at Sylph. Thank you for saving Koei. Sylph shook her head and didn't say anything. However, it's already good that she responded to Wu Yan. Wu Yan was a little confused. After all, Sylph has never looked at him in the eye since the first time they met. It's not that Sylph looks down on Wu Yan. It's just that she was born this way. She won't pay attention to anyone she doesn't like. Even Astria only caught Sylph's attention after she defeated Sylph. Wu Yan didn't even pique Sylph's interest. However, Wu Yan didn't know if it's just his imagination. He felt like Sylph's attitude towards him has improved since they left the hill. Wu Yan recalled everything he did since he returned to the Spalier world. After confirming that he didn't do anything that Sylph would pay attention to, he became even more confused. Wu Yan couldn't figure out why Sylph is acting this way. He has something else he needs to do. You all. Wu Yan took a few steps forward and looked around the foggy surroundings. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone stop. Leave the rest to me. Wu Yan's tone turned cold. Unfortunately, his cold tone couldn't hide his volcanic rage. Fei Fei and the others who wanted to say something choked on their words. Ever since they entered the behemoth forest, Wu Yan's emotions haven't been affected by the presence of demonic beasts. Even if he knew he might encounter a tier 9 demonic beast, he would at most get serious for a moment. Now Wu Yan's heart is filled with rage. Because he and the others were stunned for a moment, Kinuhatasai almost got hurt. Wu Yan felt a little guilty and at the same time, his anger rose to the point of exploding. However, the culprit in the mist seemed to be enraged by the electric current and the disintegration of its tentacles. Therefore, at the moment when its anger rose, the culprit made the first move. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Continuous flying sounds came from the fog. Then hundreds of water javelins appeared from the fog. In the most violent way, they broke through the elite expedition team's protective circle and flew towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan lifted his head, and the crimson ripples in the air started to ripple. The ripples reverberated in the air like a curtain of water. Hundreds of black lights shot out from the ripples and collided with the water javelins. The water javelins were shattered into pieces and scattered into the air like water droplets. The black lights that came out from the Gate of Babylon are naturally the iron sand sword. How dare you hurt the people around me? Wu Yan grabbed the hilt of a sword and pulled it out of a crimson space ripple behind his shoulder. Wu Yan grabbed the hilt and pulled it out of the ground. The silvery white sword was flowing with a fiery red air current. The air current jumped around every corner of the sword, bringing with it a destructive red lotus flame that enveloped the entire sword. Prepare to be smashed into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the vision of everyone present was instantly filled with the fiery red flames of the red lotus. At the same time, the atmosphere and temperature became scorching hot. Chapter 550. In the middle of the misty forest, the crimson lotus flame shot up into the sky. The heat from the flames blew across the entire area. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of red flame covered the entire area. It's like a red lotus hell or a volcano erupting. It's a terrifying sight to behold. The red lotus flames rushed into the sky and dispersed the surrounding white fog. Under the heat of the flames, the fog was torn apart and slowly dispersed to the surroundings and the sky. The originally shrouded trees gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Their vision slowly became clear. In the end, the fog completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The magic beast that had been hiding in the fog, releasing water balls, water javelins, and tentacles to attack everyone, appeared in everyone's sight as the fog dispersed. However, when everyone saw its true appearance, their faces changed. It's a huge octopus. Its body is 5 meters long and it's black in color. 7 of its tentacles are hanging on the trees around it. It's hanging in the air, and it's blocking half of the sky. One of the tentacles that was dismembered is covered in blood and mucus. It's a menacing sight. Blackwater octopus. Level 71. The black body swayed in the air, 7 complete tentacles and 1 broken black tentacle. A portion of the tentacles were wrapped around the tree trunk, supporting the blackwater octopus's huge body, while the rest danced around its body, creating whistling sounds. Even if they were only looking at it, everyone knew that being hit by a tentacle like this was no different than being hit by a mountain. A rank 8 demonic beast. Looking at the black water octopus that was hanging in the air, everyone's eyes flickered. On one side of their face, a drop of sweat flowed from their temple and dripped down. Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi wanted to attack, but they hesitated when they recalled Wu Yan's words. If they make the right decision, then the best way to deal with the blackwater octopus is to attack together and kill it quickly to prevent other demonic beasts from taking advantage of the situation. They'll then leave this place and continue on their way to complete the mission. Even though their opponent this time around was a rank 8 magical beast, it was easy for the people present to intervene. This large blackwater octopus definitely did not possess the same speed as the green thorny cat from before. Instead, it was more like a live target. If that was the case, it would be possible for them to surround and attack it. With Fei, Bingling, and Bishi around, they should be able to deal with the fast magic and tentacles for now. As for the other members of the expedition team, they only need to attack the tentacles. This way, the black water octopus will be much easier to deal with. Unfortunately, Wu Yan doesn't seem to appreciate their help. Wu Yan didn't look back as if he saw through Fei and the others' thoughts. He raised his Nyang Temple Shana. Don't worry. He twisted his hand around the hilt, and the flames on Nyang Temple Shana expanded by a few times. It won't take long. The trees around them suddenly burst into flames, dyeing the entire place red. The ground beneath their feet also burst into flames. In an instant, the area around them turned into a sea of fire. The flames of the red lotus burned slowly, as if it had a life of its own. It bypassed everyone present, except for the ground where everyone was standing. The flames had already filled the entire space, including the trees that the dark water octopus tentacles were wrapped around. Fei, Bingling, and Bishi were shocked when they saw the sea of fire. Sylph frowned and Bingling cried out. A gold armament. No. That's impossible. The ice spirit immediately denied her own theory after losing her voice. The last time you fought with me, your armament was still a rare armament. How did it suddenly become a gold armament? But this power. Bishi looked at Nyang Temple Shana. This power is definitely not something that a rare armament can achieve. Furthermore, the aura that the armament is emitting is indeed that of a gold armament. How can this be? Bingling still couldn't believe it. Is it possible that the armament can evolve? Bingling guessed it right. Everyone from Spalier World Academy knows that Wu Yan has an armament that can use fire. It's Nyang Temple Shana. When Fei and the others saw the red lotus flames, they knew it was Nyang Temple Shana's ability. However, They didn't expect Nyang Temple Shana to evolve into a gold armament in such a short time. Even if they didn't want to believe it, the truth is right in front of them. Be it the power or the aura emanating from Nyang Temple Shana, it's a gold armament. Maybe, Sylph spoke for the first time. He's much stronger than we thought. Hearing this, Fei Fei and the other two looked at the figure bathed in the sea of fire, and became silent. The blackwater octopus on the tree let out a hissing sound. It twisted its body uneasily. It's a water-type demonic beast that can use water magic. It's a demonic beast that lives in water. Now that it's on land, water is its origin. As a water-type magical beast, the red lotus fire around it naturally made it uncomfortable for a while. In addition, the red lotus fire of Niao Dian Shana was not a normal fire. Not only could the water not suppress it, it could even suppress it. That was why the blackwater octopus felt extremely uncomfortable. A few tentacles whizzed towards the surrounding trees. The trees that were burning with red lotus flames were sent flying. After clearing out a fire-free area, the blackwater octopus calmed down a little. Wu Yan's eyes flashed and he waved Niatono no Shana. The red lotus flames on the ground, and trees not far away floated up into the air, and flew towards the blackwater stamp. The tentacles of the blackwater octopus paused for a moment, then began to dance crazily, forming a windmill around the octopus to protect its body. The red lotus flame sprinkled on the windmill, but was blown away by the wind created by the dancing tentacles, falling to the ground nearby. Wu Yan frowned. He didn't expect the octopus to use such a method to deal with the red lotus flames. It's obvious that the octopus has a certain level of intelligence. Generally speaking, if one were to disregard other factors and only consider pure strength, when two parties of the same level, one was a human and the other was a magical beast, although their strength was the same, the winner would definitely be the human. This was because humans knew how to use their brains to think, and use various fighting methods to maximize the outcome of the battle. On the other hand, magical beasts were not very intelligent, and their attacks were straightforward. Therefore, even if their strength was the same, humans would be able to suppress magical beasts in battle. Against demonic beasts, as long as the disparity in strength isn't too great, it shouldn't be too difficult for humans to emerge victorious. However, the higher the rank of a demonic beast, the more intelligent it will be. Once a demonic beast advances, its combat ability will also increase very quickly. Just as the Thunder Emperor said, demigod beast kings have the same level of intelligence as humans. That's why they're such a threat to humans. The blackwater octopus in front of him already possessed a certain level of thinking ability. It knew how to fight in order to display its strength. From this, it could be seen that the intelligence of a Class 8 magical beast was gradually breaking away from the range of a normal wild beast. If a Rank 8 demonic beast is already like this, then what about a Rank 9 demonic beast? It shouldn't be too far from a human. Of course, if it's only at this level, it won't be a problem for Wu Yan. When he was at the peak of Rank 7, Wu Yan was already at Rank 8. His strength can't be compared to the past. He pointed Nyang Temple Shana at the ground, and the red lotus flames surged. Looks like it's going to be a little troublesome. Chapter 551. The red lotus flames rising from the opposite side caused the black water octopus's twisted body to squirm uneasily. It let out threatening cries, as if it was trying to calm the uncomfortable feeling. The 8 tentacles, along with the broken one, vibrated together. As they danced and swung, the terrifying power contained within caused the flames on the ground to distort. In response, Wu Yan held the blade with one hand. The blade trembled slightly as flames burst out from the blade. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was completely shrouded in hot air. In the sky, the red lotus flames gently drifted down, depicting the scene of a rain of fire. Suddenly, the wind howled. The falling flames paused for a moment, then began to swirl. Entangling with the howling wind, they gradually condensed into a whirlpool and then spread out. A long while later, a red flaming tornado covered in dense flames appeared in front of Wu Yan. The blackwater octopus seemed to feel threatened. It let out a low cry, looking like it was trying to bluff. This caused Wu Yan's lips to curl into a cold arc. With a wave of the Eneidian Shana in his hand, the huge flaming tornado howled towards the blackwater octopus with a sharp wind-breaking sound and a slow burning sound. The blackwater octopus let out a loud cry when it saw the flaming tornado. Its huge body swayed, and a large amount of black liquid suddenly gushed out from its body. The black liquid continuously flowed out and condensed into an equally large blackwater snake above its huge head. A tentacle suddenly stretched out and swung on top of the blackwater snake. The blackwater snake, which was completely condensed from the strange unknown black liquid, shot out. It was mixed with a force like rotten wood and faced the red flaming storm. Bang! One red, one black, one storm and one water snake collided. They were in a deadlock for a moment before exploding with a loud bang. The violent explosion caused a piercing pain in the ears of the people who were on guard not far away. It was extremely uncomfortable. At the moment of the explosion, a circle of strong wind rippled out from the explosion site, causing the surrounding trees to collapse one after another. They fell into the burning red lotus flames on the ground, causing the scope of the sea of fire to expand by a few degrees. The blackwater octopus's huge body shrunk, its sticky body strangely contracting. A layer of faint black liquid seeped out from under its body and quickly enveloped the blackwater octopus's huge body. Wu Yan's figure suddenly appeared beside the blackwater octopus. The Eneidian Shana, covered in the red lotus flame, streaked across the air like a heavy hammer and ruthlessly smashed into the blackwater octopus's body. Bang! The Eneidian Shana heavily smashed into the blackwater octopus's body. However, Wu Yan's face did not have the slightest bit of joy. This was because the blackwater octopus's body was extremely slippery. When the Eneidian Shana smashed into the blackwater octopus's body, it actually flew off the surface of the black liquid film and deviated from its path. Looking at the unharmed dirty body, Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Eneidian Shana. The red lotus flames on the blade rose, and the temperature on the blade instantly caused the unharmed body to be scorched. Hiss! The intense pain from the body caused the blackwater octopus's huge body to curl up. The huge tentacle suddenly swung back and viciously swung towards Wu Yan. The huge force mixed with the wind caused Wu Yan to move and quickly dodge. The tip of his foot stepped on the ground. Immediately, cracks rapidly spread from the tip of Wu Yan's foot all the way to the ground. The ground became shaky. Wu Yan used the force to jump up and like a bullet, he shot towards the blackwater octopus. His figure flashed across the air. The Eneidian Shana brought along a sonic boom and hot air as it flew towards the blackwater octopus. At this moment, those tentacles actually let out a shrill sound in unison. The sound was incomparably sharp. The tips of the 7 intact tentacles split open, and then water javelins shot out one after another from inside. Glancing at the incoming water javelins from the corner of his eye, Wu Yan tightly held the Eneidian Shana in his hand and raised a curtain of fire. It was like a circle of blooming red lotus as it spread out. Ding ding ding. Wherever the curtain of fire passed, sparks flew everywhere. The water javelins that shot over were instantly vaporized into nothingness. Not a single one landed. The figure passed through the curtain of fire and shot towards the blackwater octopus. The crowd only heard a muffled sound, followed by the blackwater octopus's painful cry. Then they saw a huge tentacle fall from the blackwater octopus's body, heavily smashing onto the ground. After struggling for a while, it completely stopped moving. Wu Yan's body fell from the sky. The Eneidian Shana in his hand slanted. Dark red blood flowed down the blade and gradually dripped down. Then it was vaporized by the red lotus flames. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. The blackwater octopus's body was slightly twisted. It was like a wild wolf licking its wounds, causing its huge body to have a wild aura. The tentacle closest to Wu Yan shuddered, and like an arrow released from a bow, it danced in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It tore through the air with a sharp sound. It lashed down with great force. Thick viscous liquid intertwined and splattered all over the place. It's extremely disgusting. The nauseating smell rushed into Wu Yan's nose, causing Wu Yan to frown. In his heart, his desire to deal with this blackwater octopus became even stronger. He made up his mind and slightly closed his eyes before fiercely opening them. The huge tentacle smashed down, but it smashed into flames. The red lotus flames burned from the bottom of the tentacle. The momentum was like an explosion, and the tentacle was charred black. Hiss! The black water octopus let out a sorrowful cry. 3 of its tentacles were destroyed in a row. Even with its tenacious vitality, it still suffered quite a bit of damage. However, it didn't know that the real damage was yet to come. A strange vibrating sound reverberated in the air. The strange vibrating sound caused the burning red lotus flame to pause for a moment. That was the sound of the Gate of Babylon being activated. A large amount of red spatial ripples spread out around the blackwater octopus. It was like a battery of cannons, surrounding the blackwater octopus. In the middle of the red spatial ripples, the blackwater octopus instinctively felt a sense of danger. It let out a roar and frantically waved its remaining 5 tentacles around, attempting to shatter the red spatial ripples that gave it a sense of danger. Unfortunately, the Gate of Babylon was intangible and couldn't be attacked at all. In the next moment, 7 chains made of iron sand shot out from Kaibao of the king. Even though they were made of iron sand, there was still the sound of the chains. It sounded like a bell, and by the time the sound reached everyone's ears, the iron sand chains had already wrapped around the blackwater octopus body. 5 iron sand chains wrapped around the blackwater octopus 5 tentacles and tightly bound them. The remaining 2 iron sand chains wrapped around the blackwater octopus body, binding it tightly. Under the effect of the iron sand chains, the blackwater octopus was instantly trapped. Its slippery body couldn't help it break free of the iron sand chains. Its huge body struggled, dragging the iron sand chains with clanking sounds. It's time to end this. Wu Yan grinned. He waved his hand and the iron sand sword shot out from the crimson space ripples. It circled around the blackwater octopus's head before it slashed down on its head. The iron sand swords cut through the remaining 5 tentacles of the darkwater octopus. The 5 tentacles left the octopus body and hung on the iron sand chains. Before the octopus could make a sound, countless iron sand swords descended on its body. They streaked across the octopus body at an extremely fast speed. After maintaining this state for a long time, they finally stopped. Chapter 552. 5 tentacles that were nearly 10 meters long were tied up by iron sand chains, hanging in the air. There were 2 more on the ground, and there was another tentacle dismembered not far away. Such a scene could probably scare a timid person to death. Wu Yan didn't like the sight of flesh and blood around him. He waved Nyatan Shana, and the red lotus flames rained down on the ground like water. The flames landed on the ground and with a muffled explosion, the flesh was incinerated into nothingness. Even the blood on the ground was charred black. The gory scene looked like the aftermath of a fire that burned through the area. The red lotus flame slowly calmed down. Even the flame on the red lotus flame was extinguished, revealing the silver blade. It returned to the Gate of Babylon with the iron sand sword and iron sand chains. When the crimson spatial ripples calmed down, the scene also calmed down. Only the charred ground and the fallen trees were left as a reminder of the battle. On the other side, looking at the figure standing in the middle of the scorched earth, the members of the elite exploration team collectively looked at each other, as if they had not yet recovered from the series of changes. Only a faint murmur, with a strong sense of uncertainty, rang out in the middle of the crowd. A rank 8 magical beast died just like that? For these elite exploration team members who haven't even reached the peak of the 7th rank, a rank 8 magical beast is an existence they need to look up to. After all, after the 7th rank is the 8th rank. As long as one is at the 7th rank, there is no one who doesn't want to reach the 8th rank. But now, such an existence that they had to look up to had died right in front of them. It was no wonder that their tone was filled with uncertainty. Era. Shokuho Misaki's eyes turned into crescents. She looked at Kinuhata Sai and said, "Looks like Yen-chan really cares about someone." In order to avenge her, she didn't even keep the rank 8 magical beast's body to exchange for points. Kinuhata Sai was stunned. She looked around for a while before pointing at her nose. When she saw Shokuho Misaki nod, she made a weird noise. Ha! Kinuhata Sai's small face slowly turned red as she called out in surprise. It's not like that." "Oh." Shokuho Misaki turned around with a smile. "Then what is it?" Yes. Kinuhata Sai paced around in a panic and stammered. Ken, it must be because that octopus is super disgusting. That's why that guy didn't leave its body behind. Yes, that's it, I'm super sure. Aya. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. It's rare to see such a cute side of you. What's with the tsundere? You're the tsundere. Kinuhata Sai shouted. Her voice attracted the attention of Chuju and the others. What's wrong? It's nothing. Shokuho Misaki was shocked when she saw Kinuhata Sai's shy expression. To be honest, she's never seen Kinuhata Sai like this before. But then again, she's pretty cute. Shokuho Misaki's eyes flashed with a sly glint as she giggled. She looked at Kinuhata Sai like she was looking at a toy. Kinuhata Sai, who is in a rare state of shyness, felt her hair stand on end. The teasing of Kinuhata Sai was still ongoing. Only girls with their own abilities could play around in the depths of the behemoth forest. Wu Yen returned to Fei Fei and the others, and showed them the magic crystals he got from the dark water octopus. Do you guys need it? Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. Even though a tier 8 magic crystal is precious, the person who owns it is someone they can't afford to offend. Who would want to steal from a tiger? Bingling looked at Wu Yen with a complicated expression. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice. Have you reached tier 8? Other than Fei Fei, who already knew about Bingling's question, everyone turned to look at Wu Yen. Sylph included. When he was at the peak of tier 7, Wu Yen was able to defeat Jaffer, one of the top 3 rankers of Silveria World Institute, and he took him down from his pedestal. In terms of intensity, the fight between Wu Yen and Jaffer wasn't as intense as the fight between Jaffer and Wu Yen. However, the black water octopus isn't any weaker than Jaffer. It was a magical beast that wasn't inferior to Jaffer in terms of strength. Even though its immature intelligence had lowered its combat prowess, Jaffer's combat prowess had been reduced to nothingness in less than 10 minutes. Who could have done that? Others might not be sure, but Sylph is certain she can't do it. During the Great Academy tournament, with the strength that Wu Yen displayed, he couldn't have done it. But now he did it. Even with the help of the gold armament, he couldn't have done it so easily. Thus, there is only one explanation. The person in front of him has leveled up. Wu Yen shrugged when he sensed everyone's questioning gaze. He didn't try to hide it. He nodded and gave the same excuse he gave earlier. After the battle with Jaffer, I gained some enlightenment and managed to break through. You really did break through. Bingling's expression showed a hint of bitterness and envy. He's envious because Wu Yen managed to break through to the 8th tier. He's bitter because he feels like he's getting further and further away from Wu Yen. Bingling was originally unwilling to accept his loss to Wu Yen during the Academy tournament. He wanted to challenge Wu Yen again in the future. He didn't even let go of this thought when he heard about Wu Yan's battle with Jaffer. Now Bingling has given up on this thought. The gap between them is huge. It's already good enough that Bingling wanted to challenge Wu Yen. However, when the gap is so huge that it's impossible to predict, it's either he's overconfident or he's overestimating himself. Bingling isn't one to overestimate himself. However, he's also not confident that he can surpass the barrier between the 7th and 8th tier. Naturally, the thought of challenging Wu Yen died down. You sure hid your strength well. Baishi smiled bitterly. I really don't know how you guys got together. Every single one of you is monstrous. If you're not strong, then your abilities are ever-changing. I really don't get it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Wu Yen smiled. Maybe one day, you'll somehow break through as well. Hearing this, Bishi shrugged. Well, if only that day would come. By the way, Yen. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yen. Wasn't your Enidian Shana a rare armament? When did it become a gold armament? Well, Wu Yen rolled his eyes and explained to Fei Fei. Actually, Enidian Shana has always been a gold armament. It's just that I didn't have the ability to unleash its full potential. That's why it's always been a rare armament. As you all know, Enidian Shana has a special ability. It's an armament that can control fire. It's a special armament with a lot of limitations. Everyone nodded in understanding. Wu Yen shook his head and chuckled. As expected, I'm pretty good at bullshitting. People will believe whatever I make up. Looks like there aren't many Shokuho Misaki in the Spalier world. Chapter 553. With a gold armament, Wu Yan's strength is on par with Sylph's in the eyes of the others. Normally, they would think that Wu Yan's strength is on par with Sylph's. Now that they're all in the same boat, the stronger Wu Yan is, the higher their chances of completing the mission, and the higher their chances of survival. Unfortunately, they only know the surface. Wu Yan does have 3 gold armaments and Wu Yan has reached tier 8. Even so, he's still stronger than Sylph. After all, Sylph doesn't have as many abilities as he does. In terms of equipment, Wu Yan has 3 gold armaments: Shana of the Enai Temple, Babylon of Kings, and Meteor Shower. He also has a storage full of rare armaments. In terms of abilities, he has the True Ancestor Bloodline, Electrocaster LVL5, Infinite Armaments, and his level 70 strength. Wu Yan would have no trouble defeating Sylph. On top of that, Wu Yan also has a heaven-defying bloodline ability. Including Crimson Jade, Wu Yan wouldn't lose to Flandrechan when Crimson Jade mode is in effect, let alone Sylph. After all, the strongest Crimson Jade mode came from Flandrechan. Wu Yan didn't hide the fact that he leveled up and Enai know Shana's level. However, he also didn't want to reveal everything about himself. He didn't want to reveal too much about himself. Still, it's enough. At least, the expedition team thinks that they have another trump card on their side. Yen, Fei muttered to herself. She looked at Wu Yan with a solemn expression. I might need you guys to take action next. Fei's tone was solemn and helpless. Fei doesn't want Wu Yan, Sylph, and the others to take action. If they do, there's a high chance that they won't be able to do anything. Fei doesn't like this situation, but she can't do anything about it. They've only been in the Behemoth Forest for a short time, and they've already encountered a tier 8 monster. Fei felt helpless just thinking about it. That's why she has no choice but to accept it. Fei understands that they won't be able to complete the mission with just her group. The key lies with Wu Yan, Sylph, Mikoto, and the others. Ever since they entered the Behemoth Forest, they rarely let Wu Yan, Sylph, and the others take action. Isn't this the reason they're waiting for? Although it's a little early for Fei, Bingling, and Bishi. Bingling and Bishi looked helpless when they heard Fei's words. However, they didn't say anything. As direct descendants of large clans, they knew that they had to look at the bigger picture. If they tried to be brave, they would only be courting death. Sylph didn't have any objections. If it wasn't for Fei and the others' request, she wouldn't have held back. Dealing with a monster that isn't even a tier 8 monster won't take much of her mana. As for Wu Yan, he gave it some thought and nodded helplessly. Unlike Sylph, Wu Yan didn't really want to take action. It would be best if they could solve the problem without him and the others taking action. Unfortunately, it seems like this idea isn't realistic at all. Of course, Wu Yan was helpless, but Chuju, Mikoto, and the others were excited. They're all competitive people. Ever since they entered the Behemoth Forest, other than Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, they've been doing nothing. Even Chuju didn't feel good about this feeling, let alone Mikoto, who loves to fight. Now that they don't have to do anything, they're more excited than anything else. Apart from Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku, the other girls are smiling happily. They once again set foot on the path to the center of the Behemoth Forest. This time their formation changed a little. Originally, because of Fei and the others' request, Wu Yan's group of 10 plus Sylph and Fei's group are now walking together. The 3 of them are at the front while Wu Yan's group is at the back. The other members of the expedition team are grouped together to take care of each other. After a short rest, the group changed their direction. They're no longer moving in a straight line. Instead, they're moving horizontally and horizontally. Although their speed didn't change, their efficiency is much lower than before. This is common knowledge when entering the Behemoth Forest. Every time you encounter a demonic beast, you have to change your direction, or you'll be discovered by demonic beasts. That's not going to be easy. This time Wu Yan's group didn't do nothing. Since Fei has compromised, they're not going to stay idle either. With Fei and the other 2 leading the way, they don't feel any pressure. Thus, Shokuho Misaki used her mind control ability to sense their surroundings. As long as a life form enters her effective range, she'll be able to sense their psyche waves. Ikaros also activated her detection system to monitor their surroundings. Wuyen, Mikoto, Chuju, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku also activated their system perception. Even though it can't detect anything, it's still capable of detecting things that can't be seen with the naked eye. But with this, the expedition team will become nothing more than a bunch of bystanders. Whenever something happens around them, Shokuho Misaki and Ikaros would be the first to notice it and notify everyone to be on alert. When demonic beasts appear, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others who were already eager to give it a try would swarm up and display their strength. They'll take care of the demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the demonic beasts that came to attack them were either controlled by Shokuho Misaki or knocked down by Mikoto's taser gun. Hinajuku, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda expressed their dissatisfaction with the two girls' kill-stealing behavior. However, their abilities and attack speed weren't as good as the two girls, so they could only express their dissatisfaction. This made the onlookers feel ashamed. They're hoping that the demonic beasts don't appear, so they can ensure their own safety. But looking at Chuju and the others, it's as if they want all the demonic beasts to attack. How can they not feel embarrassed? Even Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi are speechless. That's not the most speechless part. The most speechless part is that there's a rank 8 demonic beast among the demonic beasts. This rank 8 demonic beast isn't any weaker than the Blackwater octopus, but it's a lot more tragic than the Blackwater octopus. The moment it appeared, it didn't even have time to roar. Electric current, crystal sword, mental attack, cherry-colored missile, blue lightsaber, shockwave bombs, all of these things landed on its body without even saying a word. In an instant, the rank 8 demonic beast was drowned by the girls' attacks. Other than a magic crystal, nothing was left of it. This caused the expedition team members to sweat profusely. For the first time in their lives, they sympathized with the demonic beasts. Of course, this only works on demonic beasts that aren't too troublesome to deal with. If the demonic beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest are only at this level, it wouldn't be a forbidden area for humans. As more than 100 people continued to move forward, finally, when it was close to night, a truly troublesome situation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 554. Inside the giant beast forest, although the terrain was not very complicated, it was still quite winding. Walking in an environment full of trees, it was not much different from walking into a maze. Everywhere was the same type of trees. Some stood on the side of the road, some reached deep into the sky. Such a lively environment, but rippled with a gloomy deathly stillness. Under the deathly stillness, even the air seemed to have solidified, and such an environment brought about a bad situation for the group of more than 100 people. At this moment, Wu Yan's group and the members of the elite exploration team were all hiding behind the trees. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Their breathing had become extremely weak. The members of the elite exploration team were all holding their breaths. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. In front of them, there was an undulating terrain that resembled a hill. Trees that were slightly smaller than the surrounding trees stood on top of it. It looked like another growth space. Even the species of the trees were much worse. There were even some small streams that flowed down from the top and into the surroundings, showing the difference between this terrain and the surrounding area. Such a terrain was very rare in the behemoth forest, because it was very suitable for people to live in. There was a water source and there were some fruits on the trees. Even if one didn't bring any resources with them, one could still live here for 10 days to half a month or even longer. Logically speaking, when such a terrain appeared in front of them, they should be happy. With this terrain, they would have a place to stay for the night. But now, when they saw such a good terrain, it was as if they had entered a tiger's den. Their expressions were extremely serious and they all hid. There wasn't a trace of joy on their faces. Because in this terrain there was a group of natives. A group of natives that made everyone's expression change. Monkeys, to be more precise, apes. There weren't many of them, only less than 20 of them. Their bodies weren't as big as the other magical beasts in the behemoth forest. They were only a bit bigger than normal apes. Their fur was gray and their hands were a few centimeters longer than their bodies. They looked very funny. They stayed between the branches and leaves, laughing and playing with each other. Their flexible bodies were jumping up and down. They were no different from normal apes if one ignored the aura emitted from their bodies. Long-arm ape. Level 69. That's right, these less than 20 long-arm apes were all level 69, peak of the 7th rank. This was the reason why the elite exploration team's expression was so serious and nervous. After entering the depths of the behemoth forest, it's not that they haven't encountered peak of the 7th rank magical beasts, they've even encountered 8th rank magical beasts. Normally, the weakest magical beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest are peak of the 7th rank. This isn't something to be surprised about. But when these peak of the 7th rank gather in a group, it's a different story. Just this scene alone made the elite exploration team's hearts tighten. When they first saw this scene, they almost cried out in alarm. Wu Yan and Ko and Sylph are far from intimidating them. The real reason why Wu Yan and Ko chose to remain hidden is because of the golden hairs on the back of one of the 20 long-arm apes. Among the group of long-arm apes, there is one particular individual with golden fur standing at the top of a tree. Long-arm ape. Level 70, long-arm ape. Level 72, long-arm ape. Level 74, long-arm ape. Level 75, long-arm ape. Level 77, long-arm ape. Level 79, 6 gray-haired long-arm apes with golden fur on their backs are at the top of a few trees. Under the protection of the long-arm apes, they're fiddling with the branches in boredom. They're lying on top of the trees and munching on fruits. From time to time, they'll squeak at the long-arm apes as if they're scolding them. They're like the elders of the long-arm apes. They're guarding the long-arm apes. 6 rank 8 long-arm apes and 12 peak rank 7 long-arm apes have formed a small group. It's obvious that they're a group and this terrain is their habitat. Everyone had no choice but to treat such a scene seriously. Shokuho Misaki is lying beside Wu Yan. They're hiding behind a tree. Her starry eyes are observing the long-arm apes. After a while, she spoke. It seems like the long-arm apes don't have strong senses. We've been hiding here for quite some time, and we haven't been discovered. It's no wonder the rank 8 long-arm apes are guarding the long-arm apes like this. They're trying to prevent an ambush. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They all trusted Shokuho Misaki's analysis. Along the way, they've seen her sharp mind with their own eyes. Thus, no one doubted her. Speaking of which, apes were not as good as other beasts in this respect. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards had a keen sense of smell. Beasts such as bears could more or less smell some scents. Only apes, whether it was smell or vision, were not very outstanding. Therefore, in terms of perception, it was normal that they were not so outstanding. Of course, in contrast, they also had flexible skills. One was strong and the other was weak. 6 rank 8 long-arm apes and 12 peak rank 7 long-arm apes. Feifei's eyes glimmered. This kind of fighting strength is not just a little bit strong. It's better for us to leave this place before they discover us. Yeah, that's true. Shokuho Misaki's expression turned serious. Otherwise, if we are discovered later, I'm afraid that all of us will be buried here. Who knows? Everyone who was about to retreat froze when they heard that. Everyone including Wu Yan, Chuju, Sylph, and Feifei looked at Shokuho Misaki in shock. We'll all die here? Mikoto scrunched up her nose. That's impossible. Even though the monkeys aren't weak, with 6 8th tier and 12 peak 7th tier, our side isn't that bad either. Including you and Hinajiku, we only have 5 peak 7th tier, but the 7th tier is more than 100. As for the 8th tier, we have quite a few on our side as well. How can it be that we're all going to die here? Haha. Shokuho Misaki shook her head. She looked around and sighed. If it's just these demonic beasts, it's not like we can't handle them. But haven't you noticed? Shokuho Misaki pointed at the area where the long-arm apes lived. Look, those apes are very familiar with the terrain. They have a clear division of labor, and they have plenty of food and water. They must have been living there for quite some time. What does this mean? Shokuho Misaki turned around and looked at the long-arm apes and long-arm backs apes who were still playing around. She said slowly. That means that's their territory. If I'm not mistaken, there is only one type of demonic beast that has the ability to own a territory in the depths of the behemoth forest. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The only type of demonic beast that has the ability to own a territory in the depths of the behemoth forest is a rank 9 long-arm ape. In other words, within that group of seemingly ordinary monkeys, there was definitely a 9th-level magical beast that was in charge of leading them to occupy this piece of land. At the same time, it also meant that they had entered the territory of a 9th-level magical beast. There might be a rank 9 long-arm ape around them. When this thought arose in the minds of the elite expedition team, they all gulped in unison. Wu Yan's expression turned grim. He made a decision. We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat. No one objected to Wu Yan's decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a cry came from above everyone's head. Hearing this sound, everyone's body trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 555. Everyone raised their heads in an instant and looked towards the source of the sound, which was not far above their heads. There, a gray ape was standing on a tree branch, waving its 2 long arms at the people below. It emitted a series of cries from its mouth, the sound reverberating through the incomparably silent space. It's the long-arm ape. When the long-arm ape's cries were heard, a series of cries came from the opposite direction in response to the long-arm ape's cries. Along with the cries came the sound of wind flying through the air, approaching the group. We've been discovered. Wu Yan's face sank. His wine-red eyes stared at the long-arm ape that was still crying out loudly. With a wave of his hand, a lightning spear shot towards the long-arm ape at an extremely fast speed. The long-arm ape's cries came to an abrupt end. Just as the lightning spear was about to hit the long-arm ape, a golden afterimage broke through the air and appeared in front of the long-arm ape before the lightning spear could hit the long-arm ape. With a bang, the afterimage and the lightning spear collided. The lightning spear was immediately scattered and the afterimage was sent flying. It nimbly turned in a circle in the air and stood on a tree branch, facing the group below. The afterimage was the long-arm ape. Moreover, it was the strongest and highest level long-arm ape. The level 79 long-arm ape. Woo! The long-arm ape opened its arms wide and let out a cry at the group of people below. Its voice was like that of a bird or a wolf, and it sounded very ear-piercing. Its pair of fierce eyes stared straight at the group of people, and a fierce aura rose from its small body, enveloping everyone below. The elite exploration team's bodies slightly sank, then struggled to stand back up. Seeing how they were clenching their teeth, it was clear that the aura of the long-arm ape had a huge effect on them. That was only natural. This long-arm back ape was level 79, which meant it was at the peak of rank 8. On the other hand, none of the members of the expedition team had reached the peak of rank 7. They were more than a rank lower than the long-arm back ape. It was already very good that they hadn't collapsed to the ground under the pressure of this aura. Everyone, be on guard. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Baishi immediately ordered. Their eyes were fixed on the long-armed ape. The aura that came from its body made their palms sweat. Their hearts sank. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The cry just now had undoubtedly summoned all the companions of the long-arm apes. Fei Fei and the rest could clearly feel that not far away, there were many figures with obvious mana fluctuations flying towards them. Their speed was only slightly slower than the long-arm apes. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Baishi turned around and shouted at everyone. Their voices were raised by quite a bit. It seems like even they are getting anxious. There's no way for them not to be anxious. Shokuho Misaki just explained the situation to everyone. The words rank 9 demonic beast is like a heavy mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Fei Fei and the rest knew that if they don't retreat now, they would be dead for sure. Wu Yan also carried Flandre-chan and led the rest of the girls to protect the expedition team. He wasn't worried about anything happening to them. After all, Flandre-chan is also a rank 9 demonic beast. Even he himself could gain the strength of a rank 9 demonic beast in a short period of time. If he and Flandre-chan work together, as long as the opponent isn't a rank 9 demonic beast that's above rank 85, they won't be afraid of losing. Besides, even if they can't win, they can still run away. With the help of the system items, he now had more than enough item points. If he wanted to escape, it would only be a matter of minutes. With such a trump card, Wu Yan won't be scared by the words rank 9 demonic beast. Of course, he doesn't want to fight a rank 9 demonic beast to the death. That's why he's in favor of retreating. More than 100 people gathered together and covered each other as they retreated. At this time, a group of black shadows flew over from the front and gathered together with the long-arm ape and the long-arm back ape that discovered everyone. They scattered on the surrounding branches and cried out one after another, including in the direction where everyone was retreating. This caused everyone who was preparing to retreat to stop in their tracks. Protect! Fei Fei shouted. Night Elf had already been unsheathed and was in her hands. Bing Ling and Bishi had also unsheathed their armaments. At this moment, if they were to slow down even the slightest bit, they would all die. The members of the elite expedition team moved. A second later, they formed a circular formation. Everyone stood in a circle and faced outwards. They raised their armaments up high in defense. Looking at the surroundings, the less than 20 monkeys that were still frolicking over there had all arrived. One by one, the gray figures leaped between the trees. Their movements were extremely nimble. They either jumped or hung upside down on the trees in all directions, barking at everyone. It was as if they would pounce at the next moment, causing everyone to not dare to act rashly. Feeling the aura of the long-arm apes and the long-arm apes locked onto them, everyone's heart started to beat faster. Their eyes were filled with panic. Wu Yan glanced at the apes hanging on the trees. When he saw the faces of all the apes, he sighed in relief. Everyone who heard his sigh of relief was confused. The current situation is extremely bad. Why is he sighing in relief? Seeing everyone's confused look, Wu Yan explained. There are only long-arm apes and long-arm apes here. There's no class 9 demonic beast that took over the territory. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Their nervous faces relaxed a little. At the very least, under such circumstances, this could be considered good news among bad news. Shoko Misaki closed her eyes and used her ability to sense the surroundings. After confirming that there's no other psychic fluctuation, she nodded and said, "There are no other demonic beasts around. The class 9 demonic beast doesn't seem to be in the territory." Hearing Shoko Misaki's words, Fei Fei and the others who were planning to fight to the death suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Everyone, fight with all your might. Fei Fei's body emitted a dense dochi ripple, wrapping around her perfect body. While the class 9 demonic beast isn't here, kill these demonic beasts as fast as you can and leave this place. Yes. A resounding response echoed in everyone's ears. At the same time, combat aura and mana fluctuations surged out from the members of the elite expedition team. At this moment, everyone's strength was on full display. Then, Wu Yan looked at the 6 long-arm apes. Our opponents are them, right? Like Wu Yan, Chuju Mikoto, Shoko Misaki, Ikaros, Astria, Flandrachan, Kinuhadasai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Sylph were also looking at the long-arm apes. They all knew that if no one dealt with these long-arm apes, the entire expedition team would probably be wiped out. An icy blue aura erupted from Sylph's body. It carried a majestic mana and swept towards the surroundings. A golden staff appeared in her hand. It was the gold armament Sylph won from the auction. Sylph leaped into the air and charged towards a long-arm ape. The long-arm ape let out an angry roar and leaped down from the tree towards Sylph. In the next moment, the two figures collided with each other. Maybe it's because of Sylph's choice. The long-arm ape she charged towards is the same level as her. They're both level 72. Wu Yan smiled when he saw this. His wine-red eyes flashed with a thick golden light. His blood-red aura soared to the sky. Finally, I can have fun. Chapter 556. 5 long-arm apes, huh? Mikoto licked her lips in excitement. She looked at one of the long-arm apes. Leave that level 75 long-arm ape to me. Its level is the same as mine. Mikoto didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply. She fired a taser gun at the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape squealed and jumped away. It landed on the ground and charged at Mikoto. What greeted it was an even more powerful taser gun. Same level. Astria nodded thoughtfully. Her crimson eyes flashed with the unique glow of system perception. She scanned the long-arm apes above her and paused. Then I will be the level 77 long-arm ape. Astria's clothes faded away in a second, and a blue light armor covered her body. A pair of pure white wings unfurled and white feathers fluttered down. Astria flew towards the level 77 long-arm ape with a wave of her wings. Ikaros seemed to have understood what everyone was saying. She turned her gaze towards the strongest long-arm ape, the level 79 one. Her indigo pupils spun, and an illusory frame appeared. The color of the frame turned crimson. Clearly, Ikaros had chosen this one as her opponent. Sky Queen mode. On. A burst of light flashed from Ikaros' body. Not long after, the light dimmed and Ikaros in her white light armor was exposed to the air. The blue wings of light fluttered gently like a pair of hands, bringing up a cool breeze. Under the influence of the cool breeze, Ikaros disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the air above her target. Target locked. Beginning elimination. The next moment, countless cherry-colored missiles rained down from the sky towards the long-arm ape. In response, the long-arm ape pounded its chest with both hands and roared. Instead of retreating, it charged towards Ikaros. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw the three girls picking a long-arm ape each. He shook his head and laughed. The three strongest long-arm apes were picked by the three of them. Not to mention, they are all of the same level. Is this a coincidence or a mockery? There is one level 70 and one level 74 long-arm ape left. Do I have to pick the same level long-arm ape? Isn't that the weakest long-arm ape? Wu Yan's lips twitched. He looked at the level 70 and 74 long-arm apes and placed Flandre-chan on the ground. Flandre-chan, stay with the big sisters. I'll be back soon. Huh? Flandre-chan pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She picked up an oil bottle and twisted her body in dissatisfaction. But Flandre-chan wants to play too. Wu Yan's expression became conflicted when he heard the word play. Flandre-chan, you don't have to play for now. Why? Why? Because. Wu Yan chuckled. There might be something more fun to play with Flandre-chan later. Something more fun? Flandre-chan's eyes lit up and she nodded. Looks like she's looking forward to that something more fun. Hold on. Shokuha Misaki suddenly spoke. You don't want Flandre-chan to fight? Are you going to fight two tier 8 long-arm apes at once? Is there a problem? Wu Yan nodded as if it's a given. It's just two class 8 magical beasts. If they were level 75 or above, I might be a little worried. Unfortunately, these two long-arm apes are only level 70 and level 74. Level 70. Shokuha Misaki looked at the level 70 long-arm ape, then turned to look at Hinajiku, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Their eyes met, and they all smiled at the same time. Yen. With white cherry in hand, Hinajika stepped in front of Wu Yan who was about to step forward. Amidst Wu Yan's stunned expression she smiled. Leave the level 70 long-arm ape to us. You guys? Wu Yan flinched with a surprised expression. That's a tier 8 long-arm ape. Even if it's only level 70, it's not something a tier 7 long-arm ape can handle. Shokuha Misaki ran her fingers through her hair and said casually. I remember when you fought with Jaffer, you were only tier 7. I'm different. I've combined the true ancestors bloodline, infinite martial arts, Electromaster LV5, Gate of Babylon, Nether Temple Shana, and almost all of my abilities and equipment to be able to achieve that. That's why I said we. Chuju interrupted Wu Yan. We may not have as strong abilities and equipment as you, but there are still 5 of us. Against a tier 8 long-arm ape, we should have a chance, right? Wu Yan fell silent after hearing Chuju's words. He looked at the level 70 long-arm ape. Wu Yan hesitated. Are you sure? Is it really okay? Aya, can you stop being so wishy-washy? Kinuhata Sai jumped in. Even if we can't beat it, we won't be killed. If we can't, we can just run away. That should be fine, right? Let's give it a try. Frenda also tried to persuade him. If we can't, with our abilities, the 5 of us should be able to protect ourselves. We'll be fine. Frenda wanted to say that with life fusion, even if they die, they can be revived with a summoning point. But Frenda knew that Wu Yan didn't like the idea of using life fusion as an excuse to do things that would endanger him. Even if they could be revived, he wouldn't allow it. That's why Frenda changed her mind. Even the most cowardly Frenda said so. Wu Yan had no choice but to nod and agree to her request. Then be careful. If you can't handle it, remember to use the items I gave you. Don't worry. Takitsubu Riku said softly. Even though her voice was soft, her tone was firm. Everyone could feel her determination. Before entering the behemoth forest, Wu Yan exchanged for items from the system list that could be used in times of crisis. For example, a return scroll for escaping, a resplendent breath for survival, etc. He divided them into 9 portions and gave them to each of the 9 girls. With these, the girls can guarantee their own safety. After all, if they really can't handle it, they can use the return scroll to return to the camp outside the behemoth forest. This is why Wu Yan brought the girls into the behemoth forest without worry. That night, Wu Yan even thought of looking for something like a satellite or a moving camera from the system list. He wanted to use these items to investigate the situation in the behemoth forest. It would be best if he could find clues about the behemoth forest and the behemoth king. Alas, he failed in the end. First of all, large items like a satellite have a lot of restrictions. In this spalier world where do-ki and mana are abundant, it's impossible to use it successfully. Second, items that can be used physically can't pass through the behemoth forest's natural insurance. It's either the detection range is insufficient or it's blocked by various behemoth. This is why Wu Yan had to come out personally to protect them. Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku stood in a line below the level 70 long-arm ape. Chuju looked at the long-arm ape that was baring its fangs at her. Chuju raised White Cherry. Hey, Shokuho, your ability hasn't reached the point where you can control a tier 8 behemoth, right? Are you sure you can come with us? Yes. If you want to control it, a tier 8 behemoth is a bit too much. Shokuho Misaki tilted her head and smiled. But if you want to influence it, it shouldn't be a problem. With Takitsubu's help. That's good. Perhaps it was dissatisfied with the 5 girls boasting in front of it. The long-arm ape swung its 2 long arms and dashed towards Hinajuku and the other girls. Chapter 557. The situation was much more dangerous than they imagined. Although the members of the expedition team were quite strong, their defense was still breached by the 12 long-arm apes in a hurry. Although the peak grade 7 long-arm apes were not as strong as Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, they weren't too far off. Even if the members of the expedition team were to fight against 2 long-arm apes, they would still be defeated in an instant, let alone 1 against 3. In the end, it took 7 or 8 people to deal with a single long-arm ape before they managed to gain the upper hand. A peak of rank 7 magical beast was equivalent to the top 20 magical beasts in the Spalier World Academy. Even though it wasn't as strong as the top 10 magical beasts, it wasn't too far off. After a while, everyone was held back. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to win in a short period of time. Seeing the elite expedition team members being held back by the long-arm apes, Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi were very anxious. They didn't forget that these long-arm apes were under the protection of a rank 9 magical beast. If they didn't end the battle quickly, they would all be finished when the rank 9 magical beast appeared. Bingling. Fei Fei's face was dark as water. She hurriedly walked up from the back of the team. Use your ice dochi to restrict the speed of those long-arm apes. Okay. With Fei Fei's reminder, Bingling finally woke up from his daze. He quickly raised the daggers in his hands. Instantly, a wave of icy blue dochi that contained a chill surged out from Bingling's body. The dochi lingered around his body. The icy blue dochi turned into cold currents that left his body and floated into the air, forming numerous blue flowing lights. A special oppressive feeling was emitted from these flowing lights and enveloped the area below. Under the sudden pressure, the nimble long-handed apes that were jumping around and toying with the members of the expedition team suddenly staggered and slowed down. Some of them even had a few wounds on their bodies because they were caught off guard. When Bingling had used this move to deal with Wu Yan back at the academy, she had used quite a bit of time to accumulate energy. But this time, Bingling had only used a few breaths of time to use the special skill of Ice Do-Chi. From this, it could be seen that Bingling's control of her own Ice Do-Chi had obviously improved. Under the effect of the Ice Do-Chi, The long-handed apes were all restricted and slowed down. In the eyes of the elite exploration team, this was a very good opportunity to strike. They all ignited their do-chi, grabbed their armaments, and rushed forward while shouting, beating the longhand apes until they were forced to retreat. The situation was completely reversed. Woo, 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 woo. The long-arm apes that were fighting against the elite expedition team were suppressed by this pressure. Their movements became sluggish, and they fell into a very passive situation. Seizing this opportunity, Bishi rushed into the group of monkeys with his knight's sword in hand. He injured several long-arm apes in a row, and many of them cried out in pain. Bingling didn't stop using her ice do-chi. She pushed her own do-chi to control the flowing light in the sky above the arena. She stood at the back of everyone. It wasn't that he didn't want to participate in the battle, but if he didn't control it carefully, his ice do-chi would not be able to recognize people. When that time comes, not only the long-handed apes would be restricted, but everyone. Bingling had to control his own ice do-chi to avoid his companions who were fighting. This was a skill that required skill. After all, they were constantly moving around, so Bingling had to constantly control his ice do-chi. Luckily, although it was a little strenuous and Bingling couldn't participate in the battle, the effect was very good. Of course, Bingling couldn't participate in the battle, but that didn't mean that Feifei couldn't participate in the battle. Whoosh! A bright silver sword suddenly slashed through the group of monkeys. It was extremely fast. Under the guidance of a slender shadow, the sword slashed towards the long-handed apes. The long-handed apes were hit by the sword and they retreated as if they were hit by something. They cried out in pain and there were traces of blood. Feifei rushed towards the retreating monkeys like a wolf in a flock of sheep. She didn't care about her own defense at all. The night elf's do-chi quickly grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, the night elf's do-chi had increased to the point where the night elf's do-chi covered the entire blade. Feifei swung her do-chi and a thick do-chi light turned into do-chi. It was as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder. It suddenly hit a few of the long-handed apes. Several of them looked like they were hit by a giant mountain. Blood splattered everywhere and they were sent flying. Nice! Seeing how Feifei took care of several long-handed apes in a blink of an eye, Bishi couldn't help but shout out loud. He didn't want to admit defeat, so he chased after Feifei and slashed at the long-handed apes with his knight's sword. While the two of them were attacking the long-handed apes with all their might, the other members of the expedition party also rushed towards the group of monkeys at full speed. They didn't hesitate to add insult to injury. Not long after that, a few of the long-arm apes that Feifei, Bishi, and the other members of the expedition team had taken care of were finally unable to hold on any longer. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their gray fur was dyed red. Their attacks had also begun to fade, and they began to defend themselves. It was obvious that they were no longer able to fight. Seeing this, Feifei and Bishi's eyes lit up. They both appeared beside the long-handed apes at the same time. Then, they swung their long swords and night swords at the same time. Their do-chi and battle techniques were used to attack the long-handed apes while they cried out in pain. Bang! When the shockwaves from the battle techniques spread out, the long-handed apes that were attacked by Feifei and Bishi flew out from the dust cloud and fell to the ground not far away. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. At this point in the battle, casualties started to appear. The death of their companion caused the remaining long-handed apes to face the sky and let out a long howl. Their voices were filled with grief, as well as a monstrous fury and killing intent. The ferocious chi on their bodies spread out, causing the flowing light that was created from ice do-chi that was restricting their speed to begin to sway, appearing as though it was about to disappear. Bingling's expression involuntarily changed. He sensed that his ice do-chi was actually showing signs of dissipating. Bingling hurriedly urged his do-chi once again, increasing the output of his ice do-chi and stabilizing his ice do-chi. However, repeatedly urging his do-chi had already caused Bingling's do-chi to be a little depleted. The do-chi on his body was slightly dim. A green vein protruded from Bingling's forehead. Bingling! Bishi turned around and shouted at Bingling, who was barely holding on. Quick! Use a potion to recover your do-chi. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it. Bingling gritted his teeth when he heard Bishi's words. He knows that this is not the time to be stingy. He immediately took out a bottle of potion from his space storage item and swallowed it. In the next moment, the slightly dimmed qi on Bingling's body surged once again. Under Bingling's control, the flowing light that surged into the air trembled, and an even stronger pressure acted on the bodies of the long-handed apes. It pulled back the long-handed apes who were originally about to break free, causing them to be extremely angry. Bishi furrowed his brows and cautiously said to Feifei, "Tell everyone to be careful. These long-handed apes haven't used magic even once. If they suddenly attack, we might have casualties on our side." "No." Feifei looked coldly at the long-arms apes who were pounding their chests out of anger. She then looked around at the elite expedition team that was charging forward and said, "They can't be hiding their strength. Their companions are all dead, but the long-arms apes still haven't used their magic. I don't think magical beasts have the heart to do that." "You mean?" Bishi hesitated. "These long-handed apes don't know how to use magic?" "That should be the case," Feifei said. "Otherwise, there's no other way to explain why they're so angry when their companions are dead." "They're not using magic," Bishi smiled. "Looks like the situation is still in our favor." Chapter 558. The battle between the elite scouting party and the long-arm apes is still going on. Chaotic shouts, explosions, and screams can be heard all around Mikoto's ears. Looking at the human and monkey silhouettes that keep appearing from the other side of the forest, Mikoto glanced sideways. Her brown eyes seemed to be able to see through the obstacles of the trees. Looking at the group battle over there, a heroic smile appeared on her pretty face. "Looks like Feifei's side is fine." Turning her gaze towards the long-arm ape not far from her, Mikoto's smile slowly receded. She no longer pays attention to the other battles, and focused all of her attention back on the battle. Her hand lightly brushed the bangs in front of her forehead. Between the bangs and her hand, there's a blue and white electric current that's connecting the two. It's very eye-catching. At this moment, Mikoto's entire body seems to be sparkling. Under Mikoto's gaze, the long-arm ape couldn't help but let out a roar. Its eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. A ferocious aura burst out from its body. Its aura is filled with anxiety. It's obvious that the long-arm ape also discovered that its own people are gradually dying. This made the long-arm ape furious. Its long arms reached out to its front and beat its chest to express the anger in its heart. A monkey really is a monkey, beating its chest when it's angry. Mikoto glanced at the long-arm ape. She raised her hands and lightly clapped them together. Then she separated them, and a ball of blue and white electric current shines from her hand. "I think you should go back to the zoo." Her palms gently intertwined with the blue and white electric current. The electric current suddenly expanded. In a few short seconds, the scattered electric current expanded and merged together. A half-meter radius lightning ball flashed and appeared in Mikoto's palm. Holding the huge blue and white electric current in her hand, Mikoto's mouth slowly formed into a smile. She raised it high above her head and fiercely threw it out. The huge electric current was like a storm, covering the sky and covering the earth as it swept out. Following the explosion of the electric current, everywhere it passed, the ground around it churned up. The soil quickly dissipated and the dust became thin. One by one, the rocks were lifted up and directly protruded out of the ground. The momentum was terrifying. Whoa! Looking at the powerful lightning ball, the fur on the long-arm ape's body stood up. It was like a hedgehog that had been attacked. A low roar came out from its mouth, and an afterimage shot out from its side. As the afterimage flew past, the sharp wind could be clearly heard in the entire battlefield. The blue and white electric current shot out and heavily collided with the afterimage. Bang! Both of them trembled at the same time with a loud bang and dispersed in all directions. The only difference was that the lightning ball dissipated directly, while the afterimage revealed its true form, the arm of the long-arm ape. What a hard arm! Mikoto looked at the arm that was retracted by the long-arm ape. She was more or less surprised that the long-arm ape used its own body to block her attack. And it didn't seem to be injured at all. The toughness of its arms was probably not low. With a thought, a vigorous electric current flashed from Mikoto's body and wrapped her whole body. She heavily stomped her foot on the ground, and the electric current flowed from her foot to the ground. Then it spread out and in a net shape, shot towards the long-arm ape. As the electric current flowed through the ground rolled even more crazily. Crisp collapsing sounds continuously sounded from below. A moment later, the ground within a 10-meter radius of the long-arm ape had completely collapsed. It was like a dried-up wasteland. In the midst of the collapsing sounds, the long-arm ape raised its head and let out a strange cry. Its long arms smashed the ground, and its body nimbly disappeared from the spot. It floated into the air and raised one of its arms. A metallic light suddenly appeared on its arm. In a low and deep symphony sound, the long-arm ape disappeared again in a flash. When the long-arm ape reappeared, it was already not far from Mikoto's side. His arm flashed with a metallic luster as he swung it out, breaking through the obstruction of the atmosphere, creating a burst of explosive sound as he swung it towards Mikoto's slender waist. With such momentum, as long as Mikoto was hit even once, she would be finished. Mikoto's face turned serious. She once again stomped on the ground. Her body crackled with electricity. But this time, what responded to Mikoto's electric sound was not a net of electricity, but a wave of black iron sand. Like tiny wasps, the iron sand wave converged into a wave. It let out a soft cry and rolled in the air. In the next moment, a thick iron sand wall was erected beside Mikoto, blocking the long-arm ape's attack. Bang! The long-arm ape slammed heavily on the iron sand wall, shattering a lot of the iron sand. The terrifying destructive force allowed the long-arm ape's hand to pierce through the iron sand wall, creating a hole. It even went through the wall and arrived in front of Mikoto's face. Mikoto's pupils shrunk. A trace of panic appeared on her face. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. These 2 steps saved Mikoto's life. The long-arm ape's hand stopped a few centimeters away from Mikoto's face. The reason wasn't because it was weak, but because the long-arm ape's hand wasn't long enough. The long-arm ape's entire hand went through the iron sand wall and stabbed towards Mikoto. But because its hand wasn't long enough, the long-arm ape's armpit hit the iron sand wall and couldn't go any further. This allowed Mikoto to escape death, but also caused this hilarious scene. If the long-arm ape's intelligence had matured, it would have wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Because this was the first time in its life that its hand wasn't long enough to reach. Looking at the long-arm ape in front of her, a drop of cold sweat dripped down Mikoto's forehead. Her pretty face looked very stiff. The wind brought by the long-arm ape's attack made Mikoto feel waves of coldness. That hit was so close to hitting Mikoto's face. She slowly turned her head and realized what kind of situation she was in. She looked at the long-arm ape and her face turned angry. "You dare hit my face?" With a smile on her face, Mikoto took out a coin. Electricity crackled around her body and the long-arm ape's ears. The long-arm ape's body shook as if it sensed danger. It pulled back its hand and quickly retreated. However, just as it pulled out its hand, before it could retreat, an orange beam of light pierced through the iron sand barrier, widening the hole created by the long-armed ape. The distance was too close, and the long-armed ape had no time to dodge. It only had time to raise its hand in front of its body to protect itself. And the orange beam of light hit it. Bang! The railgun exploded on the long-arm ape's body. The terrifying force caused the long-arm ape to cry out in pain and fly into the air. But with the long-arm ape's defense, even though the long-arm ape was injured, it wasn't serious. It quickly adjusted its body in the air. When the long-arm ape was about to give chase, the scene it saw with its eyes made it cry out in pain. It saw Mikoto standing on the ground. Above her palm, a thick electric light was spinning at high speed. As the electric light spun, even the surrounding air seemed to be sucked in. While it was spinning at high speed, a terrifyingly high temperature appeared on the surface of the electric light. In an instant, the blue and white electric light exploded and was shot out by Mikoto. It hit the long-arm ape, who couldn't dodge in time. Woo! The violent electric current acted on the long-arm ape's body. The long-arm ape didn't have time to react and all of its hair was burnt to a crisp. Then, the high temperature from the spinning electric light also took effect. In an extremely short period of time, the long-arm ape was wrapped up in the heat. Then an even more mournful cry sounded in the air. The high temperature lasted for almost half a minute before it gradually disappeared. The long-arm ape turned into a piece of charcoal and fell to the ground. Mikoto versus long-arm ape. Victory. Chapter 559. Yeah. Watch me. Astrea flapped her wings and dove down. She descended from a height of a few hundred meters towards the long-arm ape. At the same time, a blue lightsaber shot out from the hilt of her sword. Together with Astrea, they turned into a meteor and plummeted towards their target. Their speed was so fast that even the air trembled. Astrea had wings with the highest mobility and acceleration among the angeloids. She was also the fastest among the angeloids. Combined with her terrifying close-range combat ability, Astrea was almost invincible in close-range combat. Oh! The long-arm ape opened its arms wide and let out a cry. It seemed to be saying something to Astrea. The ape raised its arms in response to the incoming Astrea. Astrea's lightsaber pierced through the air like a giant electric drill. Astrea plunged down a few hundred meters and thrust her lightsaber at the long-arm ape with an unstoppable momentum. Oh! The long-arm ape's face was ferocious. It let out a high-pitched and ear-piercing roar, then jumped up and waved its hand. A shadow of an arm shrouded in gray light tore apart the wind and waves, and forcefully resisted the attack that came from the sky. Boom! The long-arm ape was sent flying by Astrea's attack. It crashed into the ground and left behind a giant crater. The shock wave from the collision between two Tier 8 champions, and level 77 Tier 8 champions at that. The ground collapsed in an instant. Everything within tens of meters of the ground was turned into ruins. In front of the aftershock, whether it was the ground or the trees, they were all as fragile as tofu. Everything collapsed or fell down. The entire ground sank by a meter. Smoke and dust filled the air. The rock plate shook and shook. The sound of Astrea and the long-arm apes clashing against each other caused the scouts and long-arm apes to cover their ears in pain. They were shocked by the sudden loud noise. Ah! Astrea was sent flying by the shockwave. Her petite body flipped back and forth in the air. Astrea quickly spread her wings and tried to stabilize her body with the help of her wings. Ouch! Astrea pressed her shield-wielding left hand against her sword-wielding right hand and rubbed her wrist. Even though Astrea had the upper hand in that exchange, her wrist was still numb from the impact. It was only because the momentum of her dive helped her increase her strength. Otherwise, her hand would be red and swollen by now. From this, one could tell how strong the long-arm back ape's front body was. Ouch! Astrea puffed up her cheeks in pain. She complained in a pitiful tone. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have picked the same level as me. It hurts. While Astrea was complaining about the wrong treatment, the long-arm ape roared and charged out of the rubble. It stood on the ground and roared at Astrea. Its eyes were filled with anger. It was obvious that the attack just now had angered it. Ah, you're fine. Astrea was surprised to see the long-arm ape unscathed except for a bit of dust. She might be dumb, but she's not brainless. The collision just now caused the ground to crumble, but the long-arm ape was unscathed. Astrea was surprised to see the long-arm ape unscathed. Fine, let's do it again. Astrea shouted in dissatisfaction. She placed her lightsaber behind her back and flapped her wings. She swooped down again. She was just complaining about picking the wrong opponent, but now she wants to do it again. I have to admit, she really is an idiot. You. The long-arm ape's voice was still echoing in the air. It turned into a shadow and floated away. Astrea thought it was going to attack again, but the long-arm ape turned around and floated away. Astrea was stunned when she saw the long-arm ape flying away. She didn't react for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she was furious. Don't run. What a cunning monkey. Astrea flapped her wings and changed from a dive to a dash. She chased after the long-arm ape. Two Tier 8 fighters, one running in front, and the other chasing from behind. This scene is enough to make people's jaws drop to the ground. Suddenly, the escaping long-arm ape turned around and appeared in front of Astrea in a strange arc. Astrea was shocked. She reflexively swung her lightsaber and stabbed at the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape changed its direction again when the lightsaber was about to hit it. It drew an arc in the air and floated to Astrea's side. It swung its arm and the power of its attack reached its limit. Ah! Astrea didn't have time to withdraw her attack. She raised the shield in her left hand and blocked the long-arm ape's arm. Clang! Astrea was caught off guard and she was sent flying. Astrea leaped into the air and stopped there. She stared at the long-arm ape with her crimson eyes. Her face was flushed red. It was a sign that Astrea was about to unleash her true fury. Damned monkey, it's one thing for master to call me stupid, but now even a monkey like you is toying with me. Astrea's body trembled from anger. It seems like Astrea's rage points went through the roof when she was challenged by a monkey to a game of IQ. The long-arm ape didn't know it angered an idiotic volcano. It turned its body into 7 or 8 rays of light and leaped towards Astrea. The rays of light circled around Astrea like afterimage punches. It looked like there were 7 or 8 rays of light, but there was only 1 ray of light. This was the long-arm ape's random dodging in a small area. In Astrea's eyes, the long-arm ape was toying with her like it was playing a prank on her. Astrea's long blonde hair swelled up. Her petite face was filled with anger. She let out a shout and thrust her lightsaber forward. She spun 360 degrees in the air and pushed her melee combat ability to the limit. She turned into a gust of wind and blew away the afterimages around her. Astrea swung her lightsaber at least a dozen times in a row, attacking relentlessly. A gentle breeze blew past. When Astrea reappeared, all the afterimages around her were gone. Only 1 ray of light was left. It fell to the ground with a dull thud. Astrea's eyes flashed. The lightsaber in her hand glowed blue. The blade vibrated and expanded rapidly like a beating heart. The lightsaber rippled and expanded several times in the blink of an eye. It turned into a gigantic lightsaber. Astrea raised it high and pierced the clouds. Go to hell! Idiot rumble! The long-arm ape let out a loud wail. A several 100-meter-long fissure appeared on the ground behind it. It looked like a deep abyss. Countless rocks and debris flew everywhere. A deafening explosion sounded. The long-armed ape's hands hung down, and its body strangely stopped in midair. Then, a crack of the same plane as the crack on the ground spread out from its body, accompanied by scarlet blood, and a body that was split into 2 halves. Astrea versus long-arm ape. Victory. Chapter 560. While Mikoto and Astrea were battling it out, Ikaros's battle was just beginning. Unlike Mikoto and Astrea, Ikaros's abilities are focused on group battles and destructive power. Once she gets involved in a fight, it's hard for her to control her strength. Even Apollo has to use his absolute defense circle to defend himself. If she's not careful enough, she might accidentally injure her companions. Therefore, the moment the battle started, Ikaros was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through space and appeared in front of the long-arm ape. She didn't start the battle right away. Instead, she used the wings of light on her back to slap her opponent away from the battlefield. The moment Ikaros moved, the long-arm ape moved as well. Its speed isn't slow either, but it's still slower than the winged Ikaros. Unable to react in time, the long-arm ape only had time to get into a defensive stance before it was sent flying by the wings of light. In the process of flying backward, the long-armed ape broke many trees, and in the end, it even smashed into the ground, creating a long horizontal ditch. After that, it flipped over and stabilized its body. Feeling the searing pain on its back, the long-arm ape's face scrunched up. It opened its mouth wide and let out a series of soft cries. If it were any other long-arm ape, they would have most likely flown into a rage. However, this long-arm ape was level 79. It was only a step away from reaching tier 9. Naturally, its intellect was the most mature among the long-arm apes. At its level, it already knows what to do in order to make sense, and what to do is meaningless. That's why it didn't get angry. It stood up and looked up at the sky. There, an angel with a pair of blue wings of light is floating in the sky. Artemis. Ikaros's eyes flashed. The wings of light behind her back flapped and countless pink light beams shot out. Cherry-colored missiles with meteor-like long tails were launched towards the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape thumped its chest and raised one of its arms. A series of bone-cracking sounds came from its arm. When the sound came, the ape's arm started to twist as if there's something expanding inside. Then its arm suddenly grew several times bigger. Before the cherry-colored missile arrived, The long-arm ape put its swollen hands together in front of its body to protect itself. The missile also took advantage of the momentum to bombard the long-arm ape's huge hands. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion was loud and clear. All the missiles hit the hands of the long-arm ape, rolling up a cloud of thick smoke. In an instant, the long-arm ape's body was covered in the smoke. Ikaros looked down. The sci-fi-like frame in her dark red pupils rotated slightly, as if she could see through the situation inside. Artemis, permanent homing missile, struck again and blasted into the thick smoke. The entire sky was filled with a sea of pink light. It's incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, explosions came from the smoke, and the dust on the ground got even thicker. Right now, Ikaros seemed to have transformed into the most violent of cannons. Her eyes stared straight at the ground. Artemis, permanent homing missiles, on her luminous wings continued to fire without pause. The sky shone brightly as pinkish meteors poured down from the sky, creating sonic booms that sounded like landslides and tsunamis as they smashed into the thick smoke one after another. The number of Artemis seemed to be endless, causing the entire sky to be filled with the sound of explosions. Under the attack of the Artemis, the ground was already unable to bear the heavy burden. The rock slab broke inch by inch, and the ground slowly cracked open. In just a short while, the surroundings with the thick smoke as the center were already filled with cracks and potholes. Woo! At some point, the long-arm ape's unique cry finally rang out from within the thick smoke. The sound was filled with impatience and ferocity. Clearly, under Ikaros' relentless attacks, the long-arm ape couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, there was a slight protrusion on top of the smoke. Then, a black shadow darted out from the protrusion. Its speed was even faster than the Artemis firing speed. It nimbly evaded the projectiles, and arrived in front of Ikaros in an instant. Woo! The long-arm ape let out a long cry. It raised its giant arms and clasped them together. Then it turned around and smashed down on Ikaros. A crisp sound rang out. In front of Ikaros, a crystal-like defensive barrier was erected and blocked the ape's attack. The long-arm ape was stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ikaros's eyes flashed. The wings of light turned into a palm and slapped the ape. For the second time, the ape was sent flying and smashed into the ground. After being sent flying twice, even though the long-arm back ape's intelligence was more mature than other long-arm back apes, it couldn't help but feel a little angry. Lying on the ground, the long-arm back ape didn't get up and directly threw out one of its giant hands. In the next moment, the long-arm ape's hand expanded and lengthened again. Like a cannonball, the giant hand swelled up and extended for more than 10 meters before landing a punch on Ikaros' body. Ikaros didn't expect the long-arm ape's arm to have such a function. After all, the other apes didn't use it. For the first time, a trace of surprise appeared on her emotionless face. Then the punch landed on her body. Ikaros groaned in pain. Her delicate face flushed red, but it quickly disappeared. Looking at the long-arm ape below, Ikaros ignored the pain and expanded her wings. She extended her wings into the void and disappeared into thin air. Connect. If this scene was seen by someone familiar, they would have screamed out loud. A series of electric wiring shadows extended from Ikaros' back. Then the shadow of a fighter jet appeared behind Ikaros. It was Ikaros's trump card, gold armament. Uranus system. The sudden change made the long-arm ape's expression change. Its eyes reflected the shadow of the fighter jet behind Ikaros, and a sense of extreme danger surged in its heart. Danger. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. The long-arm ape retracted its hands without hesitation. In an instant, the pair of swollen and elongated arms returned to their original size. The long-arm ape leaped up and roared as it reached out with both hands. Once again, the pair of arms that had returned to their original size shot out and blasted towards Ikaros. Without the gigantification, the long-arm ape's speed increased by a notch. Even though its power was reduced, its speed was increased. Almost at the same time the Uranus system appeared, its arms reached its target. The Uranus system slowly emerged from the void and revealed its full appearance. On top of it, one of the cannon muzzles transformed into a claw. With a twist, it appeared in front of Ikaros and slammed into the arm of the long-arm ape, knocking it aside. Series rear-end missiles. A cold voice came out from Ikaro's throat, causing the long-arm ape to shiver. In an instant, a rain of cherry-colored missiles shot out from the Uranus system and hit the long-arm ape's body. Explosions sounded, followed by a mournful cry. Just as the cry sounded, a huge beam of light passed through the place where the cry came from and crushed it. Ikaros versus long-arm ape. Victory. Chapter 561. On the other side, Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are facing off against the level 70 rank 8 long-arm ape. Shokuho Misaki and Takitsubu Riku are standing at the back, looking at the long-arm ape. Frenda is standing in front of Shokuho Misaki and Takitsubu Riku with her hands under her skirt. Chuju and Kinuhata Sayai are standing in front of the long-arm ape in a straight line. The LV-74 longback ape didn't seem to have much patience. Seeing that the LV-70 longback ape was being targeted and was stuck in a stalemate, the LV-70 longback ape moved its feet and was about to launch an attack. However, before it could move, a heavy sense of pressure and danger descended upon it without any warning, causing it to freeze in place. The level 74 long-arm ape gently turned its head and looked at the source of the pressure and danger. Then the long-arm ape saw it. Wu Yan is holding Flandre-chan's hand, standing there silently. His wine-red eyes are emotionless as he stared at the long-arm ape. He didn't do anything else, but his calm demeanor made the level 74 long-arm ape freeze in place. The long-arm ape can faintly see a gigantic beast standing in the middle of the sea of blood staring at it. The beast's ferocious mouth is facing it. It's as if the gigantic beast will devour it in the next moment. The level 74 long-arm ape's golden fur stood on end. Its intellect may not be as high as a human's, but its instincts are very strong. Its instincts are telling it that if it dares to charge at the girls, it will receive a fatal blow. The level 74 long-arm ape froze in place. Seeing that, Wu Yan didn't move either. He looked at it calmly, guarding against the possibility of it harming Chuju and the others. His mind drifted towards the girls, observing their battle. Wu Yan's side is in a stalemate with the level 74 long-arm ape. Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are also in a stalemate with the level 70 long-arm ape. However, unlike Wu Yan who wants to keep an eye on Flandre-chan, the girls here really want to fight. That's why the stalemate didn't last long. Finally, Kinuhata Sayai couldn't hold on any longer. She raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her fist. When Kinuhata Sayai opened her eyes, a powerful air current and a sharp aura surrounded her fist and turned into an invisible air ring. Kinuhata Sayai punched the air and the air ring flew towards the level 70 long-arm ape. The long-arm ape that has been observing the 5 girls also moved. It was like a venomous snake, silent and fast as lightning. The stalemate was broken in an instant by Kinuhata Sayai and the long-arm ape. The long-arm back ape struck forward with one of its long arms, dispersing Kinuhata Sayai's attack in the most violent way possible. Following that, it launched its counterattack against her. Seeing the long-arm ape pouncing towards her, Takitsubu Riku quickly reacted. Her eyes trembled, and she used her cheat-like ability on her companion. Kinuhata Sayai seemed to have sensed something and her lips curled up. Facing the long-arm ape's attack, Kinuhata Sayai chose to retreat. She took a step forward, and a circle of aura appeared around her feet, and brought her a few meters away. At the same time, Chuju, who was standing beside Kinuhata Sayai, was like a flash of pink lightning. She held her crystal sword and pierced towards the long-arm ape. The long-arm ape let out a cry of surprise, and with a grin, it changed its attack without hesitation. Its hands turned into a blur, and collided with Hinajika's white cherry. Clang! When the tip of the sword clashed with the shadow of the long-arm ape, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Chuju could only feel a terrifying force passing from white cherry to her hand. Her hand went numb and her body was pushed back. Her face was filled with shock. She didn't expect the long-arm ape's physical strength to be so strong. It used its body to clash with a sharp weapon, and was unharmed. It even forced her to retreat. No wonder it couldn't use magic despite being a magical beast. Its ability to use emotional magic has developed into its body. However, even though Hinajiku was surprised by Longarm Ape's physical strength, and her plan to fight it head-on was ruined, she didn't panic. She straightened her body, and with a swish, the sword in her hand flashed again. And this time, it was the Longarm Ape's turn to retreat in midair, unable to change its position. Of course, the Longarm Ape wasn't easy to deal with. After all, it was still a rank 8 magical beast. Even if its true strength wasn't comparable to a rank 8 human, it was still stronger than a rank 7 human. It retreated and clapped its hands. Its hands that were longer than its body swung towards Chuju. Chuju's eyes flashed. She watched as the Longarm Ape's arms came towards her. She couldn't stabilize her body. Plus, she was forced to use her sword when she was pushed back. In a flash, the Longarm Ape's arms came towards her. At this critical moment, a strange sound of pie was heard. Everyone heard it clearly. At the same time, the Longarm Ape that was swinging its arms to attack Chuju was stunned. Its mind went blank. The Longarm Ape's hands that were originally going to attack Chuju also missed its target. It hit the ground in front of Chuju and sank deep into the ground. Of course, it was Shokuho Misaki's doing. By the time the ape reacted, it was already too late. The fist wind that had been accumulating power for a long time suddenly exploded when it got close to the ape's body. Ah! Kinuhata Sai roared and punched out with her nitrogen armor. The punch landed on the stomach of the Longarm-back ape, who couldn't retract his arms and couldn't advance or retreat. The Longarm-back ape howled miserably as blood spurted out from its mouth. However, it had successfully pulled its arms out of the ground. But at this time, Hinajiku also steadied her body. Her eyes flashed, and her white cherry flashed like lightning, changing from a stab to a slap. The crystal longsword's tough blade fiercely slapped the ape's body. The ape that was already injured was sent flying, smashing into the trunk of a big tree and sliding to the ground. Along with it, a strange-looking doll slid down from the tree and fell into the Longarm Ape's arms. The Longarm Ape caught the doll instinctively, and at the same time, the doll's stomach started to swell. The Longarm Ape felt a sense of extreme danger. The ape yelled and raised its hand, intending to throw the doll away. However, as soon as it raised its hand, it heard a pie sound again. The ape's hand trembled, and it changed its action from throwing to hugging. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. The flames engulfed the long-handed back ape that was holding the dolls. At the same time, many dolls also rushed into the flames, causing a series of continuous explosions. Amidst the explosions, everyone could vaguely hear the long-handed back ape's final howl. When the fire dissipated, there was only a dead long-armed dorsal ape left on the ground. Its body was charred black, and smoke was coming out of its body. The cooperation of 5 people. It was flawless. With the cooperation of 5 people, the rank 8 long-arm ape died faster than Wu Yan did with the blackwater octopus. Yay! We won! Kinuhata Sai and Frenda cheered. Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other and laughed. You sisters are amazing! Flandra-chan also cheered and ran towards Chuju and the rest. To be praised by Flandra-chan as amazing. One can only imagine how amazing the battle was. Seeing how happy Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, Wu Yan smiled. Not bad. Chapter 562. By now Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria had already won their battles. With the addition of Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, other than Sylph, the rest of the Tier 8 combatants have finished their battles. The results were gratifying. The girls are the best of the best in their respective worlds. After becoming Wu Yan's summons and gaining unlimited potential, their growth is terrifying. Even if they have different fighting styles, the results didn't change because of that. In the 4 battles, other than Astria and Ikaros who received light injuries, the other girls didn't receive any damage at all. This is a battle between Tier 8 combatants. If the results of this battle were to spread, the reputation of these 8 girls would definitely soar. Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face after learning the results of the battles. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Of course, Wu Yan is happy, but his opponent, the long-arm ape, who is the only one left other than Sylph's opponent, is infuriated. Woo! The long-arm ape raised its head and let out a long howl after witnessing the death of its companion. Its howl was filled with sorrow and violence. It pulled the girls back to reality. The long-arm ape no longer cared about anything. Its instincts, its sense of danger, everything else was tossed aside. The only thing left in its heart was endless anger and killing intent. Yu. It stared at Wu Yan with its bloodshot eyes. The long-arm ape isn't very intelligent, but it knows that this person is the one who made it unable to fight alongside its companions. It can only watch as its companions die in front of its eyes. Blinded by anger, the long-arm ape didn't hate the culprits, Hinajuku and company. Instead, it turned its anger onto Wu Yan. One has to say, this is an injustice that one doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this was exactly what Wu Yan wanted. Oh, looks like it's about to explode. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smirked. Good, it's about time for me to end this as well. The long-arm ape didn't understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. However, it could hear the disdain and contempt in his words. It let out an angry howl that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Chuju and the others frowned. So noisy. Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed at the long-arm ape and a bluish-white electric current shot out. The long-arm ape's howl stopped abruptly like a strangled duck. With a leap, the long-arm ape dodged the electric current and flew into the air. At the same time, it used its special attack method. Its long hands swung through the air, creating two whistling sounds. The long-arm ape let out a cry and tightened its hands. A metallic luster appeared on its hands, making them look like two steel rods. When the long-arm ape was 5 meters away from Wu Yan, it struck out with its pair of steel hands. The long-arm ape's hands were less than 2 meters long. However, at this moment, the long-arm ape used some unknown method. The 2-meter-long hands actually reached in front of Wu Yan, who was 5 meters away. It was as if it had broken through the restraints of space. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Taking a step back, Wu Yan took a step back and dodged the steel hands that were supposed to hit him in the face. The long-arm ape's hands fell in front of Wu Yan's face, just a hair's breadth away from hitting Wu Yan's nose. Looking at the hands falling in front of him, Wu Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed them. The strength in his body surged to his hands. With a shout, he turned around and put the long-arm ape's hands on his shoulders. A standard shoulder throw was used by Wu Yan. The long-arm ape's body was pulled. It couldn't help but let out a cry. Then the sky and earth spun. The scene in front of its eyes became a blur. When the long-arm ape came back to its senses, it felt a sharp pain on its body. With a muffled sound, it felt something on its back. That was the result of Wu Yan throwing the long-arm ape over his shoulder and smashing it to the ground. However, it wasn't over yet. After the shoulder throw, the long-arm ape's hands were still in Wu Yan's hands. Therefore, Wu Yan immediately pulled the long-arm ape up again. He turned around, threw it over his shoulder, and smashed it down. His movements were smooth. Another shoulder throw. Pung 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 pung. Holding the long-arm ape's hands tightly, Wu Yan continued to use the most violent method to throw the long-arm ape to the ground. One shoulder throw after another was used. The long-arm ape was smashed until it was dizzy and had difficulty breathing. It didn't recover for a long time until it resisted the dizziness and screamed. Only then was Wu Yan satisfied. He pulled its body, spun it in the air, and threw it out. Pung. The long-arm ape landed heavily on the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground around its body, showing the strength of the blow. Looking at the long-arm ape struggling to get up, Chuju and Shokoho Masaki looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This method of fighting is too violent. Is that long-arm ape really a rank 8 monster? Is there a mistake? How could it be injured like this after a few shoulder throws? Sometimes the simplest method is the most effective. This is the best example. However, the long-arm ape still managed to stand up. This surprised Wu Yan. Shoulder throw may be simple and violent, but it was done with the help of his true ancestor body. Even a rank 8 monster would have injuries all over its body. Yet the long-arm ape still managed to stand up. Its injuries don't seem to be that serious. As expected of a monster with a strong body. It doesn't even know magic, it's a monster that specializes in physical training. Wu Yan sighed and smiled. That's fine. Let me try out the effect of this ability. Rubbing his chest, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. He sank his consciousness into his body and started moving towards his chest. Underneath his clothes, on his chest, there are 3 red magatama engravings. They don't give off the slightest hint of strangeness. They look like ordinary tattoos, plain and unremarkable. However, when Wu Yan's consciousness touched one of the engravings, it suddenly lit up. First red jade. Activate. Under his clothes, there were 3 neatly arranged jade hooks. The leftmost jade hooks rotated slightly. Streaks of blood-red light shone from it. The jade hooks that looked like a tattoo a moment ago came to life at this moment. Red jade mode. Activate. Suddenly, the jade engravings that came to life flashed and slowly sank into Wu Yan's body. At the same time, an indescribable power came out of the jade engravings and merged with Wu Yan's body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, red runes appeared on Wu Yan's black clothes. The red runes spread on his black clothes, and in just a few moments, Wu Yan's clothes turned into a black and red trench coat. Feeling that he has entered the red jade mode, Wu Yan gently opened his eyes. A red light flashed in his wine-red pupils. Then Wu Yan's left eye fluctuated and turned golden. There's a clock inside. This left eye is exactly the same as Tokisaki Kurumi's golden eye clock. Needless to say, the red jade mode of the first red jade was undoubtedly Tokisaki Kurumi. At this time, Wu Yan has become a level 75 existence with the power of the Time Fairy. Chapter 563. His black clothes transformed into a black and blood-red trench coat with red patterns. His left eye transformed into a golden color with a clock in it. He looked extremely demonic. Along with the changes in his appearance, his level and ability also changed. Wu Yan sensed the change in his body. His gold and red eyes rippled, and a smile appeared on his face. Chuju, Shokoho Misaki, Flandre-chan, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned by Wu Yan's transformation. Oniai-chan. Oniai-chan transformed. Flandre-chan muttered. Her mouth opened wide as she looked at Wu Yan. Flandre-chan was shocked by Wu Yan's transformation. What's going on? Kinuhata Sai pointed at Wu Yan and she exclaimed in shock. That guy, how did he turn into this super appearance? And his level increased by so much. This, Shokoho Misaki furrowed her brows for a moment before relaxing. This should be the bloodline ability that Xiaoyan mentioned before. Bloodline ability? Hinajuku regained her senses. As if recalling something, she hesitated. You mean the ability called Red Jade? That should be it. Shokoho Misaki nodded and praised. When I heard Xiaoyan talk about it, I thought he was exaggerating. I didn't expect him to really have such an ability. Takitsubu Rika stared at Wu Yan for a while and said, I feel like something changed in him. I feel the same way. Hinajuka nodded and said to the girls in an ethereal tone, I feel like Yan's existence has undergone a fundamental change. Shokoho Misaki nodded. She felt the same way. No, it should be said that all the girls who are familiar with Wu Yan felt it. Chuju and the others didn't know that this feeling was accurate. Wu Yan's existence has undergone a fundamental change, because he's not only a true ancestor, he's also an elf. This is a spiritual equipment? Touching the strange windbreaker he is wearing, Wu Yan's expression is filled with surprise. He is surprised by the appearance of the spiritual equipment he is wearing, but more importantly, he is happy. This is to be expected. If the spirit equipment displayed in the Red Jade mode were the same as their original owners, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to use the Red Jades of the elves, even if he was beaten to death. In the first Red Jade mode, which is Kuromi's Red Jade mode, Wu Yan could clearly feel a mysterious energy swimming around his body. This mysterious energy is the power of the elves, which is also known as spiritual energy. Narrowing his eyes, the information about Kurumi's ability started circulating in his sea of consciousness. His mind digested the information and at the same time, it also told him how to use her power. Wu Yan was a little absent-minded as he mobilized the power of the elves in his body. He raised one hand and released the power of the elves. A black lightning bolt came down from the sky and struck Wu Yan's back. It twisted and spun in a circular pattern. When the black lightning dissipated, a gigantic clock that was twice as tall as Wu Yan and had illusory wheels revolving around it appeared in front of Wu Yan. Angel. Zafkiel. A long rifle and a short pistol appeared in Wu Yan's hands the moment the Zafkiel arrived. The cold sensation woke Wu Yan up from his stupor. Now that Kurumi is in her strongest state, Wu Yan finally got a taste of Kurumi's power. She's so strong. With the ability to manipulate time, and a level 75 player, no one in Silveria other than a tier 9 player would be able to do anything to her. If it weren't for the fact that there were many elves with strange abilities in the date battle, Kurumi wouldn't have lost to any elves below tier 9. The power of time was too overpowered. If Kurumi came to Silveria, she would be able to put up a good fight against any elves below tier 9 no matter what tier they were. Back then, he was able to fight Kwang San to that extent. In a sense, if he didn't have the body of a true ancestor, he would have died countless times. Holding the two guns tightly, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the long-arm ape. The corner of his mouth slowly rose. Suddenly, on the giant clock behind Wu Yan, a black and red stream of air flowed out from the character 1 and floated into the rifle in his hand. It's the Aleph bullet. Wu Yan raised the short rifle and pressed it against his temple. Under the horrified eyes of Chuju and the others, Wu Yan pulled the trigger and shot the Aleph into his body. The next moment, Wu Yan disappeared. On the other side, the long-arm ape's hair stood on end. A chill ran down its spine, prompting it to instinctively jump away. However, at this moment, a figure had already appeared beside it. The long-arm ape's eyes widened as it looked at the smiling face right in front of it. The muzzle of a long-barreled rifle entered its vision, and in less than a second, it was pressed against its head. Bang! A huge force exploded on the long-arm ape's head and sent it flying. The explosion also caused its mind to go blank. The long-arm ape didn't regain its senses until it fell to the ground. It shook its head and stood up. However, as soon as it stood up, a series of gunshots rang out and landed on its body. The long-arm ape felt a sharp pain on its body, as if something was flowing out of its body. Scarlet blood dripped from the long-arm ape's body. Its body was covered with small bloody holes, and its fur was dyed red. At this time, the long-arm ape was still stunned from the previous attack. After a long time, the long-arm ape finally recovered and realized what happened to its body. However, it was already too late. The long-arm ape felt something pressing against its forehead again. It raised its head and saw Wu Yan's familiar figure. Bang! The sound of gunshots rang out again. This time, it wasn't a huge force that hit the long-arm ape but a sharp edge. Feeling a cold sensation on its head, the long-armed back ape's eyes immediately lost focus. Its consciousness left it, and its body fell down uncontrollably. The long-armed back ape would never be able to see the black hole mixed with blood on its head. In the end, it only saw a golden eye of the clock. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 71. The long-awaited leveling up notification echoed in Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan put down the gun in his hand and looked at the long-arm ape lying in front of him. Once, level 74 was a level that he could only look up to. Now an opponent of this level is just a piece of cake for him. I'm really getting stronger now. The giant clock behind him slowly disappeared along with the guns. From start to finish, the golden clock in Wu Yan's left eye didn't move an inch. It has to be said that Zafkiel is more suitable for Wu Yan than Kwang San. Wu Yan doesn't need to sacrifice his life. His life is limitless. Wu Yan took off his windbreaker and put on his black clothes. The golden eye of the clock returned to its original red color. Wu Yan closed his eyes and quietly felt the feeling of using ruby mode for the first time. After a while, Wu Yan opened his eyes and smiled. Firstly, the duration of the red jade mode is 1 hour? Not bad. Chapter 564. The duration of the red jade mode was related to the level difference between the user and the red jade owner. The closer the user's level was to the red jade owner's level, the longer the duration of the red jade mode would be. On the other hand, the higher the level difference between the two, the shorter the duration of the red jade mode would be. Wu Yan was currently level 71, while the owner of the red jade mode, Kurumi, was level 75. There was only a 4-level gap between the two, so the duration of Kurumi's red jade mode was 1 hour. That was a good result. After exiting the red jade mode, Wu Yan received another message. If he exited the red jade mode before the duration of the red jade mode was up, Wu Yan could continue to use the red jade mode for the rest of the day until the duration was up. Wu Yan was pleasantly surprised by this information. There are a lot of restrictions when using the 3 red jade modes. Not only is there a time limit, but after using it, you can't use it a second time within 24 hours. But now, as long as Wu Yan didn't use up the duration of the red jade mode, he could continue to use the red jade mode for the rest of the day until the duration was up. For example, if Kurumi's red jade mode lasted for an hour, and Wu Yan only used it for 10 minutes, then Wu Yan could continue to use the red jade mode for the rest of the day until the remaining 50 minutes were up. Only then would he have to wait for 24 hours to use it again. Of course, if Wu Yan only used the red jade mode for 10 minutes within 24 hours, then the remaining 50 minutes would return to the original duration of the red jade mode after 24 hours. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched when he received this message. Why does it feel like I'm playing a game where I have to wait for my skills to return to full cooldown? Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at the long-arm ape on the ground, and the one that was killed by Chuju's group. He waved his hand and the 2 long-arm apes were given to the system in exchange for some item points and ability points before he turned around. As soon as he turned around, he saw Hinajiku, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all glaring at him angrily. Even Flandra-chan was the same, which gave him quite a shock. What are you doing? Wu Yan took a step back and looked at them. He didn't offend them, did he? Why did they all look so angry? What? Chuju's lips curled into an angry grin. You still have the nerve to say what? Do you know that we were almost scared to death by you? Scared to death. Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm the one who should be scared to death, right? Why didn't you guys make a sound when you walked? By the way, when did you guys get here? I didn't even notice you guys. Am I a fake tier 8 or something? Wu Yan ridiculed. To be honest, this is one of his questions. Shokuho Misaki sneered. Her tone was laced with anger. Next time you want to commit suicide, can you please tell us first? Wu Yan flinched for a second before he came to a realization. So it's because he shot himself in the head that caused this commotion. Chuju and the others didn't know about Kurumi's ability. They didn't know that Kurumi's ability is to turn time energy into bullets that can be used on oneself or an enemy. He used Aleph to shoot himself, and they thought he was committing suicide. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the girls mockingly, as if he's laughing at them. Only he knows how he's feeling right now. Master! From midair, a soft voice rang in everyone's ears, attracting the attention of the angry girls. Looking up, a pink feather floated down from the sky. Ikaros flew over and landed in front of everyone. Ikaros! Wu Yan scanned Ikaros's body with his red eyes. He didn't find any injuries. He sighed in relief. Are you done on your side? Yes, master. Ikaros lowered her head and slowly walked behind Wu Yan. She didn't say anything, but her pair of indigo eyes stared at Wu Yan. Ikaros isn't the type of girl who's good at expressing herself. This way of sticking to Wu Yan is the embodiment of her love for Wu Yan. It's also the reason why Wu Yan loves Ikaros so much. Master. Astria also came back. She retracted her wings and landed in front of Wu Yan. Her delicate face had a hint of joy. Everyone was confused. Astria, have you dealt with it too? Wu Yan was confused by Astria's cheerful expression, but he didn't ask. Retarded children are the happiest. It's obvious when it comes to Astria. Yes, master. Master. Astria giggled and waved her little fists in the air. I cut that idiot in half. Is he? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He averted his gaze and patted Astria's head. Well done. Astria showed a satisfied expression. She rubbed her head against Wu Yan's hand like a kitten. Wu Yan laughed. Ikaros, who was behind Wu Yan, had a hint of envy and yearning in her eyes. I really want master to pat my head too. Ikaros didn't get a chance to express her wish, because Mikoto's appearance interrupted her mercilessly. Why am I the last one? Mikoto stomped her feet in dissatisfaction. Unlike Astria, Mikoto was frustrated. After all, she was almost scared to death by that long-arm ape. Wu Yan was speechless. Isn't there still Sylph to deal with? Right after he said that, an icy blue figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knew it was Sylph when they saw her. Sylph had it easy, her clothes weren't even messed up. Glancing at everyone who returned, Wu Yan slapped his cheeks and grumbled in a resentful tone. Why didn't they bring the corpses? Those are all item points and ability points. Since everyone is done, let's hurry back to Feifei's side. Wu Yan adjusted his emotions and said, I'm afraid Feifei's side is the most anxious one right now. All the girls nodded one after another. Feifei and the others were the ones who were most worried about the battle situation. At this time, if they had already dealt with the long-handed ape group, they should be anxious. They had to hurry over, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 11 of them hurried back to Feifei's side. They were worried that Feifei's side would be affected, so they chose to lure the long-arm ape horde to a more suitable location to fight. By the time Wu Yan and the girls returned to Feifei's side, the last long-arm ape had fallen under Feifei's blade. Admittedly, this group battle was the slowest to end. Yan, Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Wu Yan and the girls were unharmed. They quickly ran over to Wu Yan's side with the other members of the expedition party, following closely behind. Looks like everyone settled it in time. Feifei originally thought that it would take a lot of time to deal with the 6-rank 8 long-arm back apes. She didn't expect that her side would be the slowest. Let's leave. Before Feifei could finish her sentence, something unexpected happened. Roar! A sudden roar came from afar, blowing down all the trees on the ground. The sound was terrifying. Chapter 565. Roar! A roar filled with madness and fury resounded from the far end of the forest. The formless sound waves rippled violently and expanded at lightning speed. The calm sea of trees seemed to have been hit by a bomb. Huge trees that were 7 to 8 meters tall were blown up and collapsed with a loud bang due to the sound waves. The leaves and sound waves enveloped the entire forest. Like an angry thunderclap exploding from the dark clouds, the sound waves rolled and swept over. All the sounds in the world were covered by this tiger-like roar. Wherever the sound waves passed, all the magical beasts within a 10-kilometer radius, regardless of whether they were at the peak of the 7th or 8th level, all fell limp to the ground. Even some of the stronger magical beasts that were about to advance to the 9th level trembled because of this angry roar. Some of the weaker magical beasts that were slightly closer were directly knocked unconscious by this angry thunderclap like sound waves. Everyone who was originally planning to leave was stunned on the spot by this violent roar that seemed to have directly exploded in their minds. They could no longer move, and their faces were as white as paper. Their hearts and minds had been blasted to the point where they lost consciousness in an instant by this violent roar. Wu Yan's group and Sylph's group stared blankly at the fallen trees in front of them. They tried their best to hold on under the thunderous roar, but they couldn't move their bodies. As for the expedition members, some of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. With just a roar, he was able to intimidate everyone present to such an extent. With such a frightening aura, one did not even need to think to know just what level the owner of the voice had reached. Ikaros's eyes turned crimson uncontrollably. The illusory frame in her eyes kept spinning and red alarms kept flashing. Ikaros knew how dangerous the situation was. There's a very powerful life form approaching. There's a high possibility that it will endanger Master's life. It's very dangerous. Ikaros's soft voice rose to an unimaginable level. The seriousness and anxiety in her tone woke Wu Yan and Ko up from their stupor from that intimidating roar. Big brother. Flandrechan grabbed Wu Yan's shirt. Her red eyes lost their usual liveliness and became serious. It's not hard to imagine what kind of attitude Flandrechan has towards the owner of this roar. Quick! Get out of here! Bingling and Bishi roared. Their faces were as pale as paper. It's obvious that they've guessed the owner of this roar. They're already scared out of their wits. No, it's too late, Feifei said without turning her head. Her voice was trembling. In the distance, a faintly discernible figure flashed over with a dazzling speed. Everywhere it passed, traces of ripples actually arose in space. It wasn't because of its speed, but because of the terrifying aura that surged out from its body, and it caused space to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette passed by and landed in front of everyone. It was a 2-meter-tall ape with golden fur all over its body. Its hands were so long that they reached down to its heels. It had a pair of blood-red eyes that appeared in the air. It looked particularly fierce. At the corner of its eyes, there was a scar that extended all the way to its cheek. It told people what kind of cruel life it had gone through. Longarm Ape King. Level 83 Level 83. Chuju felt her throat dry up. Even the words coming out of her mouth were dry. Her face was drained of blood. Shokuho Misaki Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Fei, Bingling, and Bishi reacted the same way. As one of the top powerhouses among the 7th Order, their performance was already so bad when facing a 9th Order magical beast. The elite expedition team was even worse off. Only Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and Sylph managed to pull it off. They're all Tier 8 fighters after all. It's impossible for them to be intimidated by a Tier 9 demonic beast. However, the difference between Tier 9 and Tier 8 is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if the Longarm Ape King can't intimidate Wu Yan and the others, it's enough to intimidate them. Wu Yan's group of 5 tensed up. All of their attention was focused on the Longarm Ape King. Wu Yan and the others shuddered when they sensed the Longarm Ape King's aura. The Longarm Ape King gave them a feeling of power. It's too strong. Even Ikaros, who doesn't care about anything other than Wu Yan, didn't dare to make a move. She kept her eyes on the Longarm Ape King to prevent it from going berserk and injuring Wu Yan. The Tier 7 demonic beast is intimidated. The Tier 8 demonic beast is intimidated. None of them had the heart to pay attention to anything else. They didn't notice Flandre-chan, who looked like a normal child. She's the calmest of them all. No, it shouldn't be calmness. Flandre-chan looked at the Longarm Ape King with a playful expression. It's as if she's looking at something. It was like an oversized toy. The Longarm Ape King stared coldly at the humans in front of it. Its irritable eyes were filled with indifference. It's like it's looking at a bunch of ants. It didn't even look them in the eye. However, this cold and indifferent expression completely changed when it saw the corpses of the Longarm apes on the ground. Its blood-colored beast pupils shrunk and slowly shrunk to the size of a needle. Immediately after, a boundless berserk and vicious aura filled its entire eye sockets. Roar! The Longarm Ape King let out a roar that's several times more violent than before. The ground around the Longarm Ape King was shattered, and the trees around it were blown away. The roar hit everyone in front of it. The sound waves seemed to have turned into a tornado, blowing everything in the surroundings. In just a few seconds, everything was blown away, including the rock plate, leaving only an empty space. Everyone was blown away by the wind, and even their bodies were emitting waves of screams. Like a volcanic eruption, the aura of the long-handed Ape King burst out from its body, enveloping the entire arena. After this roar, the long-handed Ape King seemed to have vented its anger, and returned to its cold and indifferent state. However, its pair of bloodshot eyes and the murderous aura that pervaded the entire space mercilessly expressed its current state of mind. Wu Yan's face changed. He shouted at everyone, "Back off! Everyone back off!" Hearing Wu Yan's shout, everyone was stunned. They subconsciously followed Wu Yan's instructions and took a few steps back. In the next moment, a figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground where everyone was standing, creating a deep pit. The ground crumbled, and rubble flew in all directions. The messy rubble whistled through the air and hit the elite expedition team members, causing them to spit out blood and fall to the ground, moaning in pain. Looking at the culprit, the long-handed Ape King, their eyes were filled with fear. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's reminder, they wouldn't have just been sent flying by the rocks. They would have become minced meat in the pit under the Longarm Ape King's feet. Roar! Seeing that its attack had failed, the Longarm Ape King was furious. It raised one of its hands and slapped towards Wu Yan, who caused its attack to fail. Wherever its huge palm passed, the air whined and a strong wind blew on Wu Yan's face. Aegis Absolute Defense Circle. Activate. Ikaros instantly entered her Sky Queen mode. Flapping her blue wings, she immediately appeared in front of Wu Yan and activated her Aegis Absolute Defense Circle to block the long-arm ape king's attack. Bang! The crystal-like barrier cracked under the long-arm ape king's attack, but it barely blocked the attack. This made the long-arm ape king even angrier. Battle! It's on the verge of erupting. Chapter 566. Roar. The long-arm ape king fiercely slapped its chest with its huge and sharp claws. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and let out an ear-piercing roar that could shatter a huge rock. Wu Yen, Chuju Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Ikaros Flandrachan, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku Sylph, Feifei Bingling, Bishi and the others who weren't affected by the long-arm ape king's roar were stunned. The long-arm ape king made its move. The long-arm ape king stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The long-arm ape king propelled itself forward like a cannonball. It appeared in front of Wu Yen in the blink of an eye. Despite its size, its speed was insanely fast. The long-arm ape king clenched its claws and the muscles on its body started to wriggle. It expanded several times until it was as big as a table. The long-arm ape king swung its claws at Wu Yan's heart. The long-arm ape king was determined to kill. Wu Yan was shocked by the speed and agility he displayed. He calmed down and hugged Flandrachan, who was the closest to him. Then he retreated in a flash. Ikaros hugged Shokuho Misaki and Astria hugged Takitsubu Riku. Both of them flew into the air. Chuju Mikoto, Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda dodged the long-arm ape king's attack. Sylph and the other three wisely chose to retreat as well. The crowd in front of the long-arm ape king dispersed. Wu Yan appeared behind the long-arm ape king. Ikaros, Astria, Shokuho Misaki and Takitsubu Riku also arrived. The girls gathered around the long-arm ape king. "You guys stay here." Wu Yan looked at the long-arm ape king and said to Shokuho Misaki and the others. He passed Flandrachan to her. "Take care of Flandrachan." Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned golden as he charged forward. Ikaros, Astria, and Mikoto followed behind him as they charged at the ape king. Yen. Chuju grabbed White Cherry and was about to charge forward when Shokuho Misaki stopped her. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yen and the others and said, "The opponent this time isn't something we can interfere with." Startled, Hinagiko lowered her head with a look of unwillingness. But in the end, she returned to her original spot and crouched down to hug Flandrachan tightly. Seeing this, Shokuho Misaki sighed. How could she be willing to accept this? She believed that Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and the others were just as unwilling as she was. They couldn't fight alongside him. Of course, the girls didn't keep their unwillingness for long. They knew their situation and they believed that one day, they would be able to fight alongside Wu Yen on the front lines. However, just because Chuju and the others understood, Feifei and the others didn't. "Yen!" Feifei shouted when she saw Wu Yen, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria charging at the long-arm ape king. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Come back." Feifei's heart was about to jump out. That was a magical beast of the 9th rank. Where did they get the courage to challenge a magical beast of the 9th rank? Don't they know that the higher the tier, the greater the gap between them? If the gap between Tier 7 and Tier 8 is separated by a stream, then the gap between Tier 8 and Tier 9 is separated by a yellow river. Feifei wouldn't believe that Wu Yen can challenge a tier above him again. The situation this time is completely different from the last time. Back then, Wu Yen was level 69, the peak of Tier 7. Jaffer was only level 70, the gap between them wasn't that big. But this time, even if the long-arm ape king just reached Tier 9, Wu Yen just reached Tier 8. Even with Ikaros, Astria, and Mikoto's help, he won't be a match for the long-arm ape king. That's why Tier 9 demonic beasts are so rare. In Feifei's eyes, Wu Yen is going to die. That's why she's going crazy. Bing Ling and Bishi aren't close to Wu Yen, but they're his companions. Sylph is the only one who's staring ahead. Her icy blue eyes are fluctuating, no one knows what she's thinking. Regardless, Wu Yen and the others are already in front of the long-arm ape king. A battle is inevitable. Crimson spatial ripples appeared behind him as Nia Tono no Shana slowly appeared. Wu Yen held it tightly in his hand. He didn't feel any fear just because his opponent is a Tier 9. In fact, his golden eyes showed a hint of eagerness. Wu Yen knows how strong a Tier 9 demonic beast is. The memory of Flandre-chan blowing him up twice was still fresh in his mind. That's why Wu Yan wants to test his strength. He has Flandre-chan's support so he won't die. What's the harm in giving it a try? Flashing through the air, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria landed in the 4 directions of the Ape King. They surrounded the Ape King in the center and sealed off its escape route. The lightsaber in Astria's hand vibrated as she levitated into the air. Due to entering combat mode, Astria's hair swelled up a little. Her innocent face gained a hint of majesty. She looked down at the long-arm Ape King with a serious expression. She channeled energy into her lightsaber and started vibrating violently. The blade of the lightsaber started vibrating rapidly. Even the long-arm Ape King wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if it was hit by the lightsaber. The long-arm Ape King seemed to have sensed something brewing in the air. Its hair stood on end. It roared with a ferocious expression. It stomped on the ground, and its gigantic body soared into the sky. It appeared in front of Astria in an instant. Its blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. It swiped its sharp claws at Astria's head. Even if Astria was an angel, she would at least be stained with blood if she gets hit. Astria flapped her wings and shot out. She flapped her wings again and dodged the long-arm Ape King's attack. She rose a little higher. The lightsaber in her hand vibrated violently. The lightsaber let out a crisp sound of abrasion. Ha! Astria shouted coldly. Everyone felt the wind in the forest solidifying. Then a strong gust of wind gathered in the air. It tore through the air. The sharp sound of wind breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Astria brought out her full strength. The lightsaber arrived in front of the long-arm Ape King. Unlike Astria, the long-arm Ape King didn't have the ability to fly. It could only use its palm to block the lightsaber. The light sword and the palm violently collided. The sky rumbled and the long-handed Ape King immediately fell. The moment it landed, the long-handed Ape King adjusted its body. Just like at the beginning, it stomped on the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge hole. Numerous arm-thick cracks spread out in all directions and finally extended into the forest. In midair, Astria was sent flying by the collision with the long-arm Ape King. She managed to stabilize herself, but her delicate face was pale. It was a stark contrast to the lively long-arm Ape King on the ground. It was obvious that Astria was at a disadvantage even though she used all of her strength in that clash. Astria was still in the air while the long-arm Ape King was flying. The long-arm Ape King's attack was weakened. If it wasn't for that, Astria would have suffered greater damage. Chapter 567. Astria. Wu Yan and Mikoto gasped when they saw Astria in midair. They glared at the Ape King and lightning crackled around them. 2 blue and white lightning bolts shot towards the Ape King. The Ape King didn't have enough time to react due to the fact that it just landed on the ground and got caught in the middle of the lightning bolts. Roar! The electric current hit the Ape King's body, charring its golden fur a little, but it didn't cause any damage to the Ape King at all. However, the Ape King seemed to be very angry that it was hit by this attack that didn't hurt it at all. It immediately roared and pushed its hands, breaking the electric light on its body. Turning into a ray of golden light, the long-arm Ape King shot towards Wu Yan. Due to the speed of the long-arm Ape King, the ground beneath its feet was left with a deep trench. Hinajiku and the others who were watching from afar could only see the ground being cut open by the long-arm Ape King before they saw nothing else. Wu Yan clenched his fist as he watched the Ape King charge at him. Red lotus flames ignited on his blade and enveloped Wu Yan in an instant. Wu Yan turned into a man of fire. The long-arm Ape King raised its claw. It was waiting for Wu Yan to reach him, so it can attack him with all its might. However, Wu Yan enveloped himself in flames. The long-arm Ape King hesitated. After all, it's sending its claw into flames. After reaching the 9th rank, the long-handed Ape King's intellect had already gained the ability to think. Putting one's hand into the fire was something anyone would subconsciously hesitate to do. The long-handed Ape King also had this kind of consciousness. However, when it saw the corpses of its disciples, its hesitation turned into anger. It no longer cared about anything else and slammed its palm onto the flames, sending the figure in the flames flying. Yen. Mikoto was shocked. She immediately took out a coin and flicked it into the air. Electricity flowed from her body to her hand and formed a white light between her fingers. When the coin landed between her fingers, a crisp sound was heard. An orange light shot out from her hand and landed on the Ape King's body. Boom! The railgun collided with the Ape King at zero distance and exploded into a cloud of dust. In midair, Ikaros's eyes lit up and her wings opened wide. Countless pink beams shot out and landed on the Ape King in the cloud of dust. Boom boom boom. The continuous bombardment landed on the body of the long-armed Ape King, causing it to cry out in pain as it retreated backwards. Feeling the pain coming from its body, the long-armed Ape King was furious. It waved its hand to disperse the smoke and dust around it. Then, it faced the cherry-colored missile that was flying towards it, and lashed out twice. Bam 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 bam. It waved its hands and destroyed all the cherry-colored missiles. The long-armed Ape King raised its head and roared. It smashed the ground with one hand and grabbed a rock bigger than its body with the other hand, and threw it at Ikaros. Ikaros's expression didn't change at all. Aegis was deployed in an instant, and the shield blocked the normal projectile without any suspense. When the rock hit the shield, it shattered on its own. This was to be expected. How could normal rock compare to Aegis in terms of hardness? But after the rock shattered, Ikaros' expression changed. Her field of vision was blocked by a black figure that appeared behind the rock. Roar! The long-armed Ape King did not show any mercy just because his opponent was a beautiful girl. He clenched his fist and unleashed all of his physical strength onto the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. The Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, only lasted for a short while before it crumbled under the Ape King's terrifying strength. The Ape Clan, which had abandoned magic and focused on improving their physical strength, could be said to have the strongest body among all the magical beasts. Even if their attacks were monotonous, the effect was still outstanding. The destruction of Aegis exposed Ikaros in front of the Ape King. The Ape King stared at Ikaros coldly. It raised its other hand and punched towards Ikaros' head. The wind from the punch was like thunder. If this hit lands, the most ideal outcome would be losing the ability to fight. Just as Ikaros was about to be hit by this terrifying punch, a bolt of lightning came down from the sky with a speed faster than light. It came down from the clouds and went straight for the Ape King. This is Mikoto's strongest move. Lightning Fall. Facing the Ape King, Mikoto is no longer holding back like before. It didn't take long before she used her strongest move. Lightning Fall that has been brewing for a long time flew across the sky. Just as the Ape King's fist was about to land on Ikaros' head, it successfully caught up. At the same time, on the ground, a fiery red beam of fire shot towards the Ape King in the air at a speed not inferior to the falling thunder. It formed a pincer attack with the falling thunder, attacking the Ape King from above and below. Extreme Impact, Small Flame, Lightning Strike, and Extreme Impact, Small Flame simultaneously hit the Ape King's body. The Ape King didn't seem to have expected this result. It was blown away and fell to the ground with a cloud of smoke. What fell with it was the cherry blossom-colored missiles that covered the sky and the earth. Artemis, boom 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 boom. One cherry-colored missile after another ferociously bombarded the body of the Ape King, before it could even land on the ground. The force of the bombardment pushed the Ape King down. The barrage of attacks made Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria gasp for air. However, they didn't stop there. Even Astria, who is the least intelligent of the lot, felt that the barrage of attacks just now wasn't enough to injure the Ape King, let alone Wu Yan and company abandoning magic and focusing on physical prowess. The Ape King's physical prowess can only be described as terrifying. Wu Yan and co had the advantage of teamwork and coordination. They took advantage of the Ape King's weakness of not being able to fly or use ranged attacks. However, if they want to take down the Ape King with this amount of strength, it's a pipe dream. The next moment, crimson spatial ripples erupted behind Wu Yan as countless iron sand cannons appeared. Lightning flashed within the cannons as they emitted a terrifying light. Ikaros took out a ferocious-looking black longbow, and with a pull of her slender hand, an arrow burning with dark purple flames appeared in her hand. Astria's lightsaber increased in size until it became a gigantic sword that reached the sky. Mikoto's body flashed with lightning that never wavered. Extreme Impact, Apollon, Chrysor, Super Vibrophoton Blade. Lightning beams of bluish-white light shot out from the iron sand cannon inside the Gate of Babylon. Icaros also released arrows burning with dark purple flame. Together with the lightning and greatsword falling from the sky, they all landed on the spot where the smoke came from under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone not far away. The sky seemed to have stopped for a second. Then, boom! Chapter 568. Extreme Impact, Apollo, Super Vibrophoton Blade, and Thunderfall. Just one of these 4 attacks was enough to cause the world to collapse, but at this moment, they all smashed into the ground at the same time. The unparalleled destructive power directly turned the surrounding terrain upside down, and the frenzied shockwaves spread in all directions. Together with the roar that resounded through the sky, everything in the area was leveled. The shockwave couldn't be avoided as it swept towards Hinajiku and the rest. The shockwave of the shockwave swept towards them like a tidal wave. Everyone was shocked, as their backs were drenched in sweat. What are you all waiting for? Feifei couldn't help but scold. Magi, set up the defense. Upon hearing that, the expedition party finally realized that it was not the time to be afraid. The magicians took out their armaments and started chanting. Even Sylph took out her gold armament and joined in the defense. Sylph and the other magicians managed to make it in time. They hurriedly chanted an incantation, and a barrier of light appeared in front of them, blocking the impact of the shockwave. Crack, crack, crack. When the shockwaves hit the light curtain actually lasted for less than 10 seconds before shattering like glass. Cracks spread on the light curtain, causing the members of the elite exploration team to be terrified. It's just the shockwave from the shockwave, and it's on the verge of collapsing. Even if the barrier was hastily set up, it's still a barrier created by nearly 40 magi and Sylph. The expedition party didn't even dare to imagine what kind of damage the Ape King received from the shockwave. Fortunately, the shockwave passed just as the barrier was about to break. The shockwave calmed down and the surroundings quieted down. The expedition party looked at the center of the battlefield in shock. Many of them were stunned by what they saw. Within the range of the naked eye, everything had been razed to the ground. Smoke and dust drifted along with the wind to every corner of the flat ground. The ground had completely turned into a dry wasteland. The surrounding area was filled with cracks and no weeds grew. Everyone could only vaguely see that in the distance. There seemed to be some green trees that were not affected at the center of the wasteland. There's a huge crater with a radius of at least 100 meters. The dust and debris here is the thickest in the entire wasteland. Almost everything inside the crater is covered by the dust. No one can see what's inside. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Icaros, and Astrea are floating above the crater. The members of the expedition team looked at each other and gulped. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at the 4 people floating in the air. At this moment, they finally understood that the legends of Silveria World Institute weren't exaggerated at all. In fact, they were even calmer than the legends they heard from Silveria World Institute. 4 Tier 8 powerhouses fighting a Tier 9 powerhouse to this extent. This is definitely a historical event. 4 peak Tier 6 powerhouses might be able to win against a beginner Tier 7 powerhouse. 4 peak Tier 7 powerhouses might be able to tie with a beginner Tier 8 powerhouse. However, 4 peak Tier 8 powerhouses would have no choice but to run for their lives if they were to fight a beginner Tier 9 powerhouse. Otherwise, why would challenging someone of a higher level be considered impossible in Silveria? Right now Wu Yan and the other 3 aren't fighting against someone of a higher tier. They're just teaming up to surround the enemy. However, to be able to fight to this extent is enough to make any Tier 8 powerhouse proud. If the members of the elite exploration team knew that the 4 people floating in the air, other than one of them, were not at the peak of the 8th rank, who knows what they would think? Is he defeated? Kinu Hadasai panted as she asked the people around her. She forgot to add in her catchphrase. It's easy to imagine how shocked she is right now. Chuju and Shokoho Misaki looked at each other and lowered their heads. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes and told each other what they were thinking. Sylph, Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi's expression also changed. They don't know why, but they have a bad feeling about this. In the sky, Wu Yan was panting heavily. His red eyes stared at the smoke-shrouded crater. His palm was sweating as he held onto the Nyedan Shana. Ikaros, Astria, and Mikoto, who imitated Wu Yan and used iron sand to wrap around their bodies, flew to his side. They looked down at the crater with him. Their eyes glowed as they activated their system perception to check the situation inside the smoke-shrouded crater. After unleashing their full power, everyone felt a little tired. However, none of them were willing to let down their guard. They knew that if something were to happen, they wouldn't be the only ones who would suffer. Their companions would suffer as well. Yin. Mikoto couldn't help but ask. Did we win? Wu Yan looked at the smoke-shrouded area carefully. He couldn't make up his mind even though his instincts told him that it wasn't going to be that easy. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from the crater, causing Wu Yan, who was about to say something, to feel his heart tighten. He turned his head to look below, and saw an extremely blurry black figure rushing out from the dust. This speed is so terrifying that it left one speechless. Such extreme speed startled Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria for a split second. Their expressions changed, and they didn't even have the time to say goodbye before they fled the scene like eagles. The black figure suddenly appeared in front of the retreating Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't even get a good look at the other party's appearance before a violent gust of wind tore through the air in front of him and smashed towards him. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk. He quickly raised Nien Den Shana to block in front of him. However, when the violent gale smashed into Nien Den Shana only lasted for a moment before it was deflected. The attack didn't slow down and it landed heavily on Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Yen Master. Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria were shocked. They forgot that Wu Yan was a true ancestor, and made a stupid mistake. They gave up on the Ape King and flew towards Wu Yan. Seizing this opportunity, the long-arm Ape King let out an angry roar and miraculously made a turn in the air. With a speed no slower than before, it charged towards Mikoto and the others. Don't come here. Wu Yan, who saw this scene with his own eyes, was scared out of his wits. Ignoring the fact that his body is about to crumble, he roared and leaped forward with a speed that he would never be able to achieve under normal circumstances. Miraculously, he arrived before the Ape King and appeared between Mikoto and the others. The Ape King roared. They were all its enemies, so it didn't matter who it was. It punched out and its fist was like a drill. It penetrated Wu Yan's body and left a bloody hole in Wu Yan's chest. An indescribable pain radiated from his chest into his brain. Wu Yan braced his battered body and with all his might, he lifted one of his hands. On top of it is the sealing ring. Release the seal. As his voice fell, a circle of red lines disappeared from the sealing ring. At the same time, a boundless aura that was like a sea of blood directly rushed over from a distant place. The Ape King froze and turned towards the source of the aura. A moment later, a scarlet figure appeared in front of it. Haha. Flandre-chan's eyes flashed red. Chapter 569. Flandre-chan's petite figure floated in the air, as if she's not affected by gravity. A pair of broken wings that look more like ornaments than wings fluttered behind her back. There are a few different colored crystals hanging from the edges of the wings. They look like a large necklace that accentuates Flandre-chan's luster. However, with Flandre-chan's appearance, there's only one color left in the sky. That's blood red. Flandre-chan is finally making her move. Chuju, Shokuha Misaki, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who turned pale when they saw Flandre-chan appear in front of the Ape King. They all let out a sigh of relief when they saw Flandre-chan appear in front of the Ape King. They're familiar with Flandre-chan's true strength. If there's no suspense, the battle should be over soon. Even if Flandre-chan's opponent is a demonic beast of a higher level than her. Unlike Chuju and the others, Fei-Fei and the others had an interesting expression when they saw Flandre-chan appear in front of the Ape King. Everyone except Hinajiku and the rest were stunned when they sensed the boundless blood aura coming from the petite figure. Even Sylph, who was always calm and collected, was stunned. She. Bing Ling and Bishi's lips trembled as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't even speak properly. They pointed at Flandre-chan, who was flying in the sky, and their hearts were in turmoil. Chuju and Shokoho Misaki looked at Feifei and the others and smiled. They looked up at the pierced Wu Yan in the sky. They didn't look worried at all. It's obvious that they have full confidence in Flandre-chan. Watch carefully, Shokoho Misaki said. The real battle is about to begin. A real battle. Feifei's face was gloomy. She looked at the sky with an indescribable emotion. From Shokoho Misaki's words, Feifei had a feeling that she couldn't believe. Flandre-chan, who she had always treated as a child, was about to challenge the Long-Arm Ape King, a Class 9 magical beast, and she might even win. Up in the sky, Flandre-chan's eyes were half closed in satisfaction, feeling the long-awaited feeling of strength returning to her body. The expression on her face was one of extreme comfort. Flandre-chan had an excited smile on her cute face, showing her master's mood. However, when she saw Wu Yan's body being impaled on the Ape King's arm, that smile slowly disappeared. The Ape King's wine-red eyes lit up with a bloody light. It staring at Flandre-chan for a while. Its body trembled. It sensed danger and instinctively wanted to throw Wu Yan away. Alas, it was too late. Bang! A soft muffled sound rang out from the long-handed Ape King's arm, causing it to widen its eyes. A few drops of blood splattered on its face. The warm blood and the intense pain it felt told it that everything it saw was real. In the blink of an eye, one of the hands of the long-handed Ape King exploded into a bloody flower and disappeared without a trace. Roar! The Ape King roared in pain. It didn't care about Wu Yan, who fell to the ground because of the explosion. The Ape King hugged its severed arm and roared in agony. What? Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi on the ground shouted in shock. Sylph's expression froze as she clenched her fist. Master! Ikaros flapped her wings and with a whoosh, she flew behind Wu Yan and picked him up in her arms. Master! Astria also came to Wu Yan's side. She looked at the bloody hole in his chest and gently caressed it. Her heart ached so much that it felt like it was going to bleed. Cough cough. Coughing up some blood, Wu Yan's complexion improved quite a bit. He smiled at Ikaros and Astria before saying with much difficulty, I am fine, don't worry. Yan. Mikoto, who couldn't control her flight, was the last one to come to Wu Yan's side. She looked down at Wu Yan's chest and saw the bloody hole in his chest healing at an alarming rate. His complexion also looked better. The four of them raised their heads and looked at Flandre-chan and the long-arm Ape King, who was howling in pain. Mikoto was immediately bewildered. What's going on with the Ape King's arm? Mikoto saw the Ape King's arm explode with her own eyes. That's why she was so shocked. The Ape King's strength is terrifying. Even with the four of them working together, they still needed Wu Yan's help to survive. Now, the one who caused all of this had one of its arms exploding without knowing what happened. How can she not be shocked? By this time, the hole in his chest had completely healed up. Taking a deep breath, he gently freed himself from Ikaros's embrace. Looking at the scene above him, the corner of his mouth curled into a happy smile. I think there's only one possibility that could cause this. Wu Yan chuckled. It should be Flandre-chan's eye-destroying ability. An ability to destroy eyes? Mikoto turned her head in surprise. You mean the ability that can destroy everything? That's right. Wu Yan nodded heavily, his eyes started shining. Looks like Flandre-chan's mental state has stabilized after being sealed for so long. Now that the seal is broken, Flandre-chan's ability won't go out of control like before. Look! Wu Yan pointed at the Ape King's severed arm. That severed arm is the proof. If it was the old Flandre-chan, she wouldn't choose to detonate a part of her opponent's body. She would detonate her opponent's entire body. So you're saying? Mikoto's jaw dropped. Flandre-chan, she can control her ability freely now? Wu Yan laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with joy. There's no need for an answer. Now Flandre-chan is truly the strongest. She has full control over her mental state. Although her level hasn't changed, her strength has at least doubled. I'm afraid that even a Tier 9 pinnacle being would die in front of Flandre-chan if they don't have something up their sleeves. Hearing this, Mikoto's expression changed. After a long while, she slowly exhaled. The ability to destroy everything. That's too scary, this ability. Wu Yan nodded in agreement. Flandrachan's ability is terrifying. Before Flandrachan learned how to use this ability, she was already able to strike fear into the hearts of 90% of the beings in Fantasy Village. Now, if Flandrachan returns to Fantasy Village, she would be invincible except for those who are at the pinnacle of their strength. Wu Yan's heart started pounding. He has an urge to enter Flandrachan's Ruby mode right now to experience this super powerful ability. As a matter of fact, Wu Yan's guess wasn't wrong. Flandrachan tilted her head and blinked her eyes. Those eyes that were everywhere in the past have all disappeared. It's not that Flandrachan can't see. It's just that when she doesn't want to see them, those eyes that she doesn't need to use will disappear on their own. Flandrachan doesn't know what's going on, but she feels great. Nah. Flandrachan smiled innocently. Play with Flandrachan. Chapter 570. Play with Flandrachan. Flandrachan's words reached the Ape King's ears. The Ape King's howl of pain was forcefully suppressed by the Ape King's voice. The Ape King clutched its broken arm and stared at Flandrachan with a ferocious expression. It's afraid of Flandrachan. The Ape King has a feeling that if it doesn't figure out why its arm exploded for no reason, it's going to die here today. Magic beasts trust their instincts, so does the Ape King. However, it's really difficult for the Ape King to use its immature brain to think about this kind of question. Thus, the Ape King had a second thought. Run. The long-handed Ape King didn't hesitate as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. He turned around and transformed into an afterimage. He left a trail of blood behind him as he fled into the distant forest. As for taking revenge for his disciples, the Ape King didn't even think about it. Magic beasts were like this, compared to their direct bloodline descendants, although they also valued them, but compared to themselves, of course they wouldn't hesitate to take revenge. At least this Ape King was like this. However, the actions of the long-handed Ape King made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. They didn't dare to believe it. As a rank 9 existence, it actually ran away just like that. There was nothing more shocking than this. After all, in their eyes, rank 9 was an incomparably noble and powerful existence. Running away? Is that even possible? Indeed, if it was any other 9th stage human, they would rather choose death than escape. Unfortunately, the Ape King was not a human. It was arrogant, but compared to its life, it would rather choose the latter. Flandrachan didn't expect the Ape King to run away like that. She stared at the Ape King in a daze. She was a little angry at the sight of the Ape King running away in a sorry state. Aren't you going to play with Flandrachan? Flandrachan's eyes glowed red and her blood aura started to fluctuate. Her tiny body started to distort like a ferocious beast about to go berserk. Her murderous aura shrouded the entire area. Hinajika's group and the elite scouts felt a chill down their spine. Then Flandrachan disappeared from the sky. Up in the sky, Flandrachan's silhouette silently appeared above the fleeing Ape King. Then, with a wave of her hand, a ring of light shot out from her palm and rained down on the Ape King like a rain of rain. Roar. The long-armed Ape King felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and saw the bullet screen that was raining down from the sky. He was scared out of his wits. Using his remaining arm, he smashed the ground with all his might. In an instant, countless rocks flew up and covered the long-armed Ape King's body. Bam 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 bam. The light beam landed on the flying pebbles and crushed them into powder. However, the light beam also exploded upon contact with the pebbles. In an instant, a curtain of flames erupted between Flandrachan and the long-armed Ape King, separating the two of them. The Ape King took advantage of this opportunity to increase its speed. Like an arrow, it dashed into the forest. Because of the Ape King's attack in Wu Yan's group, the terrain here has been turned into flat ground. It's not a good thing for the Ape King. The long-handed Ape King was good at jumping and dodging in the forest. As long as it could enter the forest, then with its flexible body and familiarity with the giant beast's forest, it might be able to escape successfully. But that was only possible if it could enter the forest. Between running on the ground and flying in the sky, who was faster and who was slower? It was almost impossible to guess. Flandrachan appeared on top of the Ape King before it could get far. She conjured a photon bullet in her hand and tossed it into the ground. A second later, A barrage of bullets shot up from the ground and headed straight for the Ape King. The long-arm Ape King's heart was completely scared out of its wits. The inexplicable explosion of its arm had already made it extremely terrified. Now that little demon could actually use such a terrifying attack. At this moment, the long-arm Ape King no longer had any intention to resist. It had to be said that Fantasy Village's bullet screen was really a very intimidating existence. Under such an attack, not to mention the power, but in terms of density, there were really very few people who could dodge it. Just imagine, the scene in one's field of vision was all the opponent's attacks. How could one dodge? Coupled with the bizarre scene of Flandre-chan destroying the eye, even a human of the 9th grade would be scared out of their wits if they didn't run away. They might even be traumatized, let alone a magical beast. The long-armed Ape King could only muster all of its strength and run forward with all its might. Moreover, it continuously struck the ground, stirring up rocks and stones to help itself delay and achieve the goal of evading. With the help of the pebbles, the Ape King managed to get out of the forbidden cranberry trap's attack range by rubbing against the edge of the bullet screen. Small rocks are actually so useful in the Ape King's hands. Maybe it's the Ape King's good luck? Or maybe it's the barrage of barrage itself that's hindering it. Either way, Flandre-chan seemed to be very satisfied with the Ape King's performance. Haha, gorilla, run faster, Flan is coming for you. Flandre-chan is treating this chase as a game of hide and seek. Flandre-chan's tattered wings didn't even budge as she flew toward the Ape King at breakneck speed. As she chased after the Ape King, she screeched happily. It was obvious that she was having a lot of fun. At the same time, the Ape King was constantly bombarded with bullet messages. The Ape King had no choice but to dodge them and dodge them all. And so, the unbelievable scene of a Tier 9 long-arm Ape King being chased around by a kid appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Forget about the elite expedition team. Even Hinajuku and the others couldn't believe what they're seeing. That little girl. Bingling and Bishi couldn't help but be afraid of Flandre-chan. Who the hell is she? Feifei smiled bitterly. She looked at Chuju, Shokuho Misaki, and the others and shook her head bitterly. You guys. You've been keeping me in the dark for a long time. Chuju and Shokuho Misaki looked at each other and laughed dryly. They didn't know what to say, so they kept quiet. To be honest, they didn't know what excuse they could come up with to explain this. Even Shokuho Misaki, who's always been a smart person, didn't know what to say. She decided to just keep quiet. In the distance, Wu Yan and Mikoto shook their heads with a bitter smile. They didn't expect a fight between Tier 9 to have such a dramatic turn of events. If they were to tell others about what happened today, they would probably become a laughingstock. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan, who's happily firing barrage. He hesitated for a moment before shouting at her. Flandre-chan, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish it off. This is the deepest part of the behemoth forest. High-tier demonic beasts are everywhere. They've already wasted a lot of time fighting here. If they continue to waste time here, other demonic beasts might come knocking on their door. Flandre-chan's happy eyes froze when she heard Wu Yan's shout. She quickly turned serious. Wu Yan's words are more important to Flandre-chan than her sister's. Flandre-chan will listen to whatever he says. Flandre-chan reached out her hand towards the fleeing long-arm Ape King. All of the long-arm Ape King's eyes flowed into Flandre-chan's hand and were crushed by her grip. Boom! The long-arm Ape King's body stiffened, and its 2-meter-tall body instantly exploded into a pool of blood, smashed into pieces. Chapter 571. The scene of the long-handed Ape King exploding was played in slow motion in front of everyone's eyes. Blood splashed everywhere and dripped onto the ground. Their hearts violently pounded when they heard the sound of the long-handed Ape King's body exploding. It was as if a heavy hammer had directly hit their hearts. They were afraid that this scene would be engraved in the deepest part of their hearts for the rest of their lives. Of course, that includes Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, acted like she just did something insignificant. She patted her hands and looked at Wu Yan with a happy smile on her face. Flandre-chan drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed in front of Wu Yan. She didn't slow down at all and jumped into Wu Yan's arms. She clung onto his body like an octopus and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest. Big brother. Flandre-chan's face lit up with joy. This is so fun. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He lamented inside. A level 83 demonic beast is just fun in Flandre-chan's eyes. As expected of Gensokyo village, a place filled with perverts, she's known as the demon beast sister. Wu Yan stroked Flandre-chan's light yellow hair and said softly, "As long as you're happy." "Hey big brother." Flandre-chan's eyes flashed with hope. "Are there a lot of fun toys here?" Wu Yan almost fell to the ground when he heard that. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Well, I don't know. Like you, this is my first time here. I usually wander around the outskirts." "Oh." Flandre-chan nodded. She didn't really understand Wu Yan's explanation. Wu Yan sighed helplessly and patted her on the back. He exchanged a smile with Mikoto and led the three girls towards Chuju and the others. Flandre-chan. Kinuhata Sai was the first to jump out. She shouted excitedly. "You're super strong. That was such a terrifying demonic beast, and you took care of it in one go." Flandre-chan's face blushed when she heard Kinuhata Sai's praise. She bashfully buried her head in Wu Yan's chest. She's actually shy, but she's still very cute. Of course, in the eyes of Wu Yan and Co., she might be cute, but in the eyes of Fei Fei and Co., that's not the case. No matter how cute this little girl is, they don't dare to treat her like a child anymore. Yen. Fei Fei took a few steps forward. She looked at Flandre-chan and sighed. "Now, I finally know why you were so confident in bringing Flandre-chan into the behemoth forest." Fei Fei rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. "You've really hidden it well." Wu Yan shrugged with a smile. At this point, the more he tries to explain, the more troublesome it will be. He might as well not try to explain anything. Bing Ling and Bishi sneakily stared at Flandre-chan. They're trying to figure out how she can hide such a terrifying power in her tiny body. However, they don't dare to be like Fei Fei and mix with Wu Yan and the others. They're not familiar with Wu Yan and the others, but more importantly, Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan is an existence that can crush a Tier 9 demonic beast into dust with a flip of her hand. In the eyes of the elite expedition team, Flandre-chan was an existence even stronger than the Thunder Monarch. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan noticed the fear in the eyes of the expedition members. She frowned and she tightened her grip on Wu Yan's shirt. She leaned her head against his shirt and the excitement and embarrassment on her face disappeared. Instead, she had a heavy expression on her face. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he noticed Flandre-chan's strange expression. He asked her in a low voice, "What's wrong, Flan? Big brother?" Flandre-chan raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with a pair of dim eyes. "Do you hate Flan?" Wu Yan chuckled. He shook his head without hesitation. "Of course I don't hate Flan." "Really?" Flandre-chan's face lit up. She asked seriously, "You really won't hate Flan like them?" "Them?" Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. When he saw the expressions of the expedition team members, he understood. The reason must be because of them. "Flan." Wu Yan nudged Flandre-chan's forehead. "Why do you think they hate you?" Flandre-chan fell silent and lowered her head. After a while she said, "Because they are the same as the fairies in Scarlet Fiend Mansion and my guests." Wu Yan paused for a moment before he understood what she meant. The fear in the eyes of the expedition team members reminded Flandre-chan of how she was treated back in Scarlet Fiend Mansion. In the past, Flandre-chan was mentally unstable and would often go on a rampage. Aside from Ramilia and a few other people, no one dared to interact with her. They were afraid that the second miss of Scarlet Fiend Mansion would mess with them if they weren't careful. Now, the eyes of the expedition team members are probably the same as the ones who unfortunately met Flandre-chan in Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Flandre-chan is very sensitive to emotions like this. That's why she subconsciously thought they hated her. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Flandre-chan's petite body. He felt pity for her. It's hard for him to imagine how Flandre-chan lived back in Scarlet Fiend Mansion. If he was in Flandre-chan's shoes, he wouldn't be able to take it if everyone around her looked at her with fear. Her family members were afraid of her, and they were afraid of her. He might not be able to handle it, let alone the immature Flandre-chan back then. No, it's more accurate to say that Flandre-chan was able to survive hundreds of years in that dark basement due to her immature mind. Hanajiku and the others who had been listening to Flandre-chan's speech all came over. Mikoto grabbed Flandre-chan's hand. Flan. Don't worry. Even if everyone hates you, I won't. I will never hate you. Flandre-chan was taken aback by Mikoto's words. Chuju walked up to Flandre-chan and patted her head. Yeah, Flan is so cute. Why would anyone hate you? I like Fran a lot. That's right. Astria nodded. Flan is my little sister. I am Flan's big sister. I will never hate her. Yeah. Super. I will never hate you. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku said in unison. Shokuha Masaki smiled faintly and rubbed Flandre-chan's head. Even Ikaros walked up to Flandre-chan and helped her fix her bangs, conveying her thoughts. Flandre-chan looked at the girls around her in a daze. When she saw the doting smiles on their faces, her red eyes started tearing up. As it turned out, there were already so many people around Flan who cared about her. Wu Yen smiled when he saw Flandre-chan's expression. See, you're not worried anymore, right? Flandre-chan wiped away her tears and she nodded. She snuggled her head against Wu Yan's chest, and she mumbled something while rubbing her head against his chest. Onii-chan, Flandre-chan likes you guys so much, please don't leave me. Wu Yen and the girls looked at each other before looking at Flandre-chan. We will be together forever. Forever. Flandre-chan smiled happily. Chapter 572. In a certain corner of the behemoth forest, there's an area that's completely flat. There aren't any trees or weeds in sight, there's only a wide rocky plain. A gentle breeze blew through the area, stirring up some dust. No one would have thought that this place used to be filled with trees and greenery. Not far from the flat land, there was an undulating hill-like terrain with fruit trees and streams. Fortunately, this place wasn't affected by the battle. It wasn't razed to the ground like the terrain not far from here. Moreover, the natives of this place were all killed, including the local landlord, the long-handed ape king. Therefore, the group of more than 100 people who had finished their battle chose this place as their resting place for the night. It would be a waste if they didn't use such a good environment as their resting place. This place used to be the territory of the long-arm ape king. It was located in the depths of the giant beast forest. Generally, there were very few magic beasts living here. Even if there were some magic beasts, they wouldn't be able to attract the attention of the owner of the territory. For example, some magic beasts at the peak of the 7th rank and 8th rank wouldn't easily appear in the territory of a 9th rank magic beast. There was no need to mention class 9 magical beasts. Once they appeared, the owner of the territory would definitely treat them as an intruder, and would not hesitate to wage war against them. As a result, it was very unlikely for other Class 9 magical beasts to appear in a territory other than the owner of the territory, unless they wanted to fight for the territory. That's why Wu Yan's group of 10 and the 100+ members of the elite scouting party didn't hesitate to occupy this advantageous terrain. They don't care if any rank 9 demonic beasts noticed that something happened to the lord of the area and came to fight for the territory. They're only staying here for one night anyway. Due to the presence of the fruit trees, this place isn't suitable for everyone to set up their tents together like the previous hill. The elite scouting party can only set up their tents in a circle. Then they set up the tents of Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bingling, Bishi and Wu Yan's group in the middle of the circle. They're not too far away from each other, so if something happens during the night, they can take care of it in time. Now Wu Yan's group is enjoying the same treatment as Fei-Fei's group. The elite scouting party no longer has any objections. It can be said that if it weren't for Wu Yan's group's performance today, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the long-handed apes even if they could handle the rank 7 and 8 demonic beasts along the way. Moreover, there are 4 rank 8 demonic beasts among the 10 of them. In terms of strength, they're definitely stronger than the elite scouting party. It's all thanks to these people that they were able to avoid a calamity today. If they want to complete the mission successfully, Wu Yan's group's strength is indispensable. Of course, the most important thing is that there's one more person among the 10 that they can't ignore no matter what. A rank 9 powerhouse. No, to be more precise, it's a super powerhouse that can kill a rank 9 demonic beast with a wave of her hand. It would be strange if such a powerful group didn't receive such treatment. Moreover, the other 5 are also powerful individuals of different levels. At the very least, they're much stronger than the 100 of them. They're not much weaker than the 3 peak rank 7 demonic beasts. Each of them has their own unique abilities. They'll play a huge role in this expedition. Thinking back on today's experience, the elite scouting party members couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. If they were the only ones who came to the behemoth forest to investigate, they wouldn't have ended up well. They don't know about this. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi are the pillars of their respective families' younger generation. Even if they aren't as strong as Wu Yan's group with their powerful backgrounds, how can they not have any trump cards? Since they had chosen to let them lead the team in, the forces behind them naturally had to take out some of their wealth to suppress them. Otherwise, if something happened, there would be a lot of fun. Even without Wu Yan's group, Sylph and the others can still rely on their trump cards to protect themselves. For example, Fei Fei's trump card is Wu Yan's group. After all, Wu Yan's group was personally invited by Lei Wang to protect Fei Fei. This is something that no one, including Fei Fei, knows about. Of course, Fei Fei and the others can rely on their trump cards to protect themselves. The same can't be said for the other members of the scouting party. It's not like they're wrong. They're at a loss. It's only been a day since they entered the behemoth forest, and they already encountered a rank 9 magical beast. What about tomorrow? When they thought of this, they could not help but feel at a loss. However, when they remembered that they still had a team of 4 8th level and 1 9th level expert on their side, they no longer felt at a loss. Instead, they felt slightly at ease. How ironic. The members of the scouting party don't know that 4 rank 8 magical beasts and 1 rank 9 magical beast are already a thing of the past. During their one-day trip into the behemoth forest, they encountered countless peak rank 7 magical beasts, and even rank 8 magical beasts. Including the Longarm Ape clan, the peak rank 7 Longarm Apes were all killed by the scouting party. 1 rank 8 Longarm Ape was killed by Sylph, and the other 5 were killed by Wu Yan's group. These are all experience points. With so many magical beasts, peak rank 7 and even rank 8 magical beasts, the amount of experience points Wu Yan's group gained is unimaginable. On top of that, there's the rank 9 Longarm Ape King as well. Right now, the level of the 10 members of the scouting party has undergone a drastic change. Wu Yan, level 73 Chuju, level 70 Mikoto, level 78 Flandrachan, level 83 Ikaros, level 80 Astria, level 79 Shokuho Misaki, level 70 Kinuha Desai, level 70 Frenda, level 70 Takitsubu Riku, level 70. In just one day, Wu Yan leveled up 3 times, Mikoto leveled up 3 times, Astria leveled up 2 times, and even Flandrachan leveled up 1 time. As for Hinajiku, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuha Desai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, they had all broken through to the Type 8 realm. Their current strength was definitely above Fei Fei, Baishi, and Bingling. However, this isn't the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that Ikaros has leveled up to rank 9 after killing the Longarm Ape King. She's now the second strongest person in Wu Yan's group. Now Wu Yan's group is no longer 4 rank 8 and 1 rank 9 like the scouting party thought. Instead, they have 8 rank 8 and 2 rank 9. A group of 10 is more than enough to do whatever they want in the Spalier world. They don't even need to give face to the Empire and the 3 great houses. Hinajiku, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuha Desai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were the happiest about their breakthroughs. Today they finally realized how weak they were, and in the blink of an eye, their strength increased by so much. It was needless to say how excited they were. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Flandrachan, and Astria are happy about their leveling up. Leveling up isn't as big as leveling up, but at their level, it's not a small matter. That's why they're happy about it. However, this also means that it won't be easy for them to level up in the future. The higher the level, the slower the leveling up. Once they reach rank 9, they'll probably be crawling like a tortoise. What's strange is, while everyone is immersed in the joy of getting stronger, Ikaros, on the other hand, is a little gloomy. Chapter 573. Nighttime inside a tent. Ikaros was half kneeling on top of a blanket with her head lowered. She was touching her chest with one hand. Her indigo eyes were filled with melancholy. She looked so pitiful and pitiful. You can't help but want to hug her and comfort her. Angeloids don't dream. They don't even dream, they don't even sleep. Ikaros and Astrea would spend the night in their own resting place. They would spend the night in silence. That's why Chuju Mikoto and the others would drag Ikaros and Astrea to sleep in the same room, so that they wouldn't feel lonely in the dark. Even if they didn't sleep in the end, they would still be the ones watching them sleep. Fortunately, Ikaros and Astrea didn't feel sad about this. They might have felt a little sad in the past, but now, whenever they feel sad at night, they would sneak over to Wu Yan's side and watch him sleep until dawn. This kind of thing might be boring, but Ikaros and Astrea are very satisfied with it. To them, being able to watch the most important person in their lives sleep for countless nights is a kind of happiness that is hard to come by. He doesn't know if this is the reason why Hinajuku, Mikoto, and the others would force the two girls to sleep together every night. Maybe they're jealous, who knows. Unfortunately, after Chuju Mikoto and the others fall asleep, Ikaros and Astrea would still sneak to Wu Yan's side and watch him sleep. That is, unless they notice Wu Yan doing something that's forbidden to children. For example, last night when Wu Yan was with Shokoho Misaki, the two angeloids blushed and didn't dare to enter, because even they knew that if they went in, they would definitely be forced to play with them. The sky outside is getting dark. As usual, Chuju Mikoto and the others would drag Ikaros and Astrea out for a chat until they went to bed. However, Astrea went with them as usual. Ikaros, on the other hand, rejected Chuju Mikoto and the others' invitation for the first time. This is something that has never happened before. So when Ikaros rejected Hinajuku and Mikoto's request, the two girls realized that Ikaros must have something on her mind. Ikaros is a girl who doesn't know how to hide her thoughts. In the dim tent, if one were to look closely, they would notice a faint light flickering under Ikaros's hand that's clutching her chest. Full body scan detecting abnormalities. No abnormalities detected. Rescanning. Detecting abnormalities. No abnormalities detected. Ikaros's pair of indigo pupils flashed with science fiction-like frames and lights. Her robotic voice came out of her seductive lips, telling the world what she's doing. Detecting abnormalities. No abnormalities detected. No abnormalities detected. Ikaros didn't know how many times she got nothing out of the ordinary. Finally, she gave up on inspecting her body. The light in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of indigo pupils. Looking at her chest that was still glowing faintly, Ikaros couldn't help but clench her fists. This strange phenomenon has been going on since the day before. It's because Ikaros noticed the abnormality in her body that she rejected Hinajuku and the others' invitation. She hid in the tent alone, trying to find out what's wrong with her body. But the result was that nothing was wrong. Her body was glowing for no reason, but nothing happened. How is this possible? If there was no reason for his body to emit light, that would be really strange. Ikaros doesn't know what's going on with her. She only knows that this phenomenon started after she broke through to Tier 9 after the Ape King died. Master. This strange phenomenon made Ikaros uneasy. Right now, she really wants to be with Wu Yan and stay by his side. It gives her a sense of security even though Ikaros is much stronger than Wu Yan. Ikaros extinguished the thought the moment it appeared. She doesn't know what's going on with this phenomenon, but she has a feeling that it's not a bad thing. Since it's not a bad thing, then it's better not to talk about it, so that Wu Yan won't worry about it. Ikaros didn't know that when she rejected Hinajuku and Mikoto's invitation, she had already sold herself out. Outside the tent, Hinajuku Mikoto, Shokoho Misaki, Astrea, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Rika gathered at the entrance of the tent. They peeked at Ikaros through a small opening in the tent. Naturally, they also noticed the glow on Ikaros' chest. Ikaros-senpai, what's going on? Astrea widened her eyes in shock. She looked anxious. Is there something wrong with her body? Why didn't she say it? She'll lower your voice. We'll be in trouble if Ikaros hears us. Chuju nudged Astrea, but she too started to worry. Anyone with eyes can see that something's wrong with Ikaros's body. In the end, should we tell that guy? Frenda stood on her tiptoes and stared at Ikaros's chest. With that guy's understanding of Ikaros, he should be able to tell something, right? No. Let's not. Kinuhata Sai shook her head. Since Ikaros didn't choose to say it out loud, it must be because she doesn't want others to worry. If we super tell that guy, wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts? But we can't just leave it like that. Mikoto lowered her voice, but it wasn't hard to hear the impatience in her voice. What if something really happens to her? I don't think so. I don't think it's that bad. Shokuho Misaki rubbed her cheeks. Ikaros is an angeloid, she should know her body better than anyone else. If something really happened to her, she wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Oh right, I remember now. Astria suddenly punched her palm. Ikaros-senpai has a self-healing system. If something really happened to her, her self-healing system would have activated a long time ago. The other 5 girls looked at Astria. Shokuho Misaki said. Self-healing system. I think Yin mentioned it before. Ikaros's self-healing system will check her body and eliminate any abnormalities. Astria nodded repeatedly. Ikaros-senpai's self-healing system didn't activate on its own. That means she's fine. Astria got a little excited when she said this. She subconsciously wanted to cheer. The other girls jumped in fright and covered Astria's mouth with their hands. You super idiot. Be careful not to get super exposed. Kinuhata Sai grumbled. Astria, are you sure the self-healing system won't malfunction as well? Shokuho Misaki turned to Astria and asked. Astria shook her head without hesitation and shook off the girl's hands. The self-healing system isn't under Ikaros-senpai's control. If something happens to Ikaros-senpai's body, it will activate on its own. There's no way it will malfunction unless it's intentionally sabotaged. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki muttered under her breath. Her starry eyes stared at Ikaros for a while before she said helplessly. If that's the case, let's observe for a while before we decide what to do. The girls looked at each other. After a long while, they all nodded their heads. Chapter 574. While Chuju, Mikoto, and the others are worrying about Ikaros, in another tent, Wu Yen, who didn't know what happened, finally let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at his side, he saw a pair of broken crystal wings crossed in front of him. Little Flandre-chan was sleeping soundly with her fingers sucked in her mouth, causing him to smile wryly. Today the elite expedition team's fear of Flandre-chan reminded her of her bad past. Even though Flandre-chan's mood improved after being comforted by the girls, she didn't want to leave Wu Yan's side at night no matter what. She clung on to Wu Yan, and didn't want to let go. Left with no choice, Wu Yan brought Flandre-chan to his tent and comforted her for half a day. She's finally asleep. Kids sure are hard to please. Sighing, Wu Yan reached out and stroked Flandre-chan's hair. Looking at her cute sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. Good night, little one. Wu Yan kissed Flandre-chan's cheek and covered her with a blanket. Then he shook off Flandre-chan's hand and got up to leave the tent. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. The elite exploration team started a few bonfires, causing the entire forest to be filled with a fiery red color. As for them, they began to divide into shifts and get busy for the night patrol mission. Of course, there were also some who were roasting some meat over the bonfire or picking fruits from the fruit trees, preparing for dinner. Standing in the center of the encirclement of tents, Wu Yan surveyed his surroundings. From here, he could clearly see that not far away from him, there is a wall of light that looks like glass that encircles this area. That was a defensive barrier set up by the mages. It was meant to block the magical beasts when they appeared, and allow them to react. In addition, it also had the function of soundproofing, concealing, and so on. It would not attract unnecessary trouble due to the bright bonfire and the sound of everyone's conversation. All in all, the elite expedition team did a pretty good job in this aspect. Their methods are professional, and they're well prepared. If it wasn't for the fact that this trip to the giant beast forest was beyond their capabilities, they would have played an important role. They wouldn't be like right now where they can only fight small monsters, help patrol, cook and so on. They're still elites after all. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the night sky. His wine-red eyes shone with a strange light. His black robe fluttered in the wind, his short hair fluttered in the wind. His entire body blended in with the night sky. If anyone were to see this scene, they'd be shocked. Because at this moment, Wu Yan gives off the feeling that he's the king of the night. He's born to live in the night. His entire body is filled with a strange charm that makes people intoxicated. The night sky in the behemoth forest is especially bright. Specks of starlight adorn the dark sky. Between the twinkling and blinking, it moves the hearts of those who watch. Unfortunately, it's unknown if it's because of the surrounding trees. This beautiful night sky is missing an intoxicating bright moon. In Wu Yan's eyes, the stars in the sky form 4 patterns. They're like constellations, interconnected and particularly enchanting. Those 4 patterns are 4 exquisite and beautiful faces. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino. Looking at those 4 beautiful faces, the longing in his heart seemed to have a reaction. It moved along with the stars in the sky, constantly tugging at Wu Yan's heart. When he woke up, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He's really a fickle person. In the date battle world, he missed Chuju, Mikoto and the others. Now that he's back in the Spalier world, he's starting to miss other girls. It's not until now that he realized how many ties he has tied himself down. Speaking of which, he would always have this kind of discovery every time he wakes up in the dead of night. Is this what they call loneliness and emptiness? Thinking of this, Wu Yan immediately shook his head. He cursed in his heart. Lonely and emptiness? I have so many beautiful and cute wives around me. What's there to be lonely and empty about? Or is this the so-called eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? No. Impossible. I'm so devoted. How can I eat from the bowl and look at the pot? That's what he's thinking, but Wu Yan's expression is getting more and more guilty. His shameful self-consolation is mercilessly broken. He sighed and looked up at the night sky. No matter what, it's a fact that he misses Kotori and the others. As the longing in his heart burst forth, Wu Yan's eyes started to flicker with hesitation. He has an urge to summon Kotori and the others. But when Wu Yan really wants to summon them, he's troubled. His summoning points aren't enough to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. If he really wants to summon them, who should he summon first? For a while, Wu Yan was stuck in a dilemma about who to summon. He didn't even notice that there were a few more people behind him. Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki looked at each other. They saw Wu Yan's troubled expression. He didn't notice them at all. They couldn't help but feel curious. He didn't even notice that there were people approaching him. This Tier 8 sure is incompetent. What's troubling him to this extent? After watching quietly for a while, Mikoto was the first to get impatient. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed in your thoughts? Wu Yan jumped out of his stupor when he saw Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki. His face turned red when he noticed that Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki were also startled by him. What are you guys doing? It's fun to scare people. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. In the end, the thick-skinned person began to accuse her in advance. Huh? Mikoto raised an eyebrow and poked Wu Yan with her finger. You're the one who's scaring yourself. We've been standing here for a long time and you didn't even notice us. How dare you accuse us of scaring you? We've been standing here for a long time. Wu Yan scratched his head. Have you been standing here for a long time? I really didn't notice. So what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. This made Wu Yan recall the reason why he was in such a dilemma. His expression turned unnatural. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just casually thinking about it. His eyes drifted and shifted away. This made him look even more suspicious. I was just casually thinking about it. Hinajuku and Mikoto narrowed their eyes as they stared at Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan smiled sheepishly with an embarrassed expression. Shokuho Misaki, who has been observing Wu Yan's expression, suddenly realized something and spoke. Don't tell me you're thinking about the girls you messed around with in the dungeon world? Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki heard a loud thud coming from Wu Yan's chest. The three of them understood what was going on. Shokuho Misaki's lips curled up. Little Yen, you were so engrossed in your thoughts just now. If I'm not wrong, you were probably thinking about whether or not to summon those girls, right? Thud. Thump 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 sounds kept coming out from his chest. In the silence of the night, the sound was very clear. Hearing this sound, Hinajuku and Mikoto came to a realization. Their gazes pierced Wu Yen like needles, turning the thump 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 sounds into thump 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 thump. He couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the three girls who could turn into goddesses at any moment, Wu Yan's heart throbbed with pain. This doesn't make sense. Mind reading. Chapter 575. Hinajuku and Mikoto instantly turned black when they saw Wu Yan's expression that was basically admitting to it. It seems like you have a good relationship with them. Chuju closed her eyes and said expressionlessly, actually it's not that good. Wu Yan forced a smile and raised his hand weakly. It's best to avoid Kaishu-sama's sharp edge for now. You miss them so much that you didn't even notice us approaching you. How can you say you don't have a good relationship? Mikoto chuckled coldly. Tell me, what do those girls look like that you're so engrossed in your thoughts? They must be prettier than us. Actually they're not that pretty. Wu Yan wanted to wipe his forehead to see how much sweat he's sweating. He's sure that his back is completely soaked. They're not pretty? Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan with a smile that doesn't look like a smile. Tell me which of the girls you've taken a fancy to are slightly ugly. Actually they're not just slightly ugly. What did you say? Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki were furious. They yelled at Wu Yan to wake him up from his stupor. Wu Yan is sure that his face is completely soaked in sweat. Wu Yan backed away with cold sweat on his forehead. He's crying on the inside. All he did was think about the girls and he ended up in such a state. If he really did summon them, wouldn't his backyard be on fire? Calm down, calm down. Wu Yan pushed his hands forward. He forced a smile on his face but his heart was bleeding. Every inch of his backyard is an inch of blood. This is the first time he's experiencing this feeling. Wu Yan pursed his lips and looked at Shokuho Misaki with hatred. It's all because of this damned Queen-sama. It seems like she didn't learn enough from last night's lesson. Shokuho Misaki felt her head go numb. She instantly remembered how the man in front of her played with her last night. Like a bucket of cold water. She poured it all over Shokuho Misaki's body. The anger in her heart was extinguished, and all that was left was fear and trepidation. He won't come looking for her again tonight, will he? Shokuho Misaki's heart started pounding when she thought of this. Last night, Wu Yan put her in all sorts of positions and taught her a lesson. She can still remember that scene. If she were to go through it again, Shokuho Misaki shuddered. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it's possible. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes and pretended to be cold. She snorted and said in a mysterious tone, "Forget it. Since it's already happened, there's no point in talking about it. Think about how you're going to deal with this." Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki strangely. Since when did this woman become so kind and easy to talk to? But after thinking about it, the two girls felt that Shokuho Misaki's words made sense. Since it's already happened, there's no point in talking about it. The most important thing right now is to see how Wu Yan will react. But why do I feel like something's not right? Plus, I don't want to give up. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt that something was off but they still looked at Wu Yan like Shokuho Misaki did. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at the three girls who suddenly compromised, he couldn't help but get excited. So you're not against me summoning them? Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki felt sour when they saw how excited Wu Yan was. They snorted and turned their heads away. Out of sight, out of mind. Shokuho Misaki sighed. Whether we agree or not is secondary. The problem is that you have to promise us that we'll get along well. You don't want us to fight, right? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Wu Yan shook his head like a drum. They're all nice girls and their personalities are similar to yours. I'm sure you'll get along well. Are you sure? Mikoto said with a hint of annoyance. What will you do if there's a conflict between us? Will you side with us or with them? Chuju didn't mince her words. They're still uncomfortable with the idea of someone joining their big family. They're more or less going to want to compete with them. Let me put it this way. Wu Yan lowered his head and thought for a bit before he continued. One of them is called Coterie. She has a dual personality. One of them is a cheerful girl. She's as obedient as the girl next door. The other one is a bit nasty, but overall, she's just a tsundere. The last one is called Kurumi. Her personality is that of a noble lady. She had some issues with her in the past, but they're mostly resolved now. As for the remaining two, one is a little girl around 11 or 12 years old and the other, you can treat her as the second Estrella. Do you understand now? Tsundere. Lowly. Foodie. Mikoto chuckled coldly. You're such a philanthropist. Wu Yan dryly laughed before continuing. Mikoto, these words coming out of your mouth don't just sound out of place. Chuju frowned, but she nodded reluctantly. If it's as you say, then she's not that hard to get along with. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Wu Yan said with a smile. He didn't even try to hide the fact that he's about to howl at the sky. Things seem to be going well for him. Noble lady? Shokuho Misaki diverted her attention to something else. She had an amused smile on her face. She is the only one who is 100% well-mannered among the girls. She seems to be very interested in this noble lady, that Wu Yan referred to as a noble lady. Kurumi? Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. Chuju and Mikoto said at the same time as they clenched their fists. We have to let them know who's the real boss here. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he listened to the three women's words. His mouth twitched as his mind flipped 1,000 times. I said, I told you to get along with each other, not to kill each other. Wake up. Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki were stunned for a moment before they chuckled awkwardly. Following the resolution of this life event, the scene instantly fell into silence. The four of them looked at each other, their big eyes staring at each other, causing the atmosphere to become rather strange. I said. Mikoto's mouth twitched. Hurry up. Faster. Wu Yan flinched and looked at Mikoto in a daze. Hurry up what? Hurry up. Did you bring your head or not? Mikoto screamed. Didn't we decide to get along with each other? Why don't you summon them? Wu Yan was relieved to hear Mikoto's words, but he quickly smiled bitterly. Well, I have a problem that is neither too big nor too small. You still have a problem at this point? Hinajuku wanted nothing more than to bite this bastard to death. Are you going to tell me that there's more than 4 of them? No. Wu Yan quickly shook his head and explained. I don't have enough summoning points to summon all 4 of them. I was troubled by this problem, and didn't know who to summon first. Ha! Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki were speechless. You've been troubled by this for so long? Wu Yan nodded without hesitation. The moment he nodded, the 3 of them looked at him like he was an idiot. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Chapter 576. At this moment, an icy blue figure came out from a nearby tent. Just like when Wu Yan first came out, she looked around before looking up at the starry sky. Her robes fluttered in the wind and her icy blue hair fluttered in the wind. Unfortunately, she didn't receive any attention from the passers-by. She quietly enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere for a while. Not long after, a clamor was transmitted into her ears, causing her pretty eyebrows to knit together a little. Clearly, she was extremely unhappy that she had been disturbed. However, when she turned her head and saw the owner of the voice, the dissatisfaction on her brows immediately froze. Then it disappeared and was replaced by a somewhat strange expression. There was curiosity, doubt, and hesitation. She stared at the person in front of her for a long time before the hesitation in her eyes dissipated. She raised her feet and walked forward. Do you have to be so conflicted over something like this? Aya, you guys don't understand. No matter who is chosen, no one is good. Who knows if the others who weren't chosen will be in a bad mood because of this? Ha! I say, aren't you thinking too much? How could anyone care about such a small matter? Are you sure? What if it was you? Would you be upset if I didn't pick you? Yes. I Of course not. Can you please look into my eyes when you speak? Thank you. Why do you have so much to say? Why are you hesitating? Are you still a man? I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said. Do I need to prove whether I'm a man or not? Haven't you experienced it yourself? Shut up. You shut up. X3 The person stopped for a moment. Her icy blue eyes showed signs of hesitation. However, she wasn't hesitating about whether she should come over. She was hesitating about whether she should run away. Wu Yan, Hinajuku Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki, who were in the middle of their conversation, noticed someone approaching them. They turned around and they froze when they saw who it was. Sylph. Mikoto was surprised to see Sylph standing not too far away. She rubbed her eyes and after confirming the identity of the visitor, she couldn't help but make a fuss. But when she thought about it, it's not that strange. The number of times this ice princess has taken the initiative to interact with others is probably less than the number of fingers she has on her fingers. It's really you. Even Hinajuku and Shokuho Misaki were shocked. They haven't known Sylph for a long time, but Sylph's cold personality is as well known as her reputation. Good evening. Wu Yan held it in for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. Hinajuku and the other girls looked at him with disdain. Sylph maintained her cold expression. She nodded in response to Wu Yan's greeting. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki looked at each other. Shokuho Misaki took the initiative to speak. Sylph, are you here to look for us? Sylph nodded, but she quickly shook her head. Wu Yan and the other girls were speechless. Is she here to look for us? Sylph noticed Wu Yan and the others' confusion. She paused for a moment before speaking. Her words caused an uproar. I'm here to look for you. Sylph looked into Wu Yan's eyes and she said something shocking. I want to talk to you in private. Alone. Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki's jaws dropped. Talk to you. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. Wu Yan and the others were shocked when they saw Sylph acting as if she was asking them if they had dinner yet. Is this the same Princess Sylph who doesn't like to interact with people? Could it be an imposter? The four of them had the same thought at the same time. Of course, this thought only lasted for a moment before it was tossed aside by the four of them. They turned their attention to the main point. Talk to him. Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan with murderous intent. Talk to him alone? The murderous intent enveloped Wu Yan. Wu Yan shuddered. Wu Yan instinctively took a few meters away from Sylph and shook his head at Chuju and the others to express his innocence. The three harem masters have just acknowledged the existence of Kotori and the other girls. If he were to get entangled with Sylph now, he would definitely die a miserable death. After all, the three girls would definitely be a little unhappy about it. A wise man submits to circumstances and cleans up his ties with them. Plus, there was nothing between them to begin with. Sylph stood there without saying a word. She seemed to be waiting for Hinajuku and the others to leave. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground when he saw how calm and confident she is. I say, why don't you give me an explanation? Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki looked back and forth between Wu Yan and Sylph. For some reason, the murderous intent in their eyes disappeared. There's a 99% chance that the two of them have nothing to do with each other. That's what Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki thought when they saw Sylph's cold expression. They would rather die than believe that Sylph would be interested in Wu Yan. All right. Shokuho Misaki pursed her lips. Then the three of you can talk to each other in private. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and glared at Wu Yan. As for the lost girls you abducted, it's not a good time for them to appear here. Let's talk about them after we leave the behemoth forest. Wu Yan nodded his head. As long as they don't object to his summoning or reject Kotori and the others, he will do whatever they want. Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't want to leave, but since Shokuho Misaki said so, they didn't want to stay any longer. They glared at Wu Yan before leaving with Shokuho Misaki. They returned to their own tents, leaving Wu Yan and Sylph alone. After the three women left, Wu Yan didn't know what to do. He smiled at Sylph and waited for her to speak. Sylph, on the other hand, was staring at the white ring on Wu Yan's finger. Just as Wu Yan couldn't take it anymore, Sylph finally spoke. Your ring. Sylph looked at Wu Yan and spoke in a serious tone. Where did you get it from? Huh, ring? Wu Yan flinched and he saw Sylph looking at his hand. He followed her gaze down to his hand. You're saying? Wu Yan frowned as he raised the pure white ring on his finger. This ring. Sylph nodded. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He looked straight into Sylph's eyes. Do you recognize this ring? Sylph paused. Her eyes flickered for a moment before she nodded and shook her head. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Do you recognize it or not? Sylph shook her head. Now is not the time to tell you. Huh. Wu Yan was stunned. What kind of answer is that? Where did you get this ring from? Sylph quietly shifted the topic back to her previous question. Wu Yan sighed. I got this ring from a treasure trove. A treasure trove. Sylph was silent for a moment before she nodded. I understand. Thank you. Wu Yan stared at Sylph with a dumbfounded expression as she walked away without looking back. Wu Yan took a few deep breaths as he looked at Sylph's back. I won't stoop to your level. Chapter 577. Morning, deep in the behemoth forest. Wisps of refreshing air spread through the encirclement of tents. The cold temperature made the people who came out of the tents involuntarily tighten their clothes. Sunlight shone down from the sky above the forest, passing through the layers of green trees and finally converging on the ground, reflecting mottled light spots. Inside the bonfire, the crackling sound of the burning branches continued. However, because of the cold morning, even if one stood beside the bonfire, they could not feel any warmth. Fortunately, the bright and beautiful sunlight still gave the people who had rested in the forest for a night or patrolled for half the night a sense of warmth, so they did not feel so lazy. Of course, that's the feeling of a normal person. For those who are born abnormal, no matter how good the weather is in the morning, they'll always feel like they can't get enough sleep. After a while, Wu Yan finally got up from his bed with Flandrachon's help. He yawned as he carried Flandrachon out of his tent. That lazy look on his face would have infected anyone who saw it. I say, can't you be a little more energetic in the morning? Mikoto put her hands on her hips. Her smooth thighs swayed back and forth a few times, sparkling under the sunlight. Seeing this, Wu Yan perked up a bit. His eyelids couldn't help but stare at those thighs for a bit before retracting them. You guys don't understand. Sleeping in the morning is such a blissful thing. That's only possible when we're in a warm bed. Hinajika pursed her lips in annoyance. In the forest in a tent on a blanket, you can sleep so comfortably. Blissful isn't enough to describe it. You're just lazy. No, you're wrong about me. No, you've been seen through by others for a long time. No one can blame you. Too bad I don't have a warm pillow by my side. If only I had a nice person to accompany me. Don't change the topic. Also, didn't Flandrachon sleep with you the whole night? Ikaros, you'll have to sleep with me next time. Yes, master. You're blushing, how cute. Don't go too far. Don't ignore me. While Wu Yan and the girls were chatting away, the others had already finished their preparations and were just waiting to depart. As for breakfast, Wu Yan had already finished his breakfast. Even the girls had already eaten. The only one who hasn't eaten yet is Wu Yan. Yan, are you guys ready? Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi walked up to Wu Yan's group. Fei Fei asked. If this was before, Fei Fei and the others would respect Wu Yan's opinion, but they wouldn't ask in front of their subordinates. After all, they are the leader and Wu Yan and the others are outsiders. Now, however, no one would ignore Wu Yan's opinion. Wu Yan also noticed this. He took a deep look at the expedition party behind Fei Fei and nodded. All right, let's go, okay. Fei Fei nodded. She exchanged glances with Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi before waving her hand. Let's go. After Fei Fei and the others gave the order, the magicians quickly walked out of the group and removed the barrier that they had been working on for the entire night. The same forest once again appeared before everyone's eyes. The group of more than 100 people gathered together and carefully walked towards the center of the behemoth forest. After yesterday's lesson, everyone no longer dared to wander around the giant beast's forest brazenly. After walking a certain distance, Fei Fei and the other three would stop and study the surrounding terrain with their subordinates to see if they had accidentally entered the territory of a Class 9 magical beast. They didn't want to experience yesterday's frightening battle again. Actually, it was quite easy to identify if he had barged into the territory of a Class 9 magical beast. That was because in the territory of a Class 9 magical beast, it was very difficult for other types of magical beasts to appear except for some of the magical beast's offspring. After all, it was its territory. How could it allow other magical beasts to enter? Even if there are, it's usually just a few unimportant monsters, like peak Class 7 monsters or Class 8 monsters. Therefore, as long as the appearance of magical beasts in a place became sparse, and the level of the magical beasts was not very high, and the same type of magical beast appeared frequently, then this place would most likely be the territory of a 9th grade magical beast. However, there are also cases like yesterday where the entire tribe gathered together because they found a good place to live. Yesterday, the reason why they didn't discover that it was the territory of the Ape King was because the Ape Kings were all living together, causing the species of magical beasts they encountered along the way to be very irregular. Although the level of the magical beasts was a bit low, the group didn't have much suspicion. In the end, tragedy, fortunately, Wu Yan's group came with them this time. Otherwise, aside from Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi who have some trump cards to protect themselves, no one else would have survived. They walked with extreme caution and got closer to the center of the behemoth forest. Strangely enough, they haven't encountered a single monster since morning. This situation is a little strange. Wu Yan even saw a Tier 8 demonic beast appear in their line of sight for less than a second before it ran away with its tail tucked between its legs, causing many people to stare at it so hard that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi didn't react to it at all. It's as if it's only natural. Wu Yan knew that the problem lies with them. After handing Flandre-chan to Chuju, Wu Yan walked up to Fei Fei and asked, "How did you do it?" Fei Fei smiled faintly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Everyone else would be shocked to see this, but the four of them were the only ones who remained calm. Even a ghost would know that they were the ones behind this. Fei Fei took out a small pouch and waved it in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan frowned and asked in surprise, "The problem lies with this?" "Yes." Fei Fei nodded and straightened her back. "This pouch contains the blood of the long-armed Ape King from yesterday." "The blood of the long-armed Ape King?" Fei Fei grinned. "You still don't understand? For normal magical beasts, a 9th-rank magical beast is their natural enemy." Wu Yan blinked when he heard Fei Fei's words. He looked at the pouch and had an idea. Could it be that those magical beasts can sense the presence inside? That's right. Fei Fei mischievously weighed the small bag in her hand and smiled. "We put the blood of the long-handed Ape King inside the bag and carried it with us. Naturally, some of the long-handed Ape King's aura will appear on our bodies. Ordinary people won't be able to feel this aura, but magic beasts that have lived in the giant beast forest for a long time will certainly be able to sense it." Those magical beasts didn't see the real person, but they sensed the presence. They will subconsciously think that a 9th-rank magical beast is here, so they all ran away. We won't have as much trouble as before. This? Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. To think that you can think of such a method. Aren't you afraid of provoking trouble? If a Class 9 magical beast appeared nearby and sensed the aura of the long-handed Ape King, it wouldn't take the initiative to avoid it. Instead, it would directly come to its door. You don't have to worry about that, Fei Fei said. Normally, 9th-rank magical beasts won't leave their territory. Besides, don't we have you guys? Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 578. As it turns out, Fei Fei and the other three's idea was pretty good. They didn't encounter any demonic beasts that tried to stop them. Even if they did, they would just peek their heads out and run away before they could even see who it was. Today was the smoothest and most peaceful day they've had since they entered the behemoth forest. The expedition party was overjoyed by the smoothness of their journey. Everyone felt more relaxed than ever. After all, yesterday's journey brought them to the brink of death a few times. They were worried about today's journey, worried that they might lose their lives. Who would have thought that today's journey would go so smoothly? Their mood changed from being on edge to being relaxed. The sudden change in mood made the expedition party feel a little tired. However, this didn't stop them from being in high spirits. Instead, they quickened their pace, trying to reach the center of the behemoth forest as soon as possible to complete their mission. To be honest, other than Feifei and Sylph, the rest of the expedition party didn't want to stay in the behemoth forest any longer. They were filled with ambition and determination to complete their mission. But in the past few days, their ambitions were shattered one by one. Only they themselves know how bitter the journey was. However, the hundreds of Tier 7 elites in the expedition party are destined to have a hard time on this journey. As the afternoon approached, Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi, who were leading the way, suddenly stopped and turned around with a solemn expression. Everyone set up camp. The expedition party was stunned. They looked at the 4 leaders in front of them, and then looked up at the sky. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's still early, logically speaking. They should have been able to continue their journey. Although their hearts were filled with doubts, the members of the elite exploration team immediately responded. They spread out and began to set up their camp. Yen, Chuju Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki walked to Wu Yan's side and looked at him. It's obvious that they were puzzled by Feifei and the others' actions. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Feifei and the others. He said to Chuju and the others, "Wait here for a while, I'll go ask them." The girls nodded. Wu Yan, Chuju Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki looked at each other and gave them a reassuring look. They then walked towards Feifei and the others. "Why did you stop?" Wu Yan didn't beat around the bush when he arrived in front of Feifei and the others. Feifei looked at Sylph and the others before taking a step forward. "Even if you didn't come over to ask, we would have told you the reason later. After all, we can't do without your help." Feifei lowered her head and paused for a moment. She turned around and whispered into Wu Yan's ears. However, the content of her words made Wu Yan perk up. His doubts were instantly dispelled. According to the map, we should be at the center of the behemoth forest. So, it's right in front. Wu Yan followed Feifei's gaze and looked ahead. If Lei Wang and the other Tier 9 powerhouses are right, and a demigod beast king is about to be born, they will have to face it soon. It has been almost a year since he came to the Spalier world, including the time he spent in the instance dungeons. In this 1 year, he went from a useless otaku to a powerhouse. He might not be at the peak, but he is more than capable of standing out in the Spalier world. However, this is his first time facing a demigod beast. He hasn't even reached Tier 9 yet, and he's about to face a demigod, the strongest existence in the Spalier world. His feelings are indescribably complicated. What do you all plan to do next? Wu Yan calmed himself down and looked at Feifei and the others. They are the ones in charge of this mission, not him. He's only here as a bodyguard. It's up to Feifei to decide what to do next. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. Feifei took the lead and told Wu Yan her plan. "Yan, as you know, our mission this time is to go to the center of the behemoth forest. We're going to investigate if the abnormal behavior of the demonic beasts is due to the birth of the Beast King. Now that the center of the behemoth forest is right in front of us, it's no longer suitable for our subordinates to follow us." Wu Yan nodded in understanding. Indeed, the demonic beasts that live in the center of the behemoth forest are the strongest in the entire behemoth forest. They are at least Tier 9 existences. At this point, the use of the elite exploration team was almost non-existent. They couldn't help in the battle, and might even expose their whereabouts due to the large number of people. Therefore, the use of the elite exploration team had more or less come to an end here. Speaking of which, the elite expedition team is quite pitiful. Originally, they were there to help Feifei, Sylph, and the others deal with low-tier demonic beasts. When they encounter high-tier demonic beasts, they can use their numbers to stall for time. In the end, because of Wu Yan's group, the elite expedition team has been reduced to mere bystanders. Other than helping Wu Yan, Feifei, and the others with odd jobs and cooking, they only played a small role in dealing with the long-arm apes. It's quite pitiful. But because of this, other than a few deaths due to carelessness in the beginning, the rest of the elite expedition team has been living in fear for their lives. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's group, they don't even know if 10 of them would be able to survive. Compared to their own lives. Even if they knew about it, they would rather be a bystander and would not have much complaints. This time, Fei Fei looked around and said, "The few of us will follow you into the heart of the behemoth forest to scout out the situation." 14 people? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. That's not a small number. What's wrong? Fei Fei frowned as she looked at Wu Yan's face. Do you have other ideas? No. Let's do it this way. Wu Yan smiled, but he sighed in his heart. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi to follow them into the heart of the forest. Their strength isn't good enough for them to continue moving forward. Wu Yan knew that if he said it out loud, not only would he make them unhappy, it would also have the opposite effect. As the leaders of this operation, even if they know the dangers ahead, Fei Fei and the other two wouldn't just let him wait here and do nothing. They are the leaders after all. Wu Yan turned around to look at Sylph. Sylph shook her head when she saw Wu Yan looking at her. It seems like she didn't approve of Fei Fei and the others going with them. However, she knew that persuading Fei Fei and the others wouldn't work. She's probably feeling helpless about this as well. After leaving Fei Fei and the others, Wu Yan returned to the women and explained everything to them. We're finally here. The women's expressions turned serious. Just like Wu Yan, they looked at the heart of the behemoth forest. No one knows what they're thinking. No matter what, it's best if we can complete Grandpa Lei Wang's request. If we can't. Wu Yan looked at the women and said seriously, remember, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety, understood? The women looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 579. The expedition party has been kept in the dark about their trip to the behemoth forest. All they know is that they are here to investigate a very important matter. However, they don't know what it is. Lei Wang only told them that this is a secret mission. That's why when Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi told them that their mission is to stay here and wait for them to return, the expedition party knew that the real mission is about to begin. Fei Fei and the others are going to carry it out. Of course, they wouldn't have any complaints. As part of a large family, they understood the basic principles. When it came to truly confidential matters, they had to do more, ask less, and even watch less. They already had this kind of awareness a long time ago. Therefore, the members of the elite exploration team only nodded and didn't say anything. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi gathered together with Wu Yan, Chuju Mikoto, Shokoho Masaki, Ikaros, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. I believe there's no need for me to explain just how dangerous it will be later. Fei Fei took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. Everyone, let's hope that we can complete this mission successfully. Everyone smiled at each other and nodded at Fei Fei. They looked at the camp behind them and walked into the heart of the behemoth forest. At this point, the bag containing the long-arm ape king's blood had already been taken by Fei Fei and the others. It was thrown into the camp for the elite exploration team to use. Basically, no one would enter the heart of the giant beast forest. This was because the magic beasts here stood at the peak of the giant beast forest. The center of the giant beast forest wasn't that big. It was the smallest area in the entire giant beast forest. It was much smaller than the inner regions. There weren't many magic beasts living here, but this small number of magic beasts was enough to make the center of the giant beasts forest a forbidden area. Even a rank 9 powerhouse would turn pale at the mention of this place. The demonic beasts living here are all Tier 9 demonic beasts. They are at the forefront of Tier 9 demonic beasts. Rank 9 magical beasts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, in this place, they at least had the strength to suppress the rank 9 magical beasts in the inner regions. From this, one could imagine just how frightening the magical beasts here were. If they bring along the pouch containing the Ape King's blood, then the group of 14 will instantly become a hot commodity and attract all sorts of Tier 9 demonic beasts. Because the deeper you go into the behemoth forest, the higher the tier of demonic beasts, No one is willing to go into the heart of the forest. Therefore, after countless years of development, the number of Tier 9 demonic beasts here is definitely more than the number of Tier 9 demonic beasts. The lifespan of demonic beasts is much longer than that of humans. Even so, their chances of advancing to the next tier are much smaller. But once they reach the 9th tier, humans no longer dare to provoke them. After a long period of development, no matter how low the chances of advancing to the next tier is, there will inevitably be some accumulation. It's not surprising that there are more Tier 9 demonic beasts than Tier 9 humans. Maybe because of this, after a long period of accumulation, there was finally a peak Tier 9 demonic beast that successfully advanced to the next tier and became a demigod beast king. The central area isn't that big, but the number of demonic beasts is very low. Wu Yan's group of 14 carefully trekked forward for quite some time. They are surrounded by the same forest, but no one thought that this place is the same as the forest they went through before. At the very least, everyone here can feel the heavy and dangerous atmosphere that permeates the air. In order to avoid encountering any Class 9 demonic beasts, this time, not only were Fei Fei and the rest on high alert, even Shokuho Misaki and Ikaros were doing their best to sense their surroundings. The moment they sensed a Class 9 demonic beast approaching, they would retreat as fast as they could. It's not that they are timid, it's just that their mission is to scout. In a situation where there is no way out, they can't engage in unnecessary battles. It's not clear if they are lucky or not, but the group of 14 ran into Tier 9 demonic beasts 3 or 4 times. Moreover, every single one of them was at least level 85. At the 9th tier, even the difference of 1 tier is huge. A level 85 demonic beast is much stronger than a long-handed ape king, let alone a level 85 demonic beast. Fortunately, Shokuho Misaki and Ikaros were able to detect the beasts before they got close to them. They immediately notified everyone and retreated in a different direction. After a few times, they were able to get through this place safely. At this time, Fei Fei is holding a map of the behemoth forest. Shi, Bingling, and Bishi are pointing at the map. Once they have confirmed the direction, they will lead the group. From time to time, they will be frowning. It looks like they are having a headache. The deeper they go into the behemoth forest, the more they don't dare to enter. This caused the map to leak out. The outer regions of the behemoth forest are the most detailed, while the inner regions are a little rough. As for the center region, there is nothing at all. The map in Fei Fei's hand was taken by Lei Wang from the elders of the Board of Governors. It is said that the map was left behind by their ancestors. Similarly, even though they have the map, it's not detailed enough. That's why Fei Fei needs to discuss with Bingling and Bishi. It can be said that the group spent most of their time in the center region of the behemoth forest, trying to figure out the way. As Fei Fei and the rest led the way, Fei Fei finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. All right. The center region of the behemoth forest is right in front of us. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They are now at the center region of the behemoth forest. That means the Beast King is there as well. Wu Yan and the rest walked towards Fei Fei. They looked at the map and confirmed that the center region of the behemoth forest is right in front of them. They looked at each other and took a few steps forward. Everyone was shocked when they saw what they saw. This. Bingling took a step back and said with a face full of shock. How is this possible? No way. Bishi's breathing quickened as he lowered his head in despair. How are we supposed to carry out the mission like this? It's impossible. Fei Fei and Sylph looked at each other. They suppressed the trembling in their hearts and kept quiet. Yen, Chuju Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki and the rest looked at Wu Yan. They asked hesitantly, what should we do? What should we do? Wu Yan bitterly laughed. He stared straight ahead with his wine-red eyes. There's an open space in front of them. It's about 500 meters in radius. It's wide and spacious. The surrounding trees form a circle around the open space like stars surrounding the moon. At the center of the open space is a fortress made of bones. The entire skeletal fortress was about 100 meters tall, occupying almost half of the open space. There was a suffocating feeling coming from it, as if it was a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for its prey to enter. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but feel shocked. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the dozen or so demonic beasts at the entrance of the fortress. A dozen or so rank 9 demonic beasts. It's these dozen or so demonic beasts that caused everyone's expression to change to such an extent. Under everyone's attentive gazes, those magical beasts of the 9th rank walked back and forth in front of the skeletal fort's entrance. They were like patrolling guards, doing their best to protect the fort's safety. The aura emitted from these magical beasts was much stronger than the long-handed ape king, and even the magical beasts of the 9th rank that the group of people had almost encountered before. Looking at this unimaginable scene, the group of people looked at each other and lowered their heads at the same time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.